Testing, testing, testing. Testing, testing, testing. Testing, testing, testing. It works. Testing, testing. It works beautiful. Testing, testing, testing. It works. Testing. Indira, please excuse me for interrupting you, but it looks like you can't hear me. This is... Indira, please excuse me for interrupting you, but it looks like you can't hear me. This is... Indira, please excuse me. Indira, maybe it looks like I interrupted you successfully, but maybe Indira, you have to try another. It looks like I interrupted you successfully. Try another mic. Maybe you have to try another. I interrupted you successfully. Try another mic. Maybe you have to try another. Because we can't hear you. Try another mic. Maybe you have to try another. Because we can't hear you. Try another mic. Maybe you have to try another. Because we can't hear you. Can you say something? Can you hear something?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Epic.
That's good. Okay. My microphone was not working all the time. I was
So
talking.
please excuse me. I will immediately vanish and share your screen again. And colleagues told me that it's necessary that you are also recorded. Hopefully this is okay for you, because otherwise there will be mic problems. Go ahead, please.
Okay, so you are able to hear me right now?
Yes, we are. Perfect.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I'll start over again. Okay, so I'll start over from from a bit about me. So my name is Indira, and I am joining from New Zealand. Work as a data architect at Indie Technology, and I have a master's degree in statistics, and I'm a Microsoft Data Platform and AI MVP. Um, and I have been in the data field for about 20 years, mainly working in Microsoft Stack, so SSIS days, and more passionate about business intelligence and data engineering. Um, okay, I interrupted that, so that's good. Okay, and I have a passion to teach kids all about technology. And if you want to contact me, you can contact me on this LinkedIn. My handle is out there. So coming into the next one. So before I start the um, session on governance in Microsoft Fabric, I just want to say a couple of sentences about what Microsoft Fabric is. So Microsoft Fabric is a unified SaaS platform where you can take up data integration, data engineering, data science, data warehousing, and real time intelligence workloads. And ultimately, all these workloads are done to do some kind of reporting using which decisions can be made and actions can be taken. So, and all this is powered by one lake where you all the lake houses and warehouses and all those are housed, and where you can store the structured and unstructured data, and all this is provisioned by unified security and governance. So those are the few words that I wanted to mention about Microsoft Fabric for those of you who are not familiar with Microsoft Fabric. So now we will look at why data governance matters. So why do we need to think of data governance? Is main thing is first of all mitigating risks, ensuring compliance, building trust, and also enabling responsible innovation. So here, poor governance leads to data breaches and also unauthorized access and also misuse of the data assets, all of which have significant financial and reputational costs. So, we are talking about protecting sensitive customer data, financial data, health data, or operational data. So, ensuring compliance is mainly regulatory landscapes are complex and ever evolving. So, whether it is GDPR in Europe or CCPA, or right here in New Zealand, we have the NZ Privacy Act 2020, where organizations have strict obligations regarding data handling. And Fabric with proper governance will help you meet these. And also, if your team or customers don't trust the data, they won't use it, right? Right. So we need to build trust in the data. So, and this governance ensures that data is the data we are displaying is of quality, and you ensure data accuracy and also reliability, fostering confidence in the insights derived. So, and the final thing is enabling responsible innovation. So, data is the fuel for innovation, but you want that innovation to be secure and ethical. And strong governance allows you to experiment with artificial intelligence, machine learning, and also other advanced analytics safely uh, without compromising data integrity. So let's look at uh, what we are going to learn today. So what we will do is we will understand what the core data governance best practices in Fabric are, and also learn how to implement key security and protection features. Also appreciate the vital role of Microsoft Purview in enhancing Microsoft Fabric governance capabilities, and also gain actionable steps to begin or enhance protecting your valuable assets, data assets in Fabric. So that's what we will learn. So first thing what I would like to go through is what are the foundational pillars for these core data governance best practices in Fabric. So if you look at the first pillar, it's establish clear data ownership and accountability. So here, um, think of it like owning a house. So someone needs to be responsible for its upkeep and also security. So the same applies to your data. Define, you need to follow best practice by defining precisely who is responsible for which data assets within Fabric, the data sets that you are loading into Fabric, who is responsible for what, be it a lake house or a warehouse or a specific data flow or a few Power BI reports or the entire workspace itself. It depends on how you architect your data assets in Fabric. So how do you implement this in Fabric? You can defining these roles, you can leverage Fabric's workspace roles or item permissions to designate the owners. So even better, if you integrate Microsoft Purview, then you can formally register owners and experts for those data assets in your central data catalog. So what's the benefit for it? So clear ownership leads to clear lines of responsibility of data quality, accuracy, security, and compliance. No more finger pointing occurs when you assign the responsibility to data owners, and when the data issues arise, there won't be any finger pointing. Now coming to the next pillar, implementing robust access controls. So here, you will be it's the best practice is to be guided by the principle of least privilege. So what that means is granting users only the minimum level of access required to perform their specific tasks. So for example, if they need read only access, don't give them read write access. And how do you implement this in Fabric? You can utilize these roles, workspace roles. The various workspace roles are admin, member, contributor, and viewer. So strategically assign these roles based on responsibilities. And you can also utilize the item level permissions. So you can set specific permissions on individual lake houses, data flows, SQL endpoints, KQL databases, or Power BI reports. And for Power BI data sets, you can also implement what is called row level security, usually called RLS, and object level security, OLS. Row level security you can use for, let's say, for account management purposes. So if you have account managers for specific region, so you can implement the row level security so that so that the report shows only their data when an account manager logs in, not other accounts, other regions data. So something like that. So that for that you can utilize row level security. And object level security is if you don't want if you don't want the users um, to not view certain rows or certain columns, so you can filter that out using object level security. So this is powerful for protecting sensitive data within reports. And what's the benefit? The benefit is this layered approach prevents unauthorized data viewing, modification, or deletion, significantly reducing your security risk surface. So now let's go to the next pillar, which is data classification and sensitivity labeling. So here, the key concept is you can utilize Microsoft Purview for achieving this one. So understanding and labeling. First step is understanding and labeling your data through data classification and sensitivity labeling. So not all data is created equal. So you need to identify and categorize data based on its sensitivity. Is it public or internal information, or is it confidential information or highly confidential information, or is it personally identifiable information, the PII or PCI data? So if you classify your data in such a way, then what we can do is how we can implement that in Fabric is you can use Microsoft Purview and integrate that with Microsoft Fabric, and Purview integrates seamlessly to discover and your classification and also apply those sensitivity labels across your entire Fabric estate. And these labels aren't just cosmetic, you can also enforce policies and control access, uh, ensuring that sensitive data is handled appropriately no matter where it resides within Fabric. And what's the benefit? Benefit is classification enables informed decision making about data handling, access, and also retention of the data. And all this is crucial for demonstrating compliance with privacy regulations. Now, coming to the next pillar is defining and enforcing data policies. So, these are the rules of engagement for your data. So you can define what the guidelines are for data usage and data sharing, what are the retention periods, and also if you have some kind of rules for disposing of your data or archiving of your data or deleting of your data. So you can define all those, and then you that will be your best practice. And how do we implement this in Fabric? So while Fabric itself is an execution engine, the enforcement often comes through your overarching data governance framework. So, and Fabric can help facilitate this one. So, you can implement policies by clearly documenting usage guidelines within your workspace descriptions and also your item metadata. So, more importantly, training and awareness are crucial, and you should educate your users on the defined policies and responsible data handling within Fabric. And as Fabric and Purview evolve, you can expect more direct policy enforcement capabilities to emerge. But always proactive communication and training is essential for implementing these policies. And what will be the benefit? So it ensures consistent, compliant, and ethical data practices across your entire organization. And what will that lead to? That lead to reducing the risk of misuse or non-compliance. Now coming to the next pillar. Okay, so we have finished the foundational pillars. Now we'll see how we can proactively protect our data assets. So the which is embedding security into the Fabric workflow. So here what we need to consider is, this is our fifth pillar. Uh, you need to highlight the power of Microsoft Purview for comprehensive data discovery and lineage. So you need to leverage Microsoft Purview for this one. And you can't protect what you don't know you have. So understanding where your data comes from, how it is transformed using the data factory or data engineering practices, and where it goes is fundamental to data governance. So the way you implement that in Fabric is um, Purview automatically scans and catalogs your Fabric workspaces and items. So it captures the end-to-end data lineage, showing the flow of data from the source systems through Fabric lakehouses. If you have the the medallion architecture where you have the bronze, silver, gold layers, the flow can be shown, and the lineage shows from those lake houses, or if you have warehouses, it shows, and also then flowing into the data flows, and also your ultimately your Power BI reports. So what is the benefit? So this transparency provides the end-to-end data lineage provides data understanding for analysts, and that will aid in impact analysis for changes. If you are trying to make any changes, what is the impact if we make this change? Then it will help also identify potential security vulnerabilities. If you have in what are the security vulnerabilities in other items of fabric items like data flows, and is really invaluable for your auditing and compliance reporting. So going to the next pillar, how do we implement data masking techniques? So here the goal here is to protect sensitive data by um, uh, from users, and also environments where the raw identifiable data isn't needed. So for example, development environments, testing environments are for analysts, right? So who only need aggregate views. So the analysts don't need the bronze layer data. And also if the data is sensitive, there should be some kind of masking that needs to be implemented. So currently within Fabric, you might achieve this through SQL views within a lakehouse that apply dynamic data masking, or through transformation steps in data flows. And for Power BI, you can mask data within the data itself. So as again Fabric capacities capabilities evolve, we can anticipate more built-in native masking features. So it's better to implement the data masking within uh, uh, best practices to implement that at the source systems. And also yeah, for these native masking features, keep an eye on the updates. And what's the benefit? So allows you to share data for analysis or development without exposing the actual sensitive information, significantly reducing the risk of data compromise. So like how I have mentioned the sensitivity labels, it's better to implement data masking techniques as well. Just want to pause here and see whether there are any questions. Okay, that's good. Okay, so next one is next pillar is secure workspace and item management. So the way you organize your Fabric environment directly impacts your governance and security posture. So you usually organize workspace all your workspaces logically. So if your teams are widely spread across a lot of regions, so maybe you might have to have region based workspaces. Or if you have if you can group them by teams, your workspaces by teams, or even by projects. Or sometimes you can even group the workspaces by data sensitivity label. So think logically and then organize your workspaces accordingly. This makes it easier to manage access as well as understand the scope. So regularly, and also one more thing is regularly review and manage your workspace and item permissions. So don't set it and forget it. So conduct periodic access reviews to ensure permissions are still appropriate as roles change. In big organizations, people change roles every 6 months or every 1 year. Then you have to maybe have a habit of reviewing every 6 months. Is this person really need access to this workspace? So that kind of review is essential, so that you don't give access to unnecessary data to people, and also remove inactive users promptly. Now, what are the benefits? So, a well managed and organized Fabric environment reduces the risk of accidental and intentional unauthorized access, and simplifies ongoing governance. So, it's better to review and organize access logically, organize workspaces logically. So, coming to the next one, monitoring and auditing data access and also usage. So here, you need to know who is accessing what data and when, and how it's being used to identify potential security threats or policy violations. So Microsoft Fabric, being a part of the Microsoft 365 ecosystem, integrates well with the compliance center, and also you can access audit logs that track user activities within Fabric, and these logs are all are invaluable for these kind of investigations, and also demonstrating compliance and proactively identifying suspicious behavior. So also consider setting up alerts for critical events. And what are the benefits? So it enables early detection of suspicious activity if you get alerted, and also provides a defensible audit trail for compliance requirements, and also offers insights into data usage patterns. Now, so real world consider some of the real world considerations are, so we have gone through these 8 pillars, and they provide a strong framework. But remember, data governance is not a one size fits all. So the tailoring governance is very important. So you must adapt these best practices to your organization's specific needs, um, and also based on your industry and risk appetite, and also your more importantly your local regulatory environment, like like in New Zealand we have the NZ Privacy Act 2020, and for Europe we have GDPR, and for other areas you have other acts like these. So, and also the importance of collaboration. Effective data governance is not just an IT only task. It requires continuous collaboration between data owners, IT and data platform teams, compliance officers, and the business users who consume the data. And also, as part of collaboration, communication is the key. So, how do you want to get started? So, what do we need to do to get started? You can explore Microsoft Purview integration within your Fabric environment. So, if you haven't already, integrate Purview with your Fabric workspaces, because this is foundational for your classification, lineage, and also cataloging. And then the next step is first step is to start by classifying your most sensitive data assets. So and also remember, don't try to classify everything and make it at once and make it perfect before you proceed further. So take a pragmatic approach, and then classify bit by bit, and then make that go live, and then learn from the mistakes that you have done by classifying that your first bits. And also prioritize the data that carries the highest risk. Classify that first, and then classify the you can classify the next priority. So you can classify the highest risk data as for highest risk data, medium risk, low risk, and things like that. And ensure your access controls align with the principle of least privilege, like how we have seen in the second pillar. And also ensure that you educate your users on these. So regularly conduct training sessions and communicate your data governance policies clearly. Empowering your users is very crucial, so you need to educate them. So that is you can plan integrating Purview with the with Fabric environment. And I think that's all I have here. So thank you for listening to me, and I highly recommend exploring the Microsoft Fabric and Purview documentation, and your governance in Fabric environment will be really easy. So that's what I had for sharing.
Thank you so much, Indira. And please excuse me that it took me so long to get this sound issue fixed. It was very, very interesting. And I have to admit that I will watch this a couple of times, because the last couple of years, this governance security thingy maybe is one of my favorite issues or topics, not an issue, but topics for now. So thank you
Yes.
very much, Indira. It was a
Thank
pleasure.
you. Thank you, Matt Toms.
So then I guess we have a couple of minutes of time, because currently it doesn't look like that there are any questions so
Yeah.
far. So then we will wait for our another speaker, who will be Kevin Chant, talking about the current state of DevOps with Fabric. So then I will remove you from the stage, Indira,
Yes.
and hopefully you can enjoy. So where are you currently?
I'm in Auckland, New Zealand.
So this means it's almost
8 o'clock.
10 p.m., right?
8 p.m.
8 p.m. So this is early in the day. I didn't know why I considered it was 12 p.m. So once again, Indira, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Tom. Yeah.
Okay.
See you. Okay, bye.
Hello DataBash, I'm Arthur from the DatenWG core team, and we are a bunch of dedicated Power BI, Fabric and Copilot experts who are really enthusiastic about Microsoft Data Platform and all the community stuff. This is Hello DataBash, I'm Arthur from the DatenWG core team, and we are a bunch of dedicated Power BI, Fabric and Copilot experts who are really enthusiastic about Microsoft Data Platform and all the community stuff. This is B5, humbly we call us the Avengers of Power BI, and this is how we really look like if you want to see. Just feel free to contact us on anything about the Microsoft Data Platform, and have fun at DataBash. Hello DataBash, I'm Arthur from the DatenWG core team, and we are a bunch of dedicated Power BI, Fabric and Copilot experts who are really enthusiastic about Microsoft Data Platform and all the community stuff. This is B5, humbly we call us the Avengers of Power BI, and this is how we really look like if you want to see. Just feel free to contact us on anything about the Microsoft Data Platform, and have fun at DataBash.
Good morning, Kevin.
Good morning, Tom. How are you today?
I'm fine. And to be honest, I tracked you because it wasn't about having nice small talk. It was about testing your mic.
Well,
And
testing, 1, 2, 3. Does it work?
it works, but please, don't go away.
That's fine. I can see I'm live on the other screen. Hello, everybody. Yeah.
So
Now,
how's your day going so far?
good. I'm in a similar time zone to you, so nice early start for me today to double check everything before the session, including
Perfect.
my foot sound, apparently.
Pardon, what?
Including my mic. Nah. I was up early checking everything was working fine, etc. And
so, but what I see is I don't see that you're presenting a screen or whatever.
no, because I wasn't set up. So give me a moment. Just click on share screen. Now we want entire screen, and we want, hopefully you will see by the magic of StreamYard.
I do.
If you see it, I'm keeping an eye on the other screen to make sure that we see it on that screen as well eventually. It doesn't seem to be appearing on the live screen yet.
So this is because I'm a little bit older and sometimes it takes a little bit longer.
Right, there you go.
Here we are.
I included a nice graphic for the session as well. I really like this graphic. So full credit to whoever decided to use this one.
So I would love to say it was me, but it wasn't. So to be honest, it was Deepti who created this, and I love that.
Well, you have to give full credit.
So in a couple of seconds, I will say the stage is yours, but then please wait. So I will go away, and then please wait 3 seconds so that we have this 3 seconds for video editing later.
So when you disappear, I have to wait 3 seconds, yeah?
Yes, please, or 2 or 4. I will be not that strict.
A slight breaking moment in time. I understand.
Absolutely. So once again, thank you very much, Kevin, for taking the time. And it's one of my favorite topics, this Azure DevOps thingy. So it's not 10. I wait until my Mac tells me it's 10. Then I will vanish. Then you wait. It's 10. I will vanish. The stage is yours, Kevin. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Tom. Hello, everybody, and welcome to today's session, Microsoft Fabric and Azure DevOps, the story so far. So I'll go through quickly the agenda for today's session. So first of all, I'll quickly go through my bio. Then I'll do an introduction to Microsoft Fabric. Then I'll do an introduction to Azure DevOps. Then I will cover configuring Azure repos for Git integration. Then I'll talk about using Azure DevOps with Microsoft suggested CI/CD workflow options. Then finally, I will go through CI/CD for data warehouses and SQL database and Fabric. So a bit about myself before we get started. My name is Kevin Chant. I'm a lead technology advocate living in the Netherlands. However, as you can probably tell from the accent, I'm actually originally from the southwest of the UK. I've worked in IT for quite a few years now. And over that time, I've gained various certifications. And in addition to that, I'm a Microsoft Data Platform MVP, certified trainer, etc., etc. And you can find me online in a few different places. Now, I will quickly go through Microsoft Fabric. I do realize that some of you may have seen a very brief introduction to it earlier this morning, but go for it again. So this is my diagram representing the architecture of Microsoft Fabric with the current workloads. At the top are the 4 pillars which Microsoft Fabric's based on. So it's a comprehensive analytics platform. So basically everything is available going to one place. It's lake-centric and open because you can take advantage of the unified storage solution. It empowers every business user because you can use technologies that are familiar to you. And it's AI powered because there are multiple Copilot experiences in the product, as well as standalone Copilot experiences. And now, of course, you can also do things with data agents as well, both in and out of Fabric. So like I said, here's the current workloads in the diagram, and I'll quickly go through them all for you now. So it's Power BI, which is the same as before, only not because of a lot of innovations and optimizations like Direct Lake, etc. Then you have databases where you can find currently SQL database in Fabric and Cosmos DB, both in preview, that you can work with directly in Fabric itself. Then you have Data Factory, and this is the workload where you tend to orchestrate your data movement in Microsoft Fabric, typically either with data pipelines or data flows Gen 2. Then you have Industry Solutions, and this helps you essentially deploy a set of Fabric items together in a workspace based on various different industry templates. Those who are looking to create CSRD in the future may want to look at the sustainability data solutions capabilities. Then we have real-time intelligence, and this basically is where you can handle all your streaming data in a GUI-based manner in Fabric. And you can have data-driven alerts thanks to Activator. Then we have Data Engine, and this allows you to work with the Lakehouse paradigm essentially by using a very nice Lakehouse editor, and you can other items such as notebooks as well. And it's all backed by Spark Compute. Next, we have Data Science, and this is where your data scientists can collaborate and work together with both experiments and models in the same workspace, which I think is fantastic. And it also comes with some nice additions as well, like Data Wrangler, which is worth looking at. And then finally, we have Data Warehouse, and this allows you to use T-SQL to work with large amounts of data at scale. And as you can see at the bottom of the screen, as we look towards the bottom, we have OneLake, and that's the unified storage solution in Microsoft Fabric. In reality, that's a layer of abstraction over one or more Azure Data Lake storage accounts, but you don't have to worry about those. You can just store what you can in OneLake, obviously permissions pending, and use the OneLake catalog. And in addition to all of that, there are 2 other groups of services I tend to recommend if you're going to work with Microsoft Fabric in an enterprise environment. First one is Microsoft Purview for your compliance and governance requirements. And the second one is either Azure DevOps or GitHub for your CI/CD and automation requirements. Now, those of you who have more advanced AI requirements may also want to look to use either AI Foundry or Copilot Studio as well. So I will quickly go through a walkthrough of Microsoft Fabric now. So I'll click on the home here. I'll make this a bit bigger for you folks at home. This is Microsoft Fabric. When you first go into it, as you can see, it's deemed as a software as a service because just like with Power BI in the past, you go to one central website and all of this is available at your fingertips. I'm just going to close a couple of these off a minute. If I click on not workspaces, if I click on workloads, even, there are 2 distinct groupings of workloads here. When it loads, of course, because I'm doing a live demo, so it's going to be a bit slow. So in the workloads section, you will see at the top all the custom workloads that you can look to use in Fabric from the vendors, and towards the bottom, all the default workloads, which I covered earlier. Now, just like with Power BI, you can manage work. You work in workspaces, basically. In these workspaces, this is where you work with all your different types of Fabric items. I'll give you a very quick example now. So in one workspace alone, you can work with both Power BI reports, lakehouses, and notebooks all together. So that is a very quick and brief introduction on Microsoft Fabric for all of you. So now I want to talk about Azure DevOps. Now, Azure DevOps manages your application lifecycle management, all the way from creating your initial work item to actually doing the release. In reality, Azure DevOps is actually a collection of services. So, for example, you have Azure Boards to manage your work items, Azure Repos to manage your Git repositories, and Azure Pipelines to orchestrate your deployments, basically, in Microsoft Fabric. Now, one thing to be aware of, there are two main versions of Azure DevOps. There's Azure DevOps Services, which is the cloud-based version. And then there's Azure DevOps Server, which is a version that you can install on your own machines, whether they're on premises or somewhere in the cloud. One thing to be aware of, if you're looking to use Microsoft Fabric Git integration, it only currently supports Azure DevOps Services. And that's what we focus on in this session. Now, I want to share with you all some Azure Pipelines technology, because we will cover it in this session. And bear with me, because I just need to make sure I have the right thing to share with you all shortly here as well. So we have pipelines, and these are configurable processes to run tasks, and this can be run on multiple tasks, and it can do a lot of different things. For example, deploy updates to databases, or more in the context of this session, deploy items into Microsoft Fabric. Then you have variables, and these are predefined variables that you set for your pipelines, which are configured either in or out of your pipeline. My personal recommendation is that you actually configure your variables outside of the pipeline, either in variable groups or in Azure Keyful. Then we have parameters, and these are values that are entered when your pipeline starts. And then finally, there are agents. So when you run a pipeline in Azure DevOps, it doesn't actually do the work itself. It sends the work to one or more agents for them to do the job instead. Now, these agents can be either Microsoft hosted, or they can be self-hosted ones by yourselves. So I will quickly go through around Azure DevOps for you all now. So let's go back to the home page here in Azure DevOps so I can go through this. This is Azure DevOps when you first go into it. In the top left-hand corner, you have an icon, basically, and that represents the account you're logged into Azure DevOps as well as the tenant, because that can have a bearing on which organizations you have access to. Now, directly underneath there, you will see all of the organizations you have access to with your account in that particular tenant. Now, these organizations can be ones you've created yourself for testing purposes, or if you work for a company, it could be one that's created for your workplace, or if you work for a large enterprise, it could be a domain. Now, depending on your permissions, you may be able to change various settings at the organization level. I'm not going to go through all of these because obviously it's only a 60-minute session, but I will go through some of the points for you now very quickly, well, at least one point. If we go down to pipeline settings at the organization level, some time ago now, Microsoft introduced the ability to disable the creation of classic pipelines. In other words, the classic build pipeline and the release pipeline. These are the GUI-based pipelines you may have seen in the past. So if you're unable to use the GUI-based pipelines in the workspace, it could be because somebody's enabled these settings. I see this question online a lot, so I thought I'd better share it with you all here. And as you can see, there is an array of other settings here as well. Now, each organization has one or more projects. And if I click on a project, you will see all the default services I mentioned just now on the left-hand side. So for example, here is Azure Boards, where you manage your work items, Azure Repos, which is where you can visualize the Git repositories you have stored. And if I click on one here, as you can see, this is a visual representation of your Git repository. If you've worked with Git command lines in the past, you will recognize that some of the visualizations you can work with here are actually same as some of the Git commands you work with. Then we have Azure Pipelines, and this is where you can orchestrate your processes basically. And pipelines is where you can actually work with your classic build pipeline or YAML pipelines, which are basically fully schema-defined code. Or you can use releases. And I will actually go through both of these quickly for you now so you can understand the difference before we dive too deeply in. So I'm just going to select one of these examples here. So actually, what I will do first, I will start off with the classic build pipeline instead, because that will make things easier. So here is an example of the classic build pipeline. So in other words, a GUI-based way to build what they call an artifact. In this particular case, we're building a DATPack file. I'll cover this in more detail later. But as you can see, this is GUI-based. This was the original way to do all builds in Azure DevOps some time ago, but now you can work with what's known as YAML pipelines, which I'll show in a minute. So the idea was you would do your build here, and then you could do a deployment using what is known as a release, which again is all fully GUI-based, as you can see here. The alternative is that you can use a YAML pipeline, which is a well-defined schema. And let me see if I can find one for you here. Is this the YAML one? Nope, this is back to the classic build one because I changed it. So here's a good example. So this is basically, I'm not going to dive into this too much because we'll see this one later. But as you can see, a YAML pipeline is all code-based. Anyway, we also have here Azure Test Plans, where you can manage your test plans centrally in Azure DevOps without having to use spreadsheets, and Azure Artifacts. At the top, you can extend the functionality in Azure DevOps by clicking on the shopping bag icon and using the marketplace. And there's a whole array of extensions you can use there. If you have the right permissions, you can change various settings at the project level. In reality, in the workplace, this is probably the one you have the most influence over. So as you can see, again, you get access to a fair amount of settings here. You get some project-related settings like how the teams are configured, how they work basically with Azure Boards, and also some pipeline-related settings which are focused for the project itself. Now, one thing I will highlight here is about service connections, because when you work in your team's project or a project in Azure DevOps, you would manage the connections at the project level because you wouldn't want everybody in the organization to access all your service connections. In other words, for example, things like your resource groups in Azure. Now, if you are going to work with service connections, make sure you give them nice user-friendly names. Otherwise, you can end up inadvertently exposing things like your service subscription IDs. So that is a brief introduction to Azure DevOps for all of you. So now I want to shift a bit and talk about Microsoft Fabric Git integration. Now, Microsoft Fabric Git integration allows supported items in a workspace to have metadata synchronized with a Git repository. So basically metadata for various Fabric items like Power BI reports, etc. To be more precise, a workspace synchronizes with a branch in the Git repository. So not the whole repository itself, just one particular branch. Now, Git integration supports cloud-based versions of both Azure DevOps and GitHub. It requires Fabric or Power BI premium capacity, and yes, that does include F2. And items are supported at various levels. So, for example, if you create a Power BI report, behind the scenes, it will create a Power BI desktop project. However, if you create a Lakehouse, it will actually create the container reference with the Lakehouse name in there, and also details about any shortcuts, but it will not add details like your Delta tables in there, etc. Now, here's an example of supported items. As you can see, it's quite a verbose list, and there are a couple more expected by the end of this month as well, including potentially data agents for those who are working with those at the moment. But as you can see, this is quite a detailed amount of items already. So when you look to configure Git integration with Azure DevOps, it actually utilizes your Entra ID authentication. So basically it uses pass-through. The user requires access to both the workspace in question and the repository. The Entra user needs to be on the same tenant. However, the Azure DevOps organization does not. So it can be, depending on the policies that are in place in the tenant and Azure DevOps, you can have an Azure DevOps organization and another tenant effectively. Now, when you're using Microsoft Fabric Git integration, I want to make it clear, any items that are unsupported by Git integration can still be deployed to that workspace. It just means that you won't be able to store it in the Git repository. It won't be synchronized to other workspaces, etc. Now, some security considerations I want to highlight here. Keep your organization, your Azure DevOps organization, and your repository in the relevant region if possible. Keep your Azure DevOps organization private. Avoid exposing sensitive details in repos and pipelines. Back to my point earlier about not using variables directly in your pipelines. Also make sure they're kept secure as well. And also consider using GitHub Advanced Security for Azure DevOps. Now, this is quite good because it means that it can detect things like access keys for Azure Data Lake storage accounts if someone's inadvertently left them in notebooks and they go to synchronize it with a Git repository, etc. However, it does come at a cost, so make sure you read the small print if you intend to use it. Now, I will quickly go through a Git integration demo with you all. So here in Microsoft Fabric, I have a blank workspace that I've imaginatively called blank workspace. And what I can do, and you don't need to screen, I'm using Zoomit. If I click on the top right-hand corner and then select Git integration, I get asked to enter my details, select Azure DevOps or GitHub effectively. So I can click Azure DevOps and then click on Connect. And then I can go through this intuitive drop-down list, select my Azure DevOps organization, project, Git repository, branch, etc. Now, I've actually already done this. And I can actually show you here how it looks. And by the way, for those of you who haven't been in Fabric for the last week or so, this is the new way that separate workspaces are now shown in Azure DevOps. As you can see, nice different color coordinated methods. If I click on one of these workspaces, I can see all my items here, etc. So just for the benefit of those who've yet to see this. Anyway, if I click on workspace settings in this particular workspace and click on Git integration, you can see I'm actually connected to a repository here. In addition to that, I have a Git status up here. And I have just noticed on here, I need to set, I will actually select a different workspace a minute because I need to, the settings I changed earlier before the session didn't quite come through, but there you go. So if we click here on Git integration, like I showed, it's connected to a repository feature branch, etc. You'll see I've got the Git status here set to be synchronized. If I click on source control, you can see I've got various items here. I just want to give an explanation. So basically, changes are any changes that you make to the workspace that you want reflected to your Git repository, and updates are the other way around. It's updates that you've made to your Git repository that you want reflected elsewhere. So if I click, actually, if I go back to source control, I can also show you very quickly, you have a little branch icon in the right-hand side. This will allow you to use branch out to new workspace functionality. So what you do here, you can put in the name of a new branch for your Git repository, put in the name for a new workspace, or select an existing workspace. What that will do, if you use a new workspace, it will create a new workspace and a new branch in your Git repository. And then what will happen is that it will then synchronize all the supported items over into the new workspace for you. And the metadata will be synchronized into your new branch. Now, one key point I want to highlight here, it won't do this magically for any unsupported items at this moment in time. So that is a quick introduction to Git integration. So I will put a link for this into my chat here so that my expert moderator can share this with all of you. Now, some time ago, Microsoft released an article with some suggested CI/CD workflow methods inside it. So here I provide guidance on how Azure DevOps fits with those suggested CI/CD workloads. Now, the first thing I want to highlight is about Microsoft's recommended development process. Now, before I continue, I'm just going to put the link in about those workflow options for you all so you can have a look. Preferably look after my session, if that's okay. So Microsoft's recommended development process, and we've gone too far there, is that you work in a feature workspace or with a feature branch. So either in a feature workspace in Fabric that's using a feature branch, or you're working locally with a feature branch. You make your changes, you update, you commit your change to your feature branch. And I help with some terminology. A commit is a hard change to your branch, basically. And then from there, you merge that update with your next branch in your chain, whether that's main, dev, etc., etc. Now, as some of you may have seen just now, I actually suggest you take this one step further and start looking to use unit tests. So as you can see in this particular diagram, make your change, as I mentioned just now, and then actually my clicker will start behaving itself for you all here. Once you've made the change to your branch and you go to merge it, have a pipeline run in Azure DevOps, which will actually do unit testing against the metadata of the items you got stored. So for example, you can use Tabular Editor to actually do tests against the metadata for your semantic model, and what's currently known as PBI Inspector to do tests against your Power BI reports. Now, I will put some links in the chat relating to PBI Inspector and Fabric Inspector, as it's been more known as. Now, it doesn't have to be just Power BI reports that you test. in your pipeline as well. You can test things like data pipelines as well. And you can actually do this using something called the Data Factory Testing Framework, which, by the way, also works with Azure Data Factory and Synapse pipelines as well. So now I will cover, that's the recommended development process, I will cover the 4 recommended release options by Microsoft for you. So the first one is Git-based deployments. And essentially, to do this, you would, for example, have a Git repository connected to a dev branch. And then from there, do every time you update your development branch, which is linked to a development workspace, you would then do a merge request to a test branch, which is connected to a test workspace, etc., etc. So basically, nothing overly complex, just doing merge requests between your different branches which are connected by Git integration. And you do this, as I mentioned just now, by having workspaces connected to different branches. This is a diagram to help you visualize how that will work. So basically what you can do, update your feature branch, and then do your pull request to merge to the next branch, which is connected to another workspace. Then we have release option 2, and this is Git-based deployments using a build pipeline. And basically, this option suggests that you deploy the different workspaces using Azure pipelines instead. So instead of your workspaces being connected to different branches, you just have one development workspace, if you will, or a workspace connected to a branch in the Git repository. And then from there, the deployments are done based on the contents of that branch using Azure pipelines through various different methods. Now, Microsoft's recommendation is that each workflow contains a build and release process. So a build for unit tests and a release to perform updates. Now, as I mentioned earlier, try and do your testing as soon as possible using the recommended development process. I would suggest doing your integration tests there and then doing the deployments afterwards. Now, this is actually needs to be updated slightly. So it says here that various only APIs for Power BI supported. That's not the case anymore. Actually, most of the items are now supported. So I just want to make sure that everybody is aware of that. So here's a diagram of how it effectively works. So as I mentioned, use the same development process as before to update your feature branch. This could be, of course, this is development branch. Do a pull request to update your main or development branch. And then deploy with Azure DevOps pipelines to one or more workspaces. So I have some recommendations relating to this. Consider using YAML pipelines. So basically, YAML pipelines are deemed to be more secure and more portable when you're working in Azure DevOps, because when you work with a YAML pipeline, the YAML file itself actually gets stored in your Git repository, which means if you use a repository elsewhere, you can, for example, or another repository in Azure DevOps, you can quickly connect it back up to your pipeline. And you cannot do a pull request on a classic pipeline, but you can do a pull request on your YAML pipelines. As I mentioned earlier, avoid sensitive values in your pipeline. So don't store things like connection strings, etc., directly in your pipeline. Store them in either a variable group or Azure Key Vault, which is the preferred option. Now, what you can also do is link a variable group directly to an Azure Key Vault, and then from there, select the secrets in your Azure Key Vault that you want to be used as variables. Then in your pipeline, you just specify those secrets as the actual variables by just their variable name. I recommend implementing an approval process for production workloads if required. This tends to be a fairly common request. And also, and one which will probably interest a fair few of you, I suggest looking at tooling as a layer of abstraction, because you can do this fully just by calling the APIs in your pipelines. However, as you can probably realize, that can be quite complex, a large amount of code, etc., etc. But what you can do is use a tooling as a layer of abstraction instead, which means that you basically work with less code, etc. So you could look to use PowerShell modules, or you can look to use a more recent Fabric CI/CD Python library, which is actually quite good. Or the Fabric command line interface, which means you can actually use some other Fabric CLI commands as well. Now, the third option is to deploy using Microsoft Fabric deployment pipelines. So the idea is that you do, like I showed in the recommended development process earlier, do that to a development branch, actually have that branch connected to a workspace that represents your development stage in a Fabric deployment pipeline. And then from there, orchestrate to your other stages in your Microsoft Fabric deployment pipeline directly in Fabric. However, just be aware that alternatively, you can do the orchestration with existing pipeline stages in Azure DevOps as well. So just to help you visualize this, this is on the left, the recommended development process I mentioned earlier. And then on the right is orchestrated fully within Microsoft Fabric itself in the deployment pipeline. Alternatively, you can orchestrate deploying to those stages with Azure pipelines. One advantage of doing that at this moment in time is that it allows you to use an approval process. Another advantage of doing it with Azure DevOps is that it allows you to perform data ops. So for example, here, as you can see, do updates to your different stages effectively in your deployment pipeline by using Azure DevOps instead. And then you can call a notebook directly in Azure pipelines. You can use the Run on Demand API, for example, to run a notebook after a stage has updated a workspace and then populate a lakehouse. So this is effectively how you can perform data ops if you have existing Microsoft Fabric deployment pipeline stages. Now, release option 4 is for multiple customers, solutions, tenants, etc. It is very similar to option 2. The dev and the test stages are managed in the same Fabric tenant, so effectively in your tenant. And then the deployment to the production stages, in other words, to your workspaces for your customers, solutions, customers, etc., are done using Azure pipelines. And here's a diagram to help you see how this looks. So as you can see here, everything in the blue square is in your own Fabric tenant. So basically do your development and testing locally, and then use Azure pipelines to orchestrate the deployment to one or more workspaces in other tenants. So now I have some demos for you all, as you can see here. And before I do that, I'm just going to very quickly and kind of seamlessly resolve that glitch that I showed came up just now with the other workspace. So bear with me, folks. So as you can see, we're going to first of all go through multiple workspaces with Git integration. Then I'll quickly cover deployment pipelines. Then I will go about showing how to deploy with Azure pipelines instead. And then I'll show you finally how to deploy to another tenant. So let's go into Azure DevOps. And I will show you how to do this. So first of all, I'm going to show you how to synchronize to one or more workspaces. And I'm going to show you all of the process based on how you're working initially with a Power BI report locally. So I'm in Power BI desktop at the moment. It's been configured. So if I click on options and settings, and then click on options. I'll quickly show you this. So basically, if you go into options and Power BI desktop, if you are using it locally, and you select preview features, you can see here I've got Power BI project save enable, which allows me to save locally as a Power BI project. Or to be more precise, this particular Power BI project has got some additional folders in there at the moment because of the fact that the workspace is populated with other items. So what I'm going to quickly do here, I'm just going to rename a page. No need to squint it in and see it. I'm just basically making a small change here, saving that change. And because it's saved in a folder that's actually configured as a local Git repository, I can go to source control and commit my change locally. So I'm just committing a change locally here. And then once that's done, because I've got what's called a remote configured, in other words, this local Git repository synchronized with one Azure DevOps, it's inviting me to sync the changes. So when I go back into my repository, version of the repository stored now in Azure DevOps, and I click on refresh, you will see that in Azure DevOps now that change has been synchronized. It's not been changed in my workspace yet. So what I need to do, if I select my feature workspace, because I updated the feature branch, you can see it's recognized the change. So I'm just going to say update here, and that updates the change in both my feature branch and my feature workspace. But it's not updated it in my development branch yet. So what I need to do in Azure DevOps, and this would apply to going from as well dev to test, etc. I'm going to raise what's known as a pull request. And I'm going to say, I want to go from my feature branch to my development branch. It recognizes the single commit that's been done. And I'm just going to click on create. Now you'll notice here that I'm going from my feature branch to my dev branch, and a pipeline appears to be running. This is how I'm doing continuous integration between my feature workspace and my development workspace, in other words, my feature branch, my dev branch. Because if I go to branches and I select my dev branch, and we scroll down to branch policies, you will see I've got a branch policy configured, so that every time, what I'm saying here is every time that someone attempts to do a pull request from a branch to my dev branch, run a pipeline in Azure pipelines. So if we go to pipelines here, you can see it's just completed. This was actually the pipeline that was running. Because it only had some warnings, it's completed okay. If I go to my pull request now, it's reflected here that the pipeline completed okay without any serious errors. So I can just approve, complete the change. And as you can see by the nice diagram, that will merge the update from my feature branch to my dev branch. Because my dev workspace is connected to my dev branch, you can go back to my development workspace now. And as you can see, it recognizes there's change. So I'm just going to update all here. And that is how you can actually do a merge from one branch to another. Now, you can do the same here as what I showed you from dev to test. And you don't need to do this continuous integration test like I showed you just now. But this is essentially how you can do it. You can also do it by calling the Git APIs as well. So next, I want to show you the deployment pipelines directly in Fabric. So as I showed you just now, you went from feature to the dev branch. So what you can do from there is, this is the same workspace I just updated with the pull request. And then from there, I can update the, overclicked a bit too much there. So what I can do is update the other stages of my deployment pipeline just natively in Fabric if I want to. Those who haven't seen deployment pipelines for a while may have noticed the GUI's had a bit of a revamp and the usability is slightly different now. So you have to select the actual stage and then you can choose all or either none of the items. You can still use things like deployment rules, etc. as well. So I'll click on here, for example. You can still put in various deployment rules, etc. As I mentioned just now as well, you can also still orchestrate existing deployment pipeline stages in Azure DevOps. And I can show you this here. So I actually have a release pipeline. So all I'm doing is using the development branch as an artifact. And then I've got stages in my release pipeline that will actually update the different stages in my Fabric deployment pipeline. So here I'm just connecting up with a service principal and then running a single PowerShell script that I have in my repository that will do the orchestration. Now I'll quickly show you this script. It is basically a slightly modified version of what you can get from the Microsoft site. Well, Microsoft documentation. I've just slightly modified it so you can pass parameters for you, so you can just use the same script again and again. Now I will go through very quickly. So now I'll quickly show you how to do the deployments of Azure pipelines. So I show this particular demo doing it with Fabric CI/CD because Fabric CI/CD is a nice layer of abstraction. So I have a different workspace to highlight this. So I have a workspace here, which is connected to a Git repository for Git integration. And this particular pipeline basically points to the branch that's set up for that workspace. And again, I've just got two stages here to manage the orchestration. To work with Fabric CI/CD, and I will open up the relevant workspace here, repository. So here in the workspace folder is the artifacts that I may or may not want deployed to multiple workspaces. And I have a config file down here, which allows me to reuse the same Python script. So all I do here, once I've prepared a special Python script for deploying items like the one you see here, you can find an example of this on Fabric CI/CD website. I'm on the agent specifying which version of Python to use because you need to use between versions 3.9 and 3.12. I'm installing the Fabric CI/CD library. And then authenticating as a service principal. In this case, you can also do this as a service connection if you so wish. And then I'm running that script with certain parameters. Now, what I will actually very quickly do here in the chat is put in the links for Fabric CI/CD and CLI Fuel. And also because I actually have another example I can show you shortly. Now, this is how you do it with a release pipeline. You can also do it with a YAML pipeline as well. So this particular one, I won't go too much in detail, but this is basically the YAML version of the GUI-based pipeline I just showed you. So again, if I scroll down, you can see I'm just specifying the version of Python again, installing Fabric CI/CD, authenticating as a service principal, and then doing a deployment. Now, I actually have a version available on GitHub of this particular YAML pipeline. What you can also do as well is actually, instead of using solidly variables, you can look to use parameters instead. So if we edit here, this is a very similar YAML pipeline to what I just showed you just now, but the main difference is I'm specifying parameters. And in this particular case, I'm specifying parameters which will allow you to deploy to another tenant. So as you can see at the top here, I have parameters, and if I scroll down, the main difference here is that I specify parameters instead of variables. And if I click to run here, you can see that I just enter the parameters to run. Now, to give you a real world example of this, of where this may need to be applied, you may want to deploy the popular Fuon monitoring solution to one or more workspaces in one or more tenants. So what you can do is create a whole array of parameters like you can see here. And then you can use a combination of PowerShell, Fabric CLI, and Fabric CI/CD to do the first 4 deployment stages of Fuon to a Fabric workspace in another tenant. So if I click on run, for example, this gives me all of the parameters I need to enter. And then when I click on run, it will do the first 4 stages of the official Fuon deployment guide to a new workspace for you in the tenant of your choice. Now, again, I actually have a GitHub repo with this in detail and an accompanying blog post as well. So I will just share that very quickly with you all here. So this is how you can deploy to other tenants as well. Of course, you could use variables, but if you use parameters instead, you can then in real time specify the tenants you want deployed to. So I will very quickly check to see if there's any questions relating to any of the stuff I've covered here, because I do appreciate that there is a lot to cover in this particular session. If not, I will cover CI/CD methods. Oh, hello, Tom.
Sorry for entering. No questions so far.
That's good. So there you go, everybody. So finally, I want to finish off by talking about CI/CD methods for data warehouses and SQL databases in Fabric. So you can connect to, when you're working with data warehouses or SQL database in Fabric, you can connect to either of those with a connection string. And because you can do the connection to the endpoints through connection strings, it means that you can do state-based deployments to both of these item types with database projects. And in case you don't realize, if you create a data warehouse or SQL database in Fabric in a workspace configured with Git integration, what it does behind the scenes is create these database projects. So as I said, it does support database projects in a number of places. Auto create, for example, with Git integration, you can still connect up to a SQL database in Fabric or a data warehouse and extract to a database project as well in the tooling of your choice. These days, I have to recommend doing it with SSMS or Visual Studio Code because Azure Data Studio will be deprecated next year. And because you can work with database projects, it means that CI/CD can be performed with Azure pipelines. Now, you may be asking yourself, why use an alternative CI/CD method to deploy to SQL database and Fabric or data warehouses? Well, it could be that your Git integration or deployment pipelines are not implemented in that particular workspace. It could be, and this is a more popular one, that you've got multiple items in the same workspace. So, for example, you could have multiple SQL databases in Fabric in the same workspace, and you want to keep certain elements synchronized. Or it could be that you're deploying from another tenant and you want to deploy specifically on those particular items. Or you just may want to keep the schema updates in those items isolated from everything else. So here's a diagram to help you visualize how you can potentially do CI/CD for data warehouses. So as you can see, you can update a database project locally, for example, commit the update to Git repository. That will in turn automatically create a new DAT pack, which can be deployed to a data warehouse. Now in this diagram, I showed two different ways you can do it for SQL databases and Fabric. In reality, you can do this for data warehouses as well. So here, as you can see, first method is that you can extract the schema into a database project and then create the DAT pack, same as I showed you just now. But what you can actually do is do a direct extraction as well of the schema into a DAT pack file, and then deploy that DAT pack into your destination database. So I will do a demo for you now. And what I actually do as well is a bit of an extra. I'll show you how it all looks in Azure in Visual Studio Code. So in Visual Studio Code, I've got some extensions installed, including SQL Server extensions. So here I can connect up. And this is actually, if we go over to here, go to my workspaces, and I can show you here. I actually have SQL database and Fabric set up here, and I'm actually connected to the same database in Visual Studio Code, as you can see here, because I've got the database projects extension installed, and I've got the MS SQL extension installed as well. So this view is basically possible because of the database projects extension. The reason I'm highlighting here about the MS SQL extension is because if you install this extension as well, and you configure GitHub Copilot, you can actually use some AI if you so wish. So as you can see here, I've already asked in the past what tables are in the database. And it's telling me I'm not connected to any database because for some reason I'm doing the live demo and it's decided not to work on this time. But basically, cut a long story short, if you are connected up to one and you've got everything configured, MS SQL and GitHub Copilot, etc. I'm going to go to agent mode here. I'm going to add context. I'll skip this demo for now because it needs connecting to it. But basically, to cut a long story short, if you have them all working in unison, you can actually start working with AI in Visual Studio Code. You can use natural language prompts to connect up and ask questions, etc. The reason I got a little bit lost here is because a while back I actually recreated my SQL databases, but it is possible. I've used it myself and I can assure you it works fine. And of course, you can actually use it directly in Fabric as well if you're using a Copilot capacity now. Anyway, so I have the SQL database project installed. And then what I can actually do, and I've got a couple of pipelines here, I will show you very quickly. So here, in fact, I'll use show you how to do the build version first, of course, that makes more sense. So if I click on edit here, I'm using a classic build pipeline to show you how this works. So I can build a DAT pack based on the contents of the database project. So here, I've got a Git repository that stores the database in there. So this is my database project in Azure DevOps. So I'm just pointing to that database project and creating a DAT pack and then publishing it directly into Azure DevOps. I can also create the DAT pack by extracting the schema as well. So as you can see, I can install the latest version of SQL package, extract the schema instead into a DAT pack and then publish it. And whichever way I decide to create that DAT pack, I can then look to deploy it, like you can see here. So basically using the source to be the extracted DAT pack file. And then I've got two stages, which basically downloads and then deploys the DAT pack to another SQL database in Fabric. Now, I actually do have a couple of Git repositories to help with this as well, folks. One thing I will finish off with before I summarize, because I went through some of this a bit quick as well. There is a place that you can actually find some Git repositories to help with your CI/CD journey. There is a site called the Fabric Essentials listing, which is quite helpful because it has a lot of essential GitHub repositories that are available for you to use, either provided by members of the community and some provided by Microsoft. So for example, here, if I look at all the community ones, there's a whole list of recommended GitHub repositories you can look to use, including the FabOps Toolkit, Fabric CLI, Power BI, CI/CD example, etc., etc. If I look at the Microsoft offerings here, it includes the Data Factory testing framework I mentioned earlier, and the Fabric Toolbox as well, which has a whole list of other guides, repositories, etc., recommended by the Microsoft Fabric Cat team. So, on that note, just to summarize, Azure DevOps caters for Fabric CI/CD requirements in various different ways. For the best coverage of items to work with deployments, implement Microsoft Fabric Git integration. There are various release options available for multiple needs, as I've covered in this session, ranging from just doing a merge of the updates of one Git branch to another, to doing full-blown deployments using Azure pipelines in different ways. You can use Fabric CI/CD like I showed you just now and have that nice level of abstraction, etc. And of course, traditional SQL CI/CD methods are still an option. So with that being said, are there any questions from anybody? And I will go over to the chat myself to have a look as well. Whilst I'm answering any potential questions, I will put my socials up again for everybody.
Not for now. And I also just add the last link to the general chat. This was a great session, Kevin. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, Tom. It's obviously a very detailed and info session, and that's why I share so many links with people as well. So everybody who watches can go off and have the resources they need immediately to get started their CI/CD journey.
So, but I have to admit that maybe we need some kind of pre-day. So, but Kev, I have to remove you because Bas is already waiting. And so, Kev, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I remove you from the screen. Bas, if you unmute, say something.
Good morning. Test 1, 2, 3. Are we live?
Share your screen. I will immediately vanish so that you can take over. And when I vanish, please wait 3 to 5 seconds. This makes video editing a little bit later so that we can separate the stream. So I add your slides, and I now will be vanished. Stage is yours. And Bas, thank you so much for sharing your knowledge. Bas, for whatever reason, out of a sudden, I just heard you, but now I do not hear you.
Test 1, 2, 3. Are we there
Test
now?
1, test 3. Now it's back.
Now it's working? This is odd.
Hopefully it will stay that way.
Let's hope so. Yes, indeed.
So I
All right,
will.
that's a bit strange then. Okay,
So then I will go, and once again, stage is yours.
thank you so much. All right, and good morning again, everybody. My microphone wasn't working before. It seems to be working right now. At least I see that my audio interface is now blinking with a green light, so that should be all right. Welcome to my Delta Lake optimization session on how to use partitioning and clustering best practices in order to make your Delta tables in Microsoft Fabric a bit faster. All right, so a quick introduction about myself, and then we dive right into the topic because I have a lot to talk about and not a lot of time. So my name is Bas Land. That's perhaps a difficult name to speak in English. I'm Dutch. I'm from the Netherlands, and I've been a data consultant since 2013. So it's been quite a journey, and I've done all kinds of different Microsoft technologies, namely Power Pivot, then SQL Server data warehousing. Then we did Power BI when that came about in 2015. I've done some Azure SQL, Data Factory, Fabric, and the like. So I've been a consultant for the past 12 years in Microsoft technologies, but I've seen quite a few of these Microsoft technologies that have been around. And I'm focusing with my company 100% on Fabric at this moment, which is quite interesting because we get a lot of nice goodies with Fabric that we didn't have before in older technologies. However, there's also some things that we might need to be aware of, right? So there's always these baby steps that are being taken and things that might not work as brilliantly as they should work. So that keeps life entertaining. I've been a data platform MVP since this year, so that's fairly fresh, and that is a nice gesture that Microsoft gives out to people like me that share knowledge in sessions like these, in blogs, in YouTube, and so on. Next to my work, I've been quite sporty. I like to move myself instead of sitting behind a laptop all day. So I do Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. I'm a purple belt. I like to wrestle around with other grown-ups. I do some weightlifting and running, and I'm also married to my wife, and we have a lovely son called Oliver. Here he is. So that's quite amazing. You can connect with me through thatfabricguy.com, through LinkedIn, and through my YouTube. Maybe if you want, I mean, the slides will be shared, but if you want, you could scan one of the QR codes and find my socials. And afterwards, if you type my name on LinkedIn, then you will find all the links as well. The code samples will be shared to my GitHub account as well. I do have a bit of a backlog there. There's quite a few conferences that I've done over the past couple of weeks, and I'm behind in uploading all the slides and code samples. But bear with me. Somewhere in the near future, I will put the slides and the notebook that I use into My apologies. I will put the slides and the notebooks that I use in this session in my public GitHub as well. It's just my name, Bas Land /presentations. You should be able to find that. And then a little teaser for what we are going to see today. We are going to optimize the Delta table, and we will be filtering, we will be using a sample query that we will filter a large data set, a 300 million line data set or something like that, to a single date or to a date range. You will find that we have a more than a minute run rate in an unoptimized Delta table, which is quite a long time to find an answer to the query you're looking for. But with partitioning and clustering, you will see that there is a 10 to 20 time increase in query performance. So this is a little teaser. And to be fair, I've done this demo last week as well in Data Scotland, and there I found that it was not 67 seconds, but rather 127 seconds. So it's almost double. I don't know why, but the unoptimized table was fairly slow. So why do we do this talk? As you might know, that Delta tables will power your Fabric data platform, and it will power everything, right? It is not just your Fabric Lakehouse, it is also the tables in your Fabric warehouses that are powered by Delta. And Delta tables are quite cool, but they can also be quite sluggish if you do not optimize them. If you have a fairly small data platform with just a couple of thousands of lines, it doesn't really matter. There's more than enough compute power to do even the most unoptimized queries that you can think of. But as soon as your data volumes start to grow, you start getting more and more fragmented data, your queries will be slow and expensive. That will be very frustrating for you, but also for your users, because it's not just a data engineer that is running queries to Delta tables. It is also your Power BI end users. Can you imagine your CFO looking at a report and clicking and then waiting for a couple of minutes to see the answer? That is not really cool. With Power BI and Fabric, you will more and more often see direct link, meaning that Power BI will have a live connection to your Delta tables, and then again the performance performance decrease will impact your end users as well. So that's a very bad thing. As a modern data engineer, we have to think about physical data storage again. And when it started in 2013, we were building data warehouses with SQL Server on on-premises hardware. We would provide service to customers, install Windows Server, install SQL Server. We would have multiple disks in that machine, and then we put the staging area, the staging database on one disk, and then the data warehouse database on another disk. And we were thinking about that physical storage separation of two databases in order to be able to increase the I/O operations that we could do. We could then at the same time read from one database and write to the other database, because it was a separate a separate disk that you could read from and write to. All right. And then we got Azure SQL Database and other cloud technology, and suddenly there was no disks anymore that you needed to manage. It was all platform as a service, right? You did not need to think about physical data storage as much anymore. But then we got Delta, and for the folks that are working with Databricks or Azure Synapse Analytics, they have been working with Delta for quite a while. If you're just joining in with the Fabric crowd, then maybe Delta is a little bit newer. But now we have to think about physical data storage again, because a Delta table is a bunch of files on disk, and the way that you organize those files inside your Delta table, that will drive a lot of the performance. So we have to think physical again. And then again, Delta Lake in Fabric gives us a lot of powerful tools, but also a lot of complexity. So we need to carefully navigate that complexity and the tools that we get in order to optimize the results that we're trying to see. So what we will be learning today, we'll be learning today about partitioning. That is how you can prune partitions for free, basically. That means that if you do a proper partitioning strategy, you will not need to load all of the data in memory every time you run a query, but rather you can throw away maybe 95% of the data and then only zoom in and actually compute or use compute power on the data that you actually need. We will also be learning about liquid clustering, which is a continuous optimization technology that is happening on write. You need to define it once while creating the table. But then the optimization itself is happening on the go as you start writing data into the table, which is quite amazing. And it works a little bit different than partitioning, but the result is the same. Your queries will be a little bit faster. I will do some live benchmarks on the partitioned versus clustered versus unoptimized tables. And at the end, we will look at file compaction and vacuuming, which is how you can manage this, what we call the small files beast. Over time, if you start updating and inserting data into Delta tables very often, you might end up with lots and lots of small files. We have a demo prepared to show you the differences between a lot of small files versus fewer but larger files inside of a Delta table, and the different performance implications that those have. And then, of course, throughout the demo and throughout the session, I'll be sharing best practices, when to use partitioning, when to use liquid clustering, when to not care about optimization at all, because also optimization will cost you in time, in money, in resources. So sometimes it's better to just not optimize. First, before we go into the demo, let's take a quick look at the Delta Lake anatomy. What is a Delta table built of? So a Delta table is it is not a table, all right? It's a folder. And the thing is that where your data lake is basically a big hard drive in the cloud, right? It's just nothing more than a piece of storage that you can put data on. The Delta table itself is a folder containing separate files. And there's two types of files that we have inside of a Delta table. It is a Delta log that you can see here on in my brilliant drawing on the left side in yellow. And it is one or more than one Parquet files, at least one, but it can be many Parquet files that are in there. Okay, so we have the Delta log that contains the transaction log. Maybe like we have a transaction log in SQL Server as well, you would have a Delta transaction log per Delta table. And then you would have your actual data storage, which is one or many Parquet files. So Delta is the combination of Parquet as a storage layer and then the transaction log. And there it is on the slides. And then you would have the option to store data in files on a data lake, but you can then execute ACID transactions on those files. You can imagine that if you have a Parquet file or a CSV or a JSON file on a disk somewhere, it would be very difficult to write an update statement or a delete statement or an insert statement, right? It would be very difficult to run transactions on data inside that file. So rather what you would do in a Delta table, and Delta handles that for you automatically, you don't need to do anything basically, if you insert one record into an existing Delta table, you will not be inserting that record in the existing Parquet file. You will be creating a new Parquet file with your new record, and then the Delta log will reflect an additional transaction that mentions that you inserted a record into your table, and it will point to the appropriate Parquet file, so that when you start querying your data, the Delta log will know in what files to look. Now, as transactions, you will get atomic, consistent, isolated, and durable transactions, which basically means that while transacting, inserting, updating, deleting from your tables, the data integrity is maintained. So how does a query against a Delta table work? You have your Delta table, and that is basically a bunch of files that you want to query as if they are a single table. So the query execution happens as follows. The SQL or Spark query that you run in your notebook or Spark job or whatever is submitted to the cluster. The Delta logs then being read for the latest snapshot of the data. All right. Min and max statistics on files are being used to prune files. Okay, it can happen that some of the files are out of date and they don't need to be read again. And this is actually something that we're going to look at with liquid clustering as well, where there is statistics on the actual contents of the files so that the engine can select which files to read, which files to ignore. And then the relevant Parquet files that are scanned, they are loaded into memory. Only the relevant columns are loaded into memory. That's a big benefit of using Parquet as a columnar data storage over something like CSV, which is row-based storage. And then the result set is being prepared by the workers in your cluster and then being presented. And it can be to a client application such as Power BI, or to a data frame in your notebook, or to whatever downstream usage of your data set there is. All right. So the Delta log and the Delta Parquet tables are really important in how they work together. Now, what are we optimizing for? As you see, we have many Parquet files, or potentially many Parquet files in our Delta table. And what we are optimizing for is we want fewer files to be scanned. We want file size to be on the smaller size, not necessarily very, very small, but we don't want the gigabyte order of magnitude file sizes. And why do we want fewer files and smaller file sizes? That's easy. It's less I/O and faster read, right? If you have many files that you need to scan, there's a lot of overhead in opening all those files, right? And if you have very large files, they might not fit into the memory of your Spark server. So there will be issues. Now, if you pay attention, you will see that fewer files to be scanned and smaller file sizes actually contradict each other. If I have a billion rows in a Delta table, I cannot have both very few files and very small files. That doesn't work, right? The smaller my files, the more files I need, and the larger the files I have, the less files I need, basically. So when we're optimizing for performance, we need to think about where that balances out. We also need a better file layout. Okay, because we might be able to skip columns. We don't need to read row by row every column that we find. We might only need to read 2 or 3 columns when running a query. And then we want a lower shuffle volume, and that helps us create more efficient joins and aggregations. And shuffle volume basically describes how the data is physically sorted inside the files. And if we have data sets or rows of data that are similar, if they are close together, then your joins and aggregations and filters and so on will be that much more efficient. So those are the things we are trying to optimize for. Now, there's some Fabric-specific enhancements that we get for free. One is fee ordering, and actually, this is now not for free anymore. I just read an article by Microsoft that fee ordering is not enabled by default anymore in Fabric Delta tables. But fee ordering is basically the 30-pack friendly layout that you will get that your DAX engine in Power BI can utilize. So if you're using Direct Lake, please enable fee ordering on your Delta tables. It used to be automatically enabled. It is not anymore for any new tables that you create. So keep that in mind. Fee ordering needs to be enabled if you want to use Power BI Direct Lake. Okay, but at least if you enable this session, it is this setting. It is a from there, it's a free enhancement that you get to the performance, and it has to do with the ordering of data in the files. Direct Lake will speed up your the Power BI end of your data platform. You don't need to be importing all of your data anymore. Do we use Direct Lake everywhere and always? No, it is usually it depends. However, Direct Lake is really cool because it will help you to load live data from your data lake into Power BI without processing your Power BI semantic model. However, it will be almost as fast as the import mode. Whereas with direct query in the past, it would be very, very slow. And import would just be much faster. With direct lake, you get almost the best of both worlds. And then view ordering is enabled by default. That is not true anymore. I need to update the slides. I just saw the article that a couple of weeks ago, the setting was disabled. All right. So view ordering is not enabled by default. And again, layout optimization is still your job. So you still have to think about sorting, filtering, clustering, partitioning, and so on. So the optimization toolbox that we're going to look at today are 4 different tools that we have. It's partitioning, that's the big one. Then we have liquid clustering, compacting files, and removing obsolete files, because we don't want to have a lot of files in our tables that we don't need anymore. It takes up a lot of storage. It will be clutter that we don't need. So please remove those. And we will be looking at how we can fix this today. All right, let's dive into partitioning and clustering. We start with partitioning, then we do a few short slides on clustering as well, and then we will dive into the live demo. So with partitioning, we call this the classic optimization strategy, right? And the image that I've drawn here is almost the same as the regular unpartitioned delta table that we might have. On the left side in yellow, we still have the delta transaction log that contains all the transactions that have happened on the table since it started its existence. And then on the right side, we have still that bunch of Parquet files that contain the physical data, the actual data. However, it is not just data 1, data 2, and so on anymore. It is now a partitioned folder with Parquet files, and then another partitioned folder with Parquet files. All right, and you can see where this is going. So what we will get is we get a physical data split in folders that will force multiple Parquet files, because we get at least 1 file per partition instead of having at least 1 file per table. So it will force the engine to split your data into multiple physical files. And that will enable partition pruning. You only need to read relevant files. You can imagine if you have a table containing product brands, and then the brands are Microsoft and Apple, and you partition by brands, then you will get a folder for Microsoft and a folder for Apple. Right? And then when you say select star from table where brand is Microsoft, it will only need to read the Parquet files that are in the Microsoft folder. You don't need to read the Apple folder anymore. And that will increase the query performance, because you can skip a lot of data. Right? That makes sense. This process is called partition pruning. By only reading relevant files, your read queries will become faster, and that is a good thing. However, there are some downsides, but if you apply this well, it is a good thing. This is good for very large tables, and this is where a lot of people that I see working with partitioning go wrong. Partitioning will not be efficient on smaller tables. And when I say very large tables, I mean large tables. I mean 100 million lines or up, right? If you have a 50 million line table, I would probably not be thinking about partitioning. If I have 10 million line table, I will definitely not be looking at partitioning. And you should partition only on columns that are used in filters. So you need to know beforehand how the filter patterns in your application will work, whether it's a Power BI, or whether it's another, I don't know, machine learning process or whatever it is. You would have to be aware of the filter patterns that are happening in your downstream applications in order to find whether partitioning is actually a good strategy or not. If you have very unpredictable or irregular filtering, then partitioning might not be that good, because if you use partitioning but then you don't filter by your partition column, then you need to load all of the data in memory anyways, so then partitioning will not do you any good. So there's some pitfalls of over partitioning, of partitioning by too many columns, or maybe partitioning all of your tables. And the first one is too many partitions will create too many small files. And we just said that we would be optimizing for reading not too much files or not too many files. By creating a lot of partitions, you will create a lot of small files. So that's a bad thing. Okay. If you query on a partition table, but you do not use the partition column, the partition definition in your queries or in your filters specifically, that will fetch all of the files. And that is a bad thing, because then again, we are reading a lot of small files. It is unnecessary for small and medium-sized tables. Only reserve partitioning for the largest of tables. And again, think about 100 million lines and up. And then, of course, people ask me, Bas, can you do this for a 98 million line table? Yes, of course you can. It is a rule of thumb, right? So 100 million and up, that's definitely a candidate for partitioning. Below, probably not, but maybe, it depends. So when do we use partitioning? If we have both very large table and a predictable filter pattern. If those two are true, then I would definitely be using partitioning on those filters that we see in our filter patterns in order to speed up the queries. All right, so this is a big yes if we find both of these to be true. All right, that was a little bit about partitioning. Let's quickly go through liquid clustering as well, and then we start looking at the demo. As we saw, there were some limits on partitioning, right? It will work only for a fixed set of columns, because if we start including other columns in our filters, it will not drive the partition pruning. It is bad for high cardinality columns. You can imagine that if you have a date time or a timestamp column and you start partitioning on that, you will maybe get millions and millions of partitions with just 1 or 2 rows in each partition. That is a very, very bad thing for performance, because you will get maybe millions of small files that need to be read every time you run a query. That's a really bad thing. So high cardinality columns are a big no-no. You will not use those columns in your partitioning. You would use the low cardinality columns, such as maybe a company ID or a brand, or I don't know, it depends. Maybe just a handful of distinct values. Then again, queries without your partition filter will still need to scan all of the files, and when you partition, you will create many files, so that would be a bad thing. And it will require a fixed schema. It is very difficult to change and update your partitioning on a later moment in time, right? You simply cannot do that. You have to recreate your table with a different partition definition. Then you have to copy over all of your data, remove the old table, and rename the new table, and then you're done. So that is fairly difficult to do. So what can we do to mitigate most of these risks? That is liquid clustering. This is something that is coming about from Databricks, and Fabric now supports it as well. That is very nice. And what it will do is it will organize your data by columns without actually physically splitting your files. And as you can see in my brilliant drawing here on the right side in blue, you will find that you have now a liquid clustering by customer ID. And instead of having folders per customer ID, which would be a bad thing, we would have many Parquet files, or one or many Parquet files, that are now containing a range of customer IDs. I did not say put 1001 to 1010 in the first file and 1011 to 2020 in the second file. This is all being calculated and optimized for by the Spark engine itself. Okay, so Delta Lake handles this for me. I have not defined this, but this is what we end up with, is a bunch of Parquet files that contain data that looks alike. Okay, so rows that are close together are grouped together in the same files. And what this does is two things. It will make sure that we do not end up with many small files, like partitioning on customer ID might do, and it will help the engine to prune files. So if I'm looking for where customer ID is 1005, the engine will understand from statistics that we only need to read data from the first Parquet file. All right, so that speeds up our query without having to physically split data into many different folders and files. Now, clustering looks a lot like view ordering. All right, view ordering is still a batch operation that we need to run the optimize command for to reshuffle the data, basically. Where liquid clustering is incremental on write, so it's a bit easier to do. The compute cost is therefore a lot lower as well than with view ordering, and you don't need any active maintenance in order to make sure that the liquid clustering is grouping similar rows together in the same files. It's done automatically by the engine, right? So that is actually fairly nice, and the flexibility in both strategies is quite high. It's way higher than with partitioning, because with partitioning you will get the fixed file structure or the fixed folder structure in your tables. With vOrdering and liquid clustering, you don't. So think about this when you start running optimizations. vOrdering again is usually only used when running direct lake Power BI semantic models on top of your Delta tables. So maybe reserve vOrdering for the tables that are in your gold layer and are being exposed to Power BI, and use liquid clustering for those tables where you want to optimize your read performance. That is not necessarily Power BI. Okay. When do we use liquid clustering then? We can use it for high cardinality filter columns, such as the customer ID. If you have thousands and thousands of customers, partitioning might be a bad idea. It's probably a bad idea unless your data size is sufficiently high and each customer has maybe millions of rows, and your filters will always filter for a single customer. Then partitioning might be good, but usually partitioning on a column like that is a very bad idea. For liquid clustering, it's perfectly fine to cluster on a high cardinality filter column. We would use clustering for the medium-sized tables, right? So again, it's a rule of thumb, not a hard, not a law, but we think about clustering in the 10 to 100 million line tables. If your query patterns are evolving over time, then clustering might be a little bit easier to deal with than partitioning, and it can work standalone on these 10 to 100 million lines tables, but it can also be combined together with partitioning on your very large table. So if you have a multi-billion line fact table, for example, you can maybe partition that multi-billion line table into a 5 or 10 different partitions, depending on the columns that you're partitioning on. And then within those partitions, you can still apply liquid clustering so that the data that you end up with, even when partition pruning is done, is still being optimized by clustering. So it can work together as well. Well, then we have the last piece that is about file maintenance, because we can simply not think about this and let the Spark engine handle all of the files in our tables. But we can also use some Spark commands to actually maintain the Delta files. And during the demo, I will not just show the notebooks with the code. I will also show the contents. We will open the belly of the Delta table, so to say. And we can show you how that file maintenance will look like. There's two commands that we can use. The first one is optimize. And what optimize will be doing, it will be merging many small files into fewer larger files. Now, what usually happens if you create a table, you start loading data in your ELT processes every hour or every day or whatever. On a set schedule, you start adding data to those tables. More and more new files are created. But maybe these files are smaller than what the actual optimum Spark file size will be. So in that case, you end up with a table that might feel sluggish if you start querying it after a few months of usage. Okay, and what Optimize then will be doing is to say, okay, we have all this data that is still valid and relevant. It is spread out over many small files. We can read it into memory, we can group it, and we can write it back into the Delta table into a single bigger file that is easier for the Spark engine to read, because we now don't need to traverse through thousands of files. We can simply read that one big file or those 5 bigger files in order to find the data that we need. So that reduces the overhead and the scan times that we need. And we would schedule this usually after you do frequent inserts and updates, depending on how frequent your ELT processes are. I would usually do this on a weekly optimization if we have a daily process. And if we have an hourly process, I would usually do this on a daily optimization. All right. So there's think about, you don't need to do optimization every hour, basically. You need to do it after you had a lot of inserts and updates. And then there's vacuuming, and that will delete obsolete files that are not being referenced by the Delta log anymore. Default retention is 7 days, so you can end up with quite a lot of data if you have very frequent processes. And what vacuum is doing is it will be freeing up storage. It will be removing all of the obsolete files that we do not need anymore. I will always run vacuum after running optimize, because if you run optimize, you would read all the many small files and write it to a bigger file, but the small files are not being deleted. They will stay in your data lake. With vacuuming, we will be then removing those obsolete files. And we would target about 100 to 1,000 megabytes per file. And actually, if you let the Spark engine do its job there, it will be perfectly fine. In the demo, you will see that it is about 300 or 400 megabytes, I think, which is perfectly reasonable. But that is roughly the order of magnitude we're targeting. All right, let's look at some live demos. And here, that's too bad. We're disconnected. Let's see if we can quickly get connected. Yes, we can. All right, that's amazing. What we see here on the screen, let me zoom in a little bit for you guys. I have a large monitor, so that might be not easy to read. Let me know if this is unreadably small, then I can zoom in a little bit more. All right, so what we're looking at here is a fairly small and easy Fabric notebook that I created with a lot of code samples just to talk you through what we're actually doing here today. Now, what we see here on the left side, I have a lakehouse. It's called Gold. The name doesn't matter right now. And I've created a couple of demo files. And the demo files that we have here are a taxi set from the New York City Taxi and Limousine Company. They have an open data set from, I don't know, the past 20 years or so with all the taxi rides, all the individual taxi rides that have happened in New York City. So it's a fairly large data set. I've run the full data set on 4 billion lines of data for other benchmarks and demos. And today we're going to look at a subset with just the 2024 data. Where I created you see 4 tables here, but we have created 3 different tables. A messy one, which is on purpose created in a very ugly manner. Then we have a cluster dataset and a partitioned dataset. All right. Now we also need to import delta.tables in order to work with delta tables, and then we can start running commands such as deltatable.create. And what we can do here is creating partitioned tables. The first time I gave this demo, people said, okay, it's cool that the partition table is faster, but how do we create partitions? So I added this in here. If you start using deltatable.create, you can add the argument .partition by, and it will give you the option to create partitions. You will reference a column name here simply in order to create partitions. Can we create multi-column partitions? Yes, we can. We can simply reference here another column. All right, and now we get a 2-tiered partitioning where we get a folder structure that is pickup date and then column 2, whatever it is. Okay, so you have a folder inside a folder and then your tables. Now the same thing works for creating clustered tables. You don't say partition by, you say clustered by, and then you reference the same the columns that you want to cluster your table by, and that will be reasonably easy as well. As you can see here, you would create a delta table on your data lake that is then clustered by the column or columns. Again, you can put a comma separated list in here, so that will work quite well. Let me quickly remove all the outputs here. All right. And then before we start showing the query plan and the performance, let's actually start with the performance, and we start with the unoptimized, with the messy one. We start reading the fair amount, so the basically the revenue for the taxi company. Out of this data set, it's a 300 million line data set spanning a year of data, and we will simply read one random date from here, and I will run this one, and then we dive into another part of the demo because this will be quite slow. So while this is running, I will show you another piece of the demo. That other piece of the demo is called the Microsoft Azure Storage Explorer. We have it right here, and it is available. Request fill, okay, sure. It is available to browse your blob storage accounts, for example. But the OneLake data lake in Microsoft Fabric is also a blob storage account that you can access through the Storage Explorer. So I've done that, and you see here that Fabric guy, which is my workspace, and then you see gold.lakehouse. Why gold.lakehouse? Because my lakehouse here is called gold. So the folder gold.lakehouse contains the lakehouse gold in here. A lakehouse can contain files and tables. And when we open the tables here, we will find a folder, and not a file, but a folder for every delta table that we have there. And there again, you see these 4 demo tables that we've created. Now, first, let's look at the messy one. And on purpose, we've created a table that contains many files. You can see here on the bottom side, it says 2,144 files. However, in practice, this thing contains almost 30,000 files. And the files that you see here are Parquet files, and you see a folder with the delta log. The delta log then contains JSON files, statistics, and commits that are being done. And this is actually the data structure that Fabric uses in order to query the actual files. And then the files themselves are a lot of files. If we scroll a bit to the right, you will find that these files are fairly small. They're only a couple of hundred kilobytes, and that is a very small data set or a very small Parquet file to be working with. So if we start querying the entire table, we need to load many files into memory, then start searching for the right data. If we then look at our partitioned table, then you find a very different structure. You don't see any Parquet files in here. Rather, you see pickup date equals and then a date. And why do we see this? Because this is a table that is partitioned by pickup dates. And now if we open one of the folders, we will find the actual data, the Parquet file. Okay. Now, if we scroll to the right, you see that these Parquet files are a little bit bigger. They are still fairly small. 7 or 8 megabytes is not that big. It is arguably too small. It might be 300 or 400 megabytes. That would be better, and that actually means that pickup date in this case might not be the best way to partition by, unless we only query by single pickup dates in all of our queries. Then maybe yes, but for the demo, bear with me. This will show you how we can filter on a pickup date and then only read this single Parquet file containing just a small subset of the data, and then of course our queries will be much faster. And then last but not least, the clustered version of the same table also has a very different file layout. All right, so we have the delta log again, and then we have the Parquet files again. And these Parquet files, if you look here, are quite large. They are a couple of hundred of megabytes, about 300 megabytes in size. And this is actually not something that I've created. I mean, I've created the table and then I've loaded data into that table. But the engine itself created these, 11 Parquet files. And it has done so, or 10 Parquet files. It has done so through finding out the most optimal way to write this data. And what happens here is that every file contains a subset of the data for rows that have similar pickup dates, because we clustered by pickup dates. And then the metadata on this table will tell the engine that the pickup date for May the 12th will be in this file, or it will be in these two files, maybe if there's a overrun basically of files. All right, so it's 3 times the same data, but rather different file layouts. And if we go back into the notebook, then hopefully we will be ready to show you that the performance is actually a lot better in the optimized versions. And now what we see here, that after 4 minutes, the thing is still running. So I promise you it will be done by 67 seconds on the slide, and that the other queries or the other tables would be much faster, but it's not even 67 seconds. It's a couple of times worse than that actually. And I'm going to stop this because it doesn't matter to keep watching this thing run. We will know it is very slow. All right. Let's see how, and remove this one for now. Let's see how the partition table is doing. And then how the cluster tables are doing. And we'll see that the partition table gave us an answer after 4 seconds, or almost 5 seconds, where I had to cancel in 4.5 minutes the unoptimized table because it was simply not finding an answer on time. Within 5 seconds, I got an answer from the partition table. And within 6 seconds, I got an answer from the cluster table. So it was a little bit slower on the clustered end. Which makes sense because we're reading from a single partition in the partitioned example. But you can see how fast both of these tables perform. It is the exact same data sets. It's 300 million taxi trips in the year 2024. It's the exact same column that we're reading, the same filter that we're doing. You can see that this is much faster, proving that thinking about file layouts through partitioning and clustering is worth your time if you have larger tables. Now, what is actually happening in these tables? We can use the explain formatted command in Spark SQL here. So if we run the SQL magic command, we can not just run SQL queries here, but we can ask to explain the query plan that is being used, and we get a physical query plan that is then being executed by the Spark engine. All right. And if we look at the unoptimized table, we will find that there will be a scan against Spark catalog for this folder. We ask for 2 output columns, the pickup date and the fare amount. This actually means that we're reading both columns into memory. then a filter is being applied. Pick date should be equal to this date. Then we get an output of just the fair amount, because that will be the selection that we're making. And there will be other options. Okay, there are some things that the engine is doing, but rather unoptimized. Now let's see how the partition table will execute the very same query. And we can use the explain for method here if we want to prove that our partition pruning is working, all right? So if you're not sure if your query is actually using partitioning, put explain for method on top and see if your partition filter is working. So what are we looking at here? We are looking at the same scan per K for the Spark catalog here. That's fine. We get an output of these two columns. That is still fine. And we will find a row here that says partition filters is not null. The pickup date should be equal to this date. And we only need to read one column, not two columns. So there's actually a double whammy that we get here, double optimization. We read data from only the folder where pickup date is equal to May the 12th. And we don't need to read both columns anymore. We only need to read the fair amount. Why? By reading that Parquet file in the partition folder for pickup dates, we only have data for that single pickup date. So we don't need to load that pickup date into memory in order to filter anymore. We already pre-filtered it by selecting the proper partition. If you see this line here, partition filters, then you know that partition pruning is working. So if you're not sure, use the explain for method in order to find if you're using your partitioning. Now, something similar happens here for our clustered table, where we would find that we do the scan and then there is a pushed filter. This is a different thing than the partition pruning, but the engine is now looking for files that contain this data and then start reading those files into the memory. And that would be about it. Now, there's a few other things that you can do to describe the metadata of your tables, and it's simply called describe detail and then table name. So these are fairly easy things to run. I will run them for all three tables, and then you can see some of the metadata of your tables. So when you run describe detail in your table name, you get a one row table that explains all kinds of overhead data on your Delta table. And the things that we're looking at in this case are the number of files. Oopsie, I did not want to do that. Go away, please. Yep. There we are, number of files. And you find here that for our unoptimized and messy table, we get almost 30,000 files, right? This is a lot. For our partition table, we would get, what do you think? Probably, here we find partition columns pickup date, by the way. We would find probably 365 rows. No, we don't. We get 336, not rows, sorry, files. This is because I created this 2024 data set in 2024. So the year wasn't over. We did not have all of the data for 2024. All right. So the data runs until October, November or something. So we're missing the last couple of days of the year, actually. So we find that we now have only 336 files. And then for the clustered one, we already saw that we only had 10 files, and these files are a lot bigger. There's no partitioning going on here, and there's clustering instead on the pickup date. And now you can imagine that we could have partitioning and clustering both on the same tables. All right, so describe detail and then your table name will give you some additional metadata information on your tables as well. We would skip the date range filters because we could probably understand how that would work. Another way here to count files in your Delta tables would be through Spark, and let's see if we can actually wait. Let's do just this single date. By calling .input files on your data frame, it will tell the engine will tell you how many files were read in order to give you an answer. And this is interesting because what you now see here is that we started reading a delta table, we put a filter on that delta table saying the pickup date should be equal to May the 12th. And then we would, I would just simply remove this for now, by the way. Excuse me for that, sorry. And it will tell me that all the 30,000 files have been read in order to find that single answer, all right? So what happens if we start running our partitioned version here, and we execute this, there's only one file that has to be read. Why? There's only one file in this partition that we need to read. All right, so this is another proof that partition pruning is actually working quite well. And let's see if we do the clustered version of our table. Actually, all 10 files are being read. So that's actually something I did not expect to happen. I don't know why, but probably it is scanning or reversing through all the files in order to find the files that need to be read. Okay, but we can find here that the different table layouts that we have will generate different file read behavior when we start executing queries. Now, if you, for your own benchmarks, or if you are a little bit crazy like I am, want to create very unoptimized tables on purpose, then be aware, prepare this in advance, is what the title says. Why? Because this takes a lot of time. And what you can do here is you can read data from a delta table, and then you can write that data into another delta table, save as table with a table name, where you put in .option, and you put in the option to write only 10,000 rows per file. And this is actually the way that we created these 30,000 files, by limiting the engine to only writing 10,000 records in a single file. All right, so this actually makes you force the engine to create a very unoptimized table, but that works well with your demos. Okay. Now, if you want to do the optimization, I'm not going to run it right now. We don't have time for that. We're nearly at the end of the demo, and it will take quite a long time. You would simply run your magic command, your SQL magic command, and you would run optimize and then table name. And what this will do is it will read all the data that is in the current Spark snapshot, or sorry, the current Delta snapshot, and then write that into a more optimized file layout. And that might mean that you go from these 30,000 tables into maybe 10 or 15 or maybe 5 files. My apologies. So this is a fairly easy command that you can put into a weekly maintenance job, for example, where you look through the tables that you need, you put in the optimize there, and you do that on a weekly basis during the weekend. Nobody's bothered by that. And it will help you manage all those small files and condense them into more optimized files, into larger files that can be easily consumed by your Spark engine. Now, if you then want to remove all the old files that you've just aggregated into a smaller new file, you need to run vacuum, and it's the same thing. You need to run vacuum on your table, and if you don't put anything behind, if you remove this retain, what you will get is that the default 7 days, I think, of history are being retained. And if you instead want to say no, remove everything that's not valid anymore, retain 0 hours of history. I want to remove everything that is not in the current snapshot. Then you put in simply retain, and then the number of hours that you want to retain. If you want to retain nothing, put in 0 hours. However, if you do so, there will be a warning, an error that says if you do this, you might run into data inconsistencies, meaning that if another process is writing data or updating data as you are vacuuming your tables, then you might be on accident removing data that's actually being written by another simultaneous process. So you have to set a configuration using the spark.conf.set command here in order to allow yourself to vacuum very recent data. Okay, so the setting is called retention duration check .enabled. You need to set it to false. So if the .enabled is false, then you will be able to retain 0 hours. By default, this is enabled. So this is true on every table that you create with Microsoft Fabric. By setting it to false, you can bypass that warning that you get in order to actually throw away all the data that you don't need anymore. All right, let's head back to the slides, because we will be wrapping up. I think it's almost time. We have a couple of minutes left. In conclusion, performance in Fabric Delta Lake is about file layout more than it's just raw compute power, right? You can put in more horsepowers, but if the wheels aren't turning right, then your race car will not be as fast. So please think about how your file layout is being created. Partitioning can help on the very large tables, and again, think 100 million lines and up. And if your query, and if your query patterns are very predictable, so your filters are fixed and predictable, and there is a low cardinality column that you're usually filtering on. If all those cases are true, then partitioning will help you quite a lot. And then clustering will improve file skipping in a more flexible way and for slightly smaller tables. So in those 10 to 100 million line area, clustering will definitely help you to speed up your queries as well, as you've seen in the demo. You can use partitioning and clustering together as well when needed. And my recommendations then are, again, use partitioning when your filters are a fixed low cardinality column on very large tables. Use clustering when your query patterns may evolve over time and your tables are on the larger end, but not the super high end. And if your tables are below 10 million rows, you don't even bother thinking about it, because yes, this will save you a little bit of time on queries. It will save you a little bit of money and compute power, but optimizations of your data lake is not free, right? Your time is very valuable. Data engineers are very expensive, and luckily data engineers are very expensive. This is how I make my money. So that's a good thing for me, but it will be a waste of human capital to be thinking about optimizations on smaller tables. It will not yield any meaningful results. Use the explain command and the input files that we've just seen in the demo to verify the skipping behavior. That's very important, because you can design your tables and your layouts, but then again, you need to test them in real life scenarios. By using these commands, you can test whether your queries are actually using the optimizations that you've created. And then you would use regular optimize commands, probably in a weekly maintenance job, maybe in a daily job if you have very frequent inserts and updates. But usually with most of the clients that I work with, a weekly maintenance job is enough in order to control the file sizes and the number of files that you will be creating in your Delta tables. And that's the end of the slideshow. Click to exit. So click, there we are. Thank you so much for being here. If there's any questions, please let me know or connect with me on LinkedIn and we can chat about it.
Hey, Bas, this was really, really great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I just posted to LinkedIn, to the stream and YouTube, not LinkedIn. It seems I'm totally confused, is that performance in Fabric Delta Lake is more about the file layout than the compute power. So this is one thing that I just make sure that we always remember this. So thank you very much for sharing
Tom, for having me.
And besides that, I only can tell you, enjoy your weekend, and please tell your little one that we owe you, because he was making sure that you are awake today.
All right. I will. Thank you, Tom, for having me.
Thank you very much.
See you next time.
Bye.
Cheers. Bye, guys.
Hello, DataBash. I'm Arthur from the DatenWG core team, and we are a bunch of dedicated Power BI, Fabric, and Copilot experts who are really enthusiastic about Microsoft Data Platform and all the community stuff. This is B5. Humbly, we call us the Avengers of Power BI, and this is how we really look like if you want to see. Just feel free to contact us on anything about the Microsoft Data Platform, and have fun at DataBash. Hello, DataBash. I'm Arthur from the DatenWG core team, and we are a bunch of dedicated Power BI, Fabric, and Copilot experts who are really enthusiastic about Microsoft Data Platform and all the community stuff. This is B5. Humbly, we call us the Avengers of Power BI. And this is how we really look like if you want to see. Yeah, just feel free to contact us on anything about the Microsoft Data Platform and have fun at DataBash. Hello, DataBash. I'm Arthur from the DatenWG core team, and we are a bunch of dedicated Power BI, Fabric, and Copilot experts who are really enthusiastic about Microsoft Data Platform and all the community stuff. This is B5. Humbly, we call us the Avengers of Power BI, and this is how we really look like if you want to see. Yeah, just feel free to contact us on anything about the Microsoft Data Platform and have fun at DataBash. Hello, DataBash. I'm Arthur from the DatenWG core team, and we are a bunch of dedicated Power BI, Fabric, and Copilot experts who are really enthusiastic about Microsoft Data Platform and all the community stuff. This is B5. Humbly, we call us the Avengers of Power BI, and this is how we really look like if you want to see. Yeah, just feel free to contact us on anything about the Microsoft Data Platform and have fun at DataBash.
Es geht weiter. Kurze Mittagspause hier in Raum 1. Und welcome Nils. You are live now. Und
Okay, hi.
hi, ich sag einfach mal vielen lieben Dank. Und ich verschwinde gleich. Und dann hast du vielleicht, wenn du so nett bist, 3 Sekunden, 5 Sekunden einfach warten. Dann haben wir das mit dem Video-Editing ein bisschen einfacher.
Okay, aber ich präsentiere auf Englisch, oder?
Bitte?
Ich präsentiere auf Englisch.
Ja,
Okay, sehr gut.
Nee.
Ich, ja,
denke
ich
ich.
bin noch nicht so bekannt mit diesem Interface. Ich wusste nicht, ob wir jetzt
Oh,
schon...
das ist alles gut, alles gut. So,
Sehr gut.
hey Nils, stage is yours. I'm leaving.
Perfekt. Okay. All right, then thank you, Tom. And yes, I think my screen is shared and everyone can hear me and see me. And yeah, welcome to this little break session. I think this is the only session in the break. I think in German you would say I am the Pausenclown of Data Bash today. Of course, I want to make this break session as exciting for you as possible. And the topic I brought today is how reproducible code strategies in Microsoft Fabric can look like. Yeah, my name is Nils. I'm a data analytics engineer at Ubungi. Ubungi is a consultancy. We're based in Hamburg. And we are Microsoft managed partners. So everything we do, or all our projects are in the Microsoft ecosystem. And all of my projects have been exclusively in Microsoft Fabric also since almost 2 years, I would say. I have only been dealing with Fabric projects or Fabric first projects. And yeah, I want to share some of my experiences as a data engineer or on the data engineering aspect of things. And yeah, let's jump right in. Let's see if my controls work. Yeah, okay. I want to start with a little introduction on why we need to write modules for our code in general. And when you do data engineering in Fabric, you will probably work with one thing the most. Let me just get my pointer ready. And it's, of course, notebooks, right? We are writing notebooks similar to Databricks. We are using notebooks to write PySpark or Python code to transform our data in a lakehouse architecture. Of course, if you're using warehouses, you're probably using SQL scripts, and you do not need notebooks for that. But this session should revolve around the notebook item and how we can get code into these notebook items. So writing in notebooks in Fabric, the UI looks a little like this. So we have our notebook artifact, and we have these code cells. And what we are seeing right here is a merge statement when we are writing data to a Delta table in a lakehouse. And I don't know if it's just me, but the following question has been raised for me a lot. So how did this merge statement work again when writing in PySpark and doing these Delta merges? I know that we have to like chain these commands, and then you have the when matched update command, you have to insert some condition, then you have the when not matched insert command, or do we have to use when not matched insert all? And what about when not matched by source delete? Do we need that? I think only for full loads. Yeah, really, I have problems remembering these kind of functions, really. And looking at this little example here, we have 4 notebooks here, right? So that means we will have at least 4 merge statements that we have to write when developing these notebooks. 4 merge statements, when you're as good at writing them as I am, you will have a lot of room for errors, right? So it's just not easy to write these from scratch every time you develop a notebook. And I think the solution for this problem is quite simple, right? We should write some sort of class or function which would take care of this merge statement for us. This merge statement can then be written as a function with all necessary parameters. So it can take a data frame and the identifier columns, the merge conditions, match conditions, and so on. And then it will perform the merge as we want it to function. When we have a function, we can pass this into our notebooks. And of course, we do not want to like copy paste this function in each and every of our transformation notebooks, because then we wouldn't gain anything from this function or class. We want to somehow take this function, put it into some module, and then pass this module to our notebooks. So then when we are changing the function, it will be changed in all of our notebooks at the same time. So we have this one single source of truth where we can change anything, and then it will be applied to all of our notebooks. So modularized code is just easier in so many ways. It's easier to maintain because of the reason I just said. We only have this one version. That also means it's also easier to version control this one version. If we change this function and we push our changes to our GitHub repository, we can track these functions also over time, right? How they were changed, who changed them, and also roll them back if it's possible. That is, of course, best applied when we have a single module where these functions are stored. Then, of course, they're also way easier to reuse. If we have this separate Python module, we can just take it to a new notebook when we develop one. We don't have to copy paste any code from our other notebooks to a new one, because we have these modules which we can just reuse very easily. Also, when writing specifically classes, I want to say it's very easy also to unit test them. I think unit testing, at least in my opinion, for data engineers, it's a bit of a sensitive topic. I don't think everyone is doing that as religiously as software engineers are doing it. Unit tests in most scenarios are quite cumbersome to write because you need some sort of test data. You have to create like mock-up tables and schemas and all that. And in the end, it's not vital for the code to work, but at least you want to have the possibility to unit test your code, right? So, and you will not get along with not modularizing your code if you want to unit test it. And then, of course, as the last point, code which is wrote as functions with proper doc strings and explanations, maybe examples, they are also easier to use, and that for a variety of users, right? Not only for me, who just forgets how to do it and has to look up the documentation again, but also if you're looking, or if you're thinking in the direction of a data mesh kind of approach, there you will eventually have business users who would want to try to work in notebooks themselves. And when they do not have the proper Python, PySpark background, they will have problems doing a merge statement in the first place. But if they have a function, a class, where they just have to pass all the information inside, and then everything is being handled for them, then that's a big advantage, right? So we are quite sure that this is the way we want to handle it. We want to write most of our code in classes and functions. We want to pass that into some sort of Python module and use that in our notebooks. And the question I want to clarify, or at least I want to deal with today, is how do we do that? How do we get our modules into our notebooks? This is the main question. And before I start with the options I chose, I just want to clarify the scope of this session. So in the middle, in the heart of the session will be the notebook item in Fabric, right? The notebook item, and then notebooks which are being written in Python language. So we're going to concentrate on Python notebooks and PySpark notebooks. Then we will need some sort of storage medium to store our code. And these will be environments and lakehouses. How we're going to do that, I'm going to explain in detail later, but these we will have to deal with as well. And then we also want to look at options to optimize code or module distribution and also versionize your code. And in this session, I'm going to show how to do that with Git. And then the Git provider will be Azure DevOps. And then for automation, we're going to look at PowerShell scripts and Azure DevOps pipelines. Everything I show is also possible in GitHub with GitHub Actions, but the examples I chose are today in Azure DevOps. That means that these kind of things will not be part of this session today. Any other language aside from Python, I put the R logo here, could also be T-SQL or whatever. I mean, there exist multiple notebooks in Fabric, and we're going to concentrate on the PySpark and Python ones. And also other artifacts in Fabric will not be dealt with today. Data pipelines, for example, they do have some sort of JSON view, which is code-based, but we're not going to look into that. And also, we're not going to look at anything SQL-based with data warehouses. And also, I want to emphasize that I'm not going to talk about Spark job definitions and UDFs today. So Spark job definitions are probably the most robust, safest, maybe best way to modularize your code in Fabric, because you will write modules which work as classes inherently for them to work. But this is really advanced, and I think most users are using notebooks in Fabric also for their production workloads. So we want to look at how to use these notebooks more effectively and not look at Spark job definitions. UDFs, on the other hand, are quite new. These user data functions, they also allow you to store functionalities in Python. You can execute them from notebooks and pipelines as well. So potentially these could be interesting for this whole topic, which I'm going to talk about today. But yeah, they are quite new, and they didn't really make the cut for my scope today. So I will definitely look at these. I think they're interesting for various reasons, but for today's session, they're not going to be part of the solutions I'm going to talk about. All right, so let's deal with this question. How do we integrate our Python modules into our notebook? 4 options I brought with me today, and we're going to look at them one by one, and we're also going to look how they work in Fabric. So I'm going to show you how to use them in a notebook, and then also explain what I like about them and what I don't like about them. So let's start with the first and probably the most known one, and these are magic commands. And for these, I will immediately switch to my Fabric tenant. I hope you can see it. I think I shared my screen completely. And yeah, for this session, I built up a little demo workspace. In this demo workspace, there are multiple artifacts, mostly notebooks inside. And what I want to show you first are 2 notebooks. And the first one is this one, the notebook utils. This is a notebook which we have in almost every customer project. We have one notebook which has the sole purpose of being the storage for our custom defined functions. So in this notebook, we have a lot of functions and classes defined, which just make our life easier. So we have a class for logging here, for example, which helps us to log process information. And then we have just some like housekeeping functions, get the ABFS path of a lakehouse, for example, and so on and so forth. So this notebook just has the purpose of storing our code separate from where we want to use these functions. And as example, we're going to use this function today, the test function, which just prints hello world. And I'm going to see how we can get the content of this notebook into our notebook in multiple ways. So let's close this notebook for now, go back to our workspace, and then I'm going to open the demo notebook. This is going to be the notebook where I show you how to integrate the code. And let's go ahead and, I don't think I have a session, right? Okay, let me start a new session. And I can already talk about the magic command. This is an inline magic command which we can use to run the notebook we just looked at. It's very straightforward. You just have to put the %, and then you type run, and then you type a name of a notebook. And then in this cell, the whole content of the notebook we just looked at, MVUtils, will be run. So first, my session is online. Let's see if we have the test function available. I would assume that due to the fact that we didn't define anything in here, and this is not like a built-in function in the runtime, this should fail and say, okay, yeah, it's not defined, obviously. And now let's run this magic command to effectively run the whole notebook that we just looked at within this one cell. Then it should also run all the define commands. This was successful. And if we now hit this again, we see that it actually works, that we were able to get our very complicated test function into our notebook. And this is basically also how magic commands work and how we use them also, right? So the command is %run and then the notebook name, and it does pretty much what I just showed. It runs the notebook within the single cell in a PySpark notebook. This is important. These magic commands are not available in Python notebooks as of now. And they work within the same session and the same workspace context. That means that when we are running a notebook from our notebook, the session that we have currently, that is currently online for us in our notebook will be used to execute this other notebook as well. So we do not have to start a second session or anything like that. That is a good thing. This workspace context, that is a bit more tricky, because that means that whichever workspace context our notebook is functioning in, this will also be the workspace context in which the notebook which we are running will be functioning in. And the workspace context, in general, it will be the workspace that you are in, but it will change once you have connected a different default lakehouse to your notebook. So if you have a default lakehouse connected to your notebook, which is in another workspace, then that workspace will be the workspace context for the magic command as well. So this could cause problems if you're, for example, storing your lakehouses in a separate workspace than your notebooks. And then you have these lakehouses as default lakehouse for your notebooks installed. So you have to pay attention there. This is how it looks then in the workspace architecture. In our transformation notebooks, we are having this run command. And this run command executes our utils notebook. And that will be enough to pull all our custom defined functions into our notebook. And yeah, I think this is at least how how I started all my projects with the magic commands. It's very straightforward. It's fast and easy. You just have to put everything in one notebook. Then you run it from your other notebook. Then you're good to go. If you want to change anything about your function, amend the logic, maybe something is missing, you can just do that. You amend your function in your other notebook where the functions are stored in the utils notebook. And then you run the magic command again, and then you have the updated version in your notebook, and you can already try that out. So it's also very flexible. And due to the fact that we are storing our code in another notebook artifact, it is also Git integrated, right? We can push all our notebooks to our Git repository. They will be stored there as a Py file and a platform file for the metadata. And therefore, we can version control our code very easily using this kind of architecture. On the negative side, we have at first this point. Magic commands will clutter your notebook snapshots. And what I mean with that is, from my experience working in bigger projects, when monitoring your failed runs, you will have a hard time monitoring your notebook snapshots when you are using the magic commands. And for that, I have a little video. So when you have a failed run, you want to look at the notebook which you have installed, and then you're going to check the monitoring hub, click on the notebook run, and then look at the actual code and scroll down to where the failure happened, right? And you will see that for this notebook, which I'm going to click at, it is a very short notebook. it only has a few transformations inside, and it has the magic command for the utils notebook to get all the functions in. But when we look at the notebook snapshot, we will see that not the magic command is being printed in the transformation notebook, but the whole utils notebook. So you can see here when I'm scrolling down, all these functions and classes that are being defined are actually part of the notebook which we ran with the magic command in this notebook. And then you can see this is sped up, right? So this was a very long scrolling, and now we are finally at our failure where it arose. So this is not a deal breaker, of course, but this can be very annoying that you cannot manage to find your errors anymore, because these notebook snapshots are just so cluttered with all the functions that are being printed in due to the magic command use. We also found that once you exceed a certain size of these utils notebooks where you put all your functions in, this will cause your notebook runs to break. So it was a colleague of mine, he was in a project where their utils notebook, where they stored their code, got very extensive, very massive. They had a lot of functions defined in there. And then they were recognizing that some of their pipeline runs were starting to fail. And once they started to separate this utils notebook into multiple notebooks, this stopped to happen. So you can actually not exceed a certain size with these notebooks as well. Then we have this problem, which we mentioned already, that these magic commands only work in the same workspace context. So for example, if you have multiple workspaces, multiple Medallion architectures for different use cases, and you want to, you have one notebook where you have very generic functions which you want to use everywhere. For example, to get this ABFS path, then you will have a problem with distributing that from a single notebook to all of your other workspaces. You will have to replicate it somehow because you have this workspace context constraint. And then as a last downside, these are not available in Python notebooks. I don't know if they change it. They might change it. But as of now, these magic commands are only available in PySpark notebooks. Okay, that was everything to the magic commands from my side. So let's look at the next option. And these are the built-in folders in notebooks. For these, I will jump back to my notebook. I'm gonna kill my session and restart it right away. So we have a clean session to go. And then we can look on this left side here of the notebook. So the notebook is not only a code interface, it also has this Explorer pane on the left side. And in here, we have two separate tabs. One is the data items, where you can add a lakehouse or a warehouse or any other storage entity. And one is the resources tab. And if we click on the resources tab, we can see that we have a built-in folder available here. And this built-in folder can be a storage for Python modules. You can add files in here by uploading them on the three dots here, for example. Could also automate it probably, but we're gonna get to that later. But the most straightforward way to upload something here would be to use the interface here. So I uploaded a Python file which has all the content of the NB utils, which we just looked at. And once this is in here, we can import modules from the built-in folder using the built-in dot notation. So this works then just like any other Python library. We can import it as utils and then use the functions from there. First, I'm going to prove that when I do not run this first, that this is indeed unknown. Okay, so we see the utils library is not known. And now we're going to import from the built-in folder the NB utils file as utils. Then we're going to run this and we see, hello world, this worked fine indeed. And what I also want to show is when I get back to my workspace, I have another, this was a PySpark. This is a PySpark notebook. I also have a Python notebook here. And in the Python notebook, you also have this resource tab with a built-in folder. And here you can do it in the same way. So I think I can run this also and show you that it also works here. Yes, so this is actually an option which works for both Python and PySpark notebooks, which is rare, as we're going to see along this session. Right, so this is how it would work then. We have our Python module, and we put it into the built-in folder of our notebooks directly, and then we can reference it with the built-in dot notation. So built-in folders are resources attached to our notebooks items themselves, available in both PySpark and Python notebooks. However, big problem, these are not Git integrated. So if we look into our repository and we look at how a notebook is backed up in our Git repository, we'll see that a notebook is always backed up as in a folder, which is called notebookname.notebook. And in this folder, we have two files. One is the platform file, which stores metadata of our notebook, the logical ID, the display name, and so on. And then we have the notebook content.py file, which is always called notebook content.py for each and every notebook, regardless of the name. And this stores just the Python code and commented out markdown cells in pure Python syntax. So, and this is all. So there's no room, no space for these built-in folders in our Git repository as of now. And this is, of course, a bit problematic. So built-in folders, what's good about them? They will cause your notebook snapshots to be clean, right? We do not have this issue, which we just saw with the magic command, that in our monitor, in the notebook snapshots, we have all the code of the utils notebook in there. They will be clean and good to use. And these are also available for Python notebooks, which is actually a very heavy argument, because Python notebooks, they are not heavily supported as of now. On the downside, though, we have to replicate our modules quite a lot, right? For every notebook that we have, we need to upload our Python modules to this notebook. And this is a bit of a perspective change, right? So when you build a new notebook, you will have to think about adding this notebook to some sort of logic that you upload your utils to it. And you do not just run, for example, a magic command to get the code inside, which is very easily done. And due to the fact that we need to do this for basically every notebook that we are using, we will need some sort of automation logic to make this work. And then, of course, the biggest downside probably is that the code is not Git integrated, because the built-in folder is not Git integrated yet. I did ask this question at FabCon to the developers. I do not have an answer yet if this is going to be Git integrated, but I have high hopes that it's going to be Git integrated soon, and then this could be a viable option. As of now, I would say this is a bit lacking in maturity, this built-in folder. Okay. Third option are environments. Environments probably known to most of you for exactly this purpose that we are talking about. We're going to look at it immediately. So I'm going to go back to my workspace. Before I'm going to show the environment, I'm going to quickly go into our demo notebook, kill the session, and add the notebook, add the environment to my notebook. So if you have a notebook running, you can choose an environment to be attached to a notebook here on the top bar. Now I'm using the workspace default. I would change this environment to the env modules, which is in our workspace. I'm going to confirm that. And I'm going to start the session. And while we wait for the session startup, we can check out the environment itself. So environments are items which allow you to customize pretty much anything about your hardware and software of your PySpark notebooks, or Spark notebooks, I should say. So at first we have libraries here, which first show you which libraries are in the runtime more or less, so which are built in already. So you can check which ones there are and which version. If there's one lacking, which you want to use in your notebooks, you can add them to the public library section here. From PyPy, you can add it, and then you will not have to run a pip install in your notebooks to use any external libraries which are not in the runtime. And then, which is most interesting for us, is the custom libraries section. Here you can upload jar or wheel, or also Python Py files, which have your own custom written code inside. And here, similar to the built-in folder in notebooks, I stored our nbutils.py file, which we want to use now in the following. Environments also let you customize your hardware options, so how your Spark cluster should look like, how much GB you want in your head and worker nodes, and so on. We're not going to look into this in detail right now because we do not need it. But yeah, this is how everything what environments are for. So let's go back to the demo notebook, and in here. Now our session is online. We are using the env modules environment, and when we are using that, we can import from any custom library by referencing its file name, just like I do it here. Let's first check that this is not indeed already existent. Okay, 15 seconds to give us a name error, great. So this doesn't work, but if we import from our MB utils, give it the name utils, and then run this again, we see, okay, this worked now. And this used the Py file, which we saw in our environment right here, where we have everything defined. Let me just see if I forgot anything. No, okay, not for now. Perfect. Then we can go back to the presentation. Right, so environments. They are pretty much designated to do exactly what we want to talk about today, right? They consolidate all the hardware and software settings, so they should also be, this is actually a quote from the documentation. So they should be really the item which we want to use for this exact problem that we're dealing with today. They are only available in Spark notebooks because they also inherit these Sparks cluster settings. This could also change. I hope so, at least, because this would be really great if we could use them for Python notebooks as well. And yes, they can store custom modules, Py files, wheel files, and so on. And these modules are also Git integrated. And we can check that by going back to our repository. So now I'm going to show the repository where I back up my workspace artifacts. And here we have our env modules. And in this folder is a bit more than in the notebook folder, for example. We can see there's a libraries folder and then a custom libraries folder. And in here, we have our Py file mbutils with our test function inside. So if we upload our Python modules to an environment and we push this environment to our GitHub repository or Azure DevOps repository, then the custom libraries will be part of the repository. All right. So with environments, you will also have clean notebook snapshots. This is really only a problem with the magic commands, but I'm still writing it because it is a good thing. Environments are Git integrated, and so are the custom libraries, which are coming, which we want to upload to environments. Also, environments can be used across workspaces. This wasn't the case the whole time, but they did change this sometime during this year. So you could have a central environment which has a Python module inside, which uses very generic functions like get an ABFS path, and so on and so forth, and use this environment across multiple workspaces. This is a big plus. On the downside, though, and this is actually, for me, a bit of a deal breaker also, we have to publish environments before using them. And publishing is fast when you do not have a lot of custom libraries inside. But if you have a lot of custom and maybe also other public libraries that you want to use in your environment, this can take a lot of time. These publishes could take like up to 10 to 15 minutes. You only have to do it once to publish your environment after you change something about your modules. Then you can use it the whole time. But of course, this can be annoying if you want to only change a small thing. And also environments have an impact on the spin-up time of your sessions. We saw that my spin-up times were quite fast now in my demo, but this is also the case when you, for example, use a custom Spark pool or when you use custom libraries, which are a bit larger than the one that I put in there. These will increase their spin-up time significantly. And we're talking about maybe 2 to 4 minutes instead of the usual less than 10 seconds when you're using the default starter pool. And these two things for impatient people like me can be very annoying when working with environments. And that's why I'm not the biggest fan right now of environments, how they are set up currently. I know that they announced at FabCon that they are working on these things, that the spin-up time is not that heavily impacted by environments and that the publishers are also getting faster. So let's see how that evolves. But for now, this is the sad truth about them. And also, environments are not supported in Python notebooks. This has been a bit of a trend here in this session, unfortunately. I hope they change it so that they can separate the cluster settings that you can set in an environment from the libraries, because I would really like to use environments for code integration, because, as I said, this is what they are for. And you also have the problem that you have to keep the modules up to date, right? If you upload this Python file to an environment and you use this environment in your notebooks and you want to change something about your module, you will have to upload it again, or you have to at least come up with some sort of logic to update your modules in your environment. So for that, this is the question that we want to deal with here. So how do we update, or how can we update our modules in our environment? Do we have to always think about it and manually upload our Python files to our environment? Of course not. And for that, I will show you again a little trick. And for this, I'm going back to the workspace. And now I have another notebook here, which is called Notebook Update Env. This is a notebook a colleague of mine wrote, Jeremy. Big thanks to him for working on that. And what this notebook is doing is it accesses the Fabric REST API. It then takes one notebook of our choosing. In our case, it's going to be the NBUtils notebook, where we store our functions and classes. And then it will let us choose some sort of name for our module. I'm just going to name it new module now. And then I'm going to run this and explain the rest while it's running. It's basically doing two API calls on the Fabric REST API. One is a post call to push the Python file, which is behind our NBUtils notebook, to the environment in the library section, which we just looked at. And the second API call is also a post call where we want to publish our environment, because we have to do that every time we change our environment. It needs to be published, otherwise it will be on the old version. So now we will hopefully we are getting the response 200 here and the response 200 here. So what this notebook now did is it took the Python definition of our notebook and posted it to our environment. So let's switch to our environment and see how that looks. I probably have to reload my page here. And we can already see that a publish is in progress here. And we see a 1 here at the custom library. And we see that our module is indeed in here. And this is the file from our NB-utils, the Python file. So what you could do is you run this notebook on a schedule, maybe every night or so. You will update your environment with a new file. If you choose the same name as here, it will be overwritten. So you can update your modules in your environment using another notebook in the end. This would be one way of doing that. So it could look like that you have a notebook running, it's using the REST API, and it's you doing a post of the notebook content to the environment and then publishes the environment for us. So this could be one way of doing that. I'm going to talk about more automation techniques in a bit, because I think there's still, we didn't talk about Azure DevOps pipelines and so on. So let's do that now for our last example. The last example is the Lakehouse file section. You can also store Python modules in your Lakehouse file section. For this, also a quick shout out to Gerhard Brückel. He wrote an article in his blog about this topic, basically how to use the Lakehouse file section for custom libraries. And this is where the inspiration came from. So big thanks to him for inspiring us. And let's look at what he is using. So I'm going to switch back to Fabric. I'm going to go back to my workspace and back to my demo notebook. Oh, first, I think I have to show you. Okay, let me kill the session here real quick and restart it. And then in our notebook, I want to show you the Lakehouse first. So there's one Lakehouse in here. And in this Lakehouse, in the file section, there is a Python file. I uploaded it, utils.py. I think I forgot the NB here, but it is the same file that was in our environment, in our built-in folder as well. And this file, this is what we want to use now for this fourth and final option that we're going to look at. So let me open my DemoDB notebook. We have a new session, and we're going to scroll down to the file section. Okay, so what you need to use for this last option is the add_py_file function from the Spark context. So when you run or when you start a session in a PySpark notebook, you always have two variables predefined. The Spark session is always saved on the Spark variable, and the Spark context is always saved on the SC variable. And you can upload or add a Py file to the Spark context by referencing a Py file, for example, by its path. And here you can see I'm declaring the path to our Lakehouse, which we just saw with the utils.py file. And then we are adding this path, so the file behind this path, to our Spark session. Oh, wait, I should have. Okay, I can still do that. Okay, so this worked. We're going to see if this test function works without. No. And okay, I have a problem here. I see. Okay. This is, of course, always the problem when you're doing live demos. Something has to go wrong. I think I would have to re-upload this file real quick. Okay, I think I still have time for that. So let me just upload a file here. think I have it here. Yeah, okay. Okay, this file should work now. And let me amend this. Okay, now we're gonna execute the test function, and we see that this indeed worked. Whew, okay. Got a bit hot in my room here right now when I saw this error, but yeah, this is how you add a Python file to your Spark context from a Lakehouse section. And this is what also Gerhard used in his article. And yeah, so this is the function that you use, Spark context. Add PyFile, because this is using the Spark context to add the PyFile to our session. We can only use this in Spark notebooks again, so we will still have this problem with Python notebooks. The modules are stored in the file section, so you can basically put any file in there. They have to be of Py or zip file format for it to work, though. And this is how it would look like then. We have our code in our Lakehouse, where we also have our data. And then we are referencing it by using the Spark context.addPyFiles function. And that is the whole architecture around that. So this will also give us clean notebook snapshots, which is great. We do not have the problem with the publish time and the spin up time, which can be very annoying when using environments. So you do not have this problem with it. And because you can reference your Lakehouse by the ABFS path, you will also not have the problem of a constraint within one workspace, for example. On the flip side, this is not available for Python notebooks because it's using the Spark context to load in the functions. And we still have this problem that we need to keep our modules up to date in our Lakehouse file section. And because we are using the file section of a Lakehouse, where normally we would store our data, right? And data is inherently not Git integrated. These modules in our Lakehouse will also not be Git integrated. Big problem there. But now it's about time that we talk about the Fabric CLI. And this is a great tool for solving this problem of the Git integration and also for keeping our modules up to date. I don't know if you had time to use it yet, but I would really recommend you using it. It is basically a command line interface for Microsoft Fabric. So you can connect to your tenant using the Fabric CLI, and then you can just browse your workspaces and items in your workspaces, just like you would browse a local directory or a directory in a GitHub or in a Git repository. And here you can see what the first key feature, file system navigation. We can use ls, cd, and also cp, which is the copy command, to navigate within our Fabric resources and also copy items to our OneLake, for example. So I'm wondering if we could use this Fabric CLI to to copy Python modules directly to our Lakehouse without doing it manually. And yes, you can do that. I have a small video prepared here where I do it, and it's really just 2 or 3 commands. First, you have to, in your PowerShell script, you have to pip install MS Fabric CLI. Then you will have to connect to your tenant. You do that with the fabauth login command. I chose now to do it with the web browser, where you just have to log in with the window that you're being prompted at. You could also use Service Principal, for example, for automation. And now I hope that this video bar disappears. Apparently it doesn't. Okay, now once you are in your Fabric tenant, you can navigate to your workspace using the cd command very easily. You just put cd and then workspace name.workspace, and then I navigated to the Lakehouse, which we just saw. And in this Lakehouse now, I'm going to use a copy command, and I'm going to choose the Python file from our local directory, which we just saw, as the source path, and then the files section as the target path. So wait, let me, this was a bit quick, I feel like. Let me just go back here. So it's just the copy command, then it's a source path and a target path. And then it says, okay, it doesn't find this directory in our Fabric tenant, so it will check my local file system. There it found this Python file, and it will be copied to the lakehouse that we just chose. And now I'm switching to my lakehouse and see if this all worked. Database demo workspace, the lakehouse that we just saw also. And there we see there's a new file here at 5:13. It was uploaded. And here in the corner, we also see it's 5:13 when I did this video. So this was just uploaded with the CLI script that I used. So we can use a PowerShell script to also reference the Fabric API. This will allow us to push Python files to our Lakehouse section. And how can we use that now in our everyday workflow? I actually implemented this exact workflow for a customer. And what we are doing there is the following. So in this project, we are working with a Git-based deployment. We have our main branch, our dev branch in our repository is connected to our dev workspaces. And we do not work in this workspace at all directly. The only changes that are coming to our dev environment are from our feature workspaces. So every time we want to change anything about our workspace, we will branch out to a feature branch. We will connect a new feature workspace to this branch. We work in this feature branch, and we bring in our changes with a commit to our feature branch, and then we're gonna put a pull request to our main branch, which is then gonna update our workspace in our dev environment. And this is how we always do changes. And what we set up in this project is an Azure DevOps pipeline, which is triggered automatically after every completed pull request. So after every pull request which is completed, Azure DevOps pipeline will start to run. And this Azure DevOps pipeline executes a script. And this script, a PowerShell script, is using the Fabric CLI to copy the utils notebook, which we saw, and the underlying Python file from the repository to our Lakehouse files section folder. So every time there is a change happening in our Fabric workspace, we will have an updated version of our utils.py file in our Lakehouse section. And this way, our Python modules that we use in the Lakehouse section are always going to stay the same. And of course, you can do the same if you're running this Git-based deployment for also your test and your prod workspace when you're realizing your deployment through pull requests rather than the deployment pipeline in Fabric, for example. So this is the addition to the architecture. We are keeping our Lakehouse files up to date by having an Azure DevOps pipeline do the copying for us. And we are triggering that automatically on every completed pull request in our Azure DevOps repository. Okay, these were the 4 options I wanted to show. These are them: magic commands, built-in folders, environments, and Lakehouse files sections. They all come with some pros and cons that we looked at, and the slides are going to share it with you. I want to just give you my 2 cents on this whole topic because I have worked with, I have tried out all these options, and I do not think there's a clear favorite as of now, but I do have some opinions on these 4. And the first opinion is when you just start developing, when you have a small project, maybe you can stay with this approach, but especially for starting out, using magic commands is more than enough, right? They are just easily integrated into your notebook. You just have to put this %run and then you're good to go. Your code will be Git integrated also, and you're already establishing the workflow that you are not defining your functions within your notebooks, but you are putting them in a centralized spot, which is your utils notebook, right? So you're already doing enough to set up a more sophisticated logic by using the magic commands, by establishing this utils notebook or multiple notebooks which store your functions and classes, and referencing them with the magic command in your notebook. So for starting out and for small projects, this will be more than enough. However, for larger projects, it does make a lot of sense to switch to another strategy. And it can be environments, it can be the built-in folders in notebooks, it can be the Lakehouse files section. Each of them will clean your notebook snapshots, which we saw, which is really a big problem when you have to monitor a lot and you have a lot of parallel processes, and also due to that, quite some errors to deal with. And no matter which of these logics, which of these strategies you are using, you can use your previously built notebooks which store your functions to realize your logic, right? With the automation that we just saw, we are using the Py file which lies underneath our utils notebook, and push that to our environment or to our Lakehouse file section or to our built-in file section. And therefore you can build on top of what you already started to build with the magic command strategy, right? Either of these strategies will need some sort of automation to make it work proper. I showed you how to use a notebook to update an environment and publish it. And I also showed how to use a PowerShell script and use the REST API through the Fabric CLI to push a Python file to a Lakehouse section. But you can also do it the other way around, right? In the end, all of these functions or all of these methods are using the Fabric API. The Fabric API is powerful and definitely your friend when it comes to automation. So you could also run a Python script in your Azure DevOps pipeline, which is pushing your Python file to an environment. Either way, the possibilities are quite limitless, I would say, but you could achieve automation for both environments, Lakehouse file sections, and also the built-in notebook folders by using either DevOps pipelines or GitHub Actions, and then calls to the Fabric REST API via the Fabric CLI, for example, or the requests Python module. That would also work, right? Third point, support for Python notebooks is lacking behind. I think we saw that only the notebook built-in folder is supported by Python notebooks as of now. The other three options don't work. I hope they will change that, but I'm also quite positive that they changed that, because there was a lot of work being done on CI/CD so far, and also on the pro code items in Fabric, and that transitions perfectly to our last point. Always stay up to date, right? Git integration is constantly evolving. Last year in Stockholm at the FabCon, I know that there were maybe 1 or 2 sessions about CI/CD, but really not a lot, because it was just that much of a pain to Git integrate all your items in your workspace. This year, there were multiple sessions, I think at least 4 I saw, and I think there was even a day tutorial about CI/CD workflows. So we have come a long way with Git integration and also with automation. And things like the Fabric CLI, which is totally awesome and will do a lot of work for optimizing your workflows. This is also a product of recent development, right? So make sure to stay up to date on all these things. I'm sure there will be a lot happening, and probably a lot of the facts that I told today about what is not supported for Python notebooks and what works and what doesn't might be out of date in half-year time, because it is a new product, right? And there's a lot happening. And yes, that was my last slide. Thank you so much for listening. I think I made the cut under 1 hour. I don't know if there's still time for questions, but I can stay in the room. And yeah, thank you, Tom.
So epic. I learned a lot. And indeed, you made it on time. And I had to say, even if your session was placed in the lunch break, you are not a Pausen clown. I appreciated a lot that you did this, and guess what? There is a question from the audience. I read it.
Okay.
And this question is, do you think that Fabric UDFs will be a better choice to publish common functions in the future?
That's a good question.
I was thinking the same.
Yeah, it is a good question, and that's why I also put it. That's why I mentioned it at first. I put it out of scope because there was just not enough time to include these UDFs in all the experiments I did over the last weeks leading up to the session. But I think there is indeed a lot of potential with the UDFs. I'm not sure if they will be the tool that we want to use for example, storing classes that we are using in notebooks, but maybe isolated functions, for example, to update the SQL endpoint of a lakehouse, which sometimes has a delay, right? I think these type of small isolated functions, which you want to trigger from both a data pipeline and a notebook, these could be very well replaced by the user data functions. I would doubt that they are made to be the storage for all your custom role written code. But I'm definitely going to look into these in the upcoming weeks. They seem to be a very exciting feature for code development in Fabric.
So I think the same. But if we are talking about classes and deploying a bunch of functions, I think it's good to have them in a notebook and deploy it one or the other way you mentioned. So with this said, once again, Niels, you are not a Pausen clown. This was an epic thing. And I'm not the only one who has this impression. So thank you so much, Niels.
Thank you for having me. It was a pleasure.
My pleasure. So I will remove you and come to my next guest. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Katalin. So please wait. I have to ask a question first. How do I pronounce your first name correctly?
That's, let's say, a very interesting issue. Even my wife, for the last 7 years, she's not from Romania. She's struggling to pronounce correctly my name. But whatever, it's okay. Let's say the native pronunciation will be something like Katalin, but we have a strange O letter. But whatever on this, to get to the etymology of the word, it's a bastardization of the woman's name, Kathleen, and something like this. So whatever on this range, it's okay.
So then I try to say Katalin. I guess.
Yeah.
This is.
You do not have the
Pardon?
You do not have the because it's Katalin. It's with an it's not. It's Katalin. It's but
It's
whatever.
Katalin.
It's okay.
So I promise I will not call you Cat. So
Yeah,
this
that's even okay.
So,
And also, we'll have most probably some cats in the picture, unfortunately.
okay. So because we have plenty of time, meaning 10 minutes before your session starts, then I can confirm that your mic is working and maybe you also want to share your screen application or so whatsoever. And is there something that you want to tell us about you? Because we have a lot of, either we will meet in more or less 9 minutes again, or just have small talk and whatever you want.
We can put some let's say visual reference. The first slide, and I'm fighting to share screen. That I believe that will do.
So maybe you just hit share screen.
Yeah. And okay, let's just a second, because I want also to start the session. I'd never use that much. In fact, never using that much. It's not good English by any. I did not use recently StreamYard, so I'm not. But let's see. Theoretically, I'm in the business of IT, so we can do it. So I believe that I got some
So
success.
I see something, and I will add this also to the stage, and you just have to stare at your monitor, do whatever you want to do with presentation, and when it's 1:30, I will leave, and then it's your stage. So I will add
Yeah.
it now to the screen, and now now we know. I guess it's about a shortcut, right?
Yeah,
And
it's about taking shortcuts.
so, and it probably it's not traveling Germany using shortcuts or traveling Romania using shortcuts. I think it's
No. It's
somehow related to data, right? And fabric maybe also.
yeah, but also related to being from Balkans. We always like shortcuts, not to do everything. If we can
Okay,
do it simpler, find a shortcut, make it simpler, and yeah, that.
so maybe
And
then
of
you. Yeah, go ahead, please.
And this, of course, affects our technical solution, because we try to make it simpler, make it faster, make it cost effective for our clients. And yeah, this affects data. But let's say we started with a look for a more efficient way of doing something. And I discovered something which I said, let's share it, because I did not see that much information about what I'm going to talk.
So okay, so this then sounds interesting, but we still have 7 minutes.
Yeah.
This means I will leave, and also for 5 minutes or so, and will be back, because I'm sitting here for quite some time, and now I spare you the details. I need a short break, so I remove you from the screen. Please do not go away, and
Yeah, I'll be when you get back. I got it.
Okay.
All clear. Thank you.
So, Katalin, we are almost there. So,
Yeah.
in I guess less than a minute, I will leave, and then it's all yours.
Okay. You're the
And
boss.
I can confirm your mic is still working. This is great.
Yeah. The cat did not chew the cable. I have one that loves to do something like
So,
this.
okay, so then it's 1:30. I will leave, and please go ahead.
So, welcome. Let's continue with another session at DataBash 2025. It's my honor and privilege to speak this, and kudos to the organizers. They did a wonderful job. As you already have seen, if you had the opportunity, I needed to prepare still this session because, I did not see more than 3 sessions up to mine. And so, welcome. I maybe I was a very bad presenter, a speaker, and I miss the slides if there is a template for slides. If I miss, most probably there is a thank you for sponsors. Thank you, sponsors. You'll see it most probably in some other places. To my great amazement, it's also one company from my hometown, but that's absolutely irrelevant. Let's see who am I and what we're gonna do and what will be what we are doing now here today. So I'm Katalin. I'm solution architect at EPAM. From the year 2011, each year Microsoft awarded me the title of Most Valuable Professional. My category, you would not guess, it's never been data up. It's IoT, but still, I been involved with the data platform a lot of times, and I've been a speaker in the community. Also a Microsoft certified trainer. Let's talk about the format of the session. This is like we are in let's say, like we are at the FabCon. Sorry, I wasn't there, but I heard it was a great conference. And we meet on the hallways and we'll start talking of something. This will be mostly the session. I'm going to tell you about some technologies that I discovered and how I think that they change the game, or how they help you. And you can run with this and go deeper. We do not have the time from deep, but we still have the time from comical relief. This for sure will get your attention, I'm guessing. If not, I'm gonna continue with the apology. I did not do this. So if you have another potential speaker with a tail and an attitude, sorry, there are 6 of them roaming around, and it's a lot of cat hair. And I will leave this slide because I'll say we're meeting on the hallway. Let's first try to get you on the what's the problem, what we are trying to do. It's a discussion. We're waiting for coffee or lunch or something, and so let's start something like this. This comes, let's say, partially from the story won't be a real story from a client because there are a lot of bells and whistles that I cannot disclose. But let's start with the this statement, which will leave you a puzzle. I was digging for gold. So, as you are no doubt familiar, the most common data transformation architecture is the medallion. So the idea it's to get from bronze, silver to gold. So we were implementing this kind of medallion architecture, and um, we started with the bronze, getting all the data. Because you see me maybe looking left and right. On this right, I have my notes. On here, I have on the phone, I see generally with some delay what you see. I do not, and it's what it should be. Okay, getting back to it. Let's get a business case. A business case, which again, it's big, something that you can refer, and it will make sense without being too esoteric on something. I love the film Margin Call. Okay, what's all about? It's about calculating risks. Risk, what it means, it's the values of mortgages during in the future times. We will not get in the method of calculation. It doesn't. I'm using the film just to get that we are calculating something which it's the value of something mundane but valuable, something like a house, like a car. And what's the problem with this? Usually when you're getting this evaluation, you get them on external sources to your system. You're getting on Excel files, you get on other databases which are not your own, but you still need to access the data. So let's see, as data engineers, architects, let's see what will be our options to get to this data. So the first one, it's pretty obvious. Let's do a mirror. Mirroring, it's not something that it's new. In fact, we have it even before on most of us who come from the SQL Server times. Yes, it was extensive. But in Fabric, it's again enabled by default. You can have it, you can do it. What's all about? So essentially, we are taking the external data and we are copying in our database in some sort of manner. This means that, okay, what will be the stuff? There are pluses and minuses. One of the pluses is that if you are having a good database, we can control the speed. It will be a reliable speed. We won't have any surprises. As a downside, yes, you will need to pay for the storage. You need to pay for, we'll have that data, and it's our own now. Again, this will be another issue because in some cases, we would not want to bother with that data to have it on our systems because of GDPR, because of other compliances. Still, okay, so yes, we have a big plus, which it's having a reliable time, but we have also this stuff which are not that compliance will be our problem, and the size. Recently, let's put it this way, the whole story, even Fabric, it's recent. It's a very recent service and all the stuff. Relatively, even more recently, we are talking about the concepts of shortcut. Shortcut, it's essentially we are not copying the data, we are just accessing the data. And if we are running something, we are running on that remote data. What are, again, the pluses, the minuses of all this approach? Now, it will be, okay, yes, we do not bother of storing the data. On the other hand, we can cache it. So there is a cost. Then we do not have a good, old, reliable, we depend on the external system. We cannot assume that we'll get data in 10 minutes, or 10 minutes, 10 seconds, whatever it's each time. It will really depend on the communication, the external system, stuff that are outside our purview. But again, we're pushing something else outside our purview. It's data compliance, because we are not really storing that data. It's not our problem. We're just doing something and get something back. Just do a calculation. For example, referring to the margin call movie, let's see what will be the value of all the houses in the portfolio of this mortgage company in 10 months. And this is just a number. We do not need to get all the leasing contracts and to look into it. Okay, we just now presented a bit. Now let's run a bit with the stuff. These are, let's say, mirroring. It's, I'll say, it's not new. You have it at database level. You can do a lot of stuff. Fabric, it's new. Shortcut in Fabric. What we can do still, we can still mix and match this. So we can have Databricks notebook that still use a shortcut, because at the end we will talk with them, data lake and so on and so forth. So you can use that facility, these facilities from Fabric, whatever it's the suited one, use it in some other places. And this has interesting implications. And looking at my watch, let's do the recap of what it is, because we are getting near to the queue with the coffee. So the first one, shortcuts are objects in one lake that have pointers. Mirroring, low cost, low latency. Low cost treated, this is Microsoft speak. So low cost, maybe for me won't be, but for a bank or for something else will be low cost. So here I will say low latency, again, treated with, depends on how much you have invested in your infrastructure on Fabric, what capabilities you push there. But still, as rule of the thumb, these are the key stuff. Yes, we control the cost and you control the latency. We can tweak them. In shortcuts, yes, we have only one tweak on caching. So yes, we can do caching because there is a caching policy. And then you pay for that cache. And we depend on the external system. I said, treat this in, again, think about it in compliance view. And then this will gonna help you which one to pick. And second, which one are, what can be on the other end. So for example, mirroring could be Snowflake, could be Cosmos DB. In shortcuts, we can talk about the AWS, we can talk about Azure Cloud. All these are pretty well documented. Mirroring, it's enabled by default in Fabric. So if you are going, in fact, one of the ideas to do a demo on this, which wasn't very smart, was to try to read an Excel from all the places, which it's not a good comparison, because accessing Excel in Fabric, we can do it in a different manner. So people were screaming at the screen or get me off the stage and telling me, look, it's a better way of doing it. But still, for a 15 minutes session, this is what I wanted to tell you. So remember what you have there, mirroring and shortcuts. Both can help you. Look for it and try to use it. And I'm guessing I have 2 minutes, and on 2 minutes, 2 to 3 minutes, we have time for question, and I will still talk and try to sell you more this concept. So again, Fabric, you do not need to use all of Fabric. You can use bits and parts and combine it with Databricks and the other way around. So again, even in these scenarios, you can use shortcuts and, okay, to a lesser extent, mirroring, because mirroring it's an older concept. Again, think out of the box. And again, most probably you are screaming at the screen, yes, if you are combining Databricks with Fabric, will have more complicated billing, yes. But if you are using shortcuts, even only in Fabric, and you are accessing an AWS bucket or whatever.
Please, Katalin, excuse me for interrupting. Thank you so much. Shubhangi is already waiting, so I will remove you from the screen and will add already you, Shubhangi. So, and here is your screening. Thank you so much. Hopefully I was pronouncing your name somehow. I will leave the stage and then it's yours.
Sure. Thank you. Hi, everybody. I'm Shubhangi. I'm going to deliver a session on master storytelling with BI. Before I start, a quick introduction about myself. I have been in the space of data science and AI for the last 8+ years. I currently work as a senior analyst at Admiral. I'm a speaker, mentor, podcast host, and I also write tech blogs. I also run a nonprofit, Women in Data, primarily for women in non-tech careers who want to make a career in technology. And this is my Substack. If you like reading my tech blogs, please use the link. So, what happens when people try to like use data to build a data story? And this is a very common scenario that we will see in most organizations even today. Your stakeholders are waiting to realize the value of data, and this doesn't happen simply because we don't have effective data in the organization. It's simply because we deliver on what we think is important, not what the stakeholders want. And that's where data storytelling comes into picture. It's really really essential to understand that there is a gap between what the analysts, for example, built in terms of dashboards and what the stakeholders expect. So we should always ensure that we are delivering on what is expected versus what we want to create. And that is definitely not just pretty charts or some beautiful dashboards. It's more essentially around the way you design your tables, design your visuals, and also the way you structure your story. So, what storytelling is? Storytelling essentially tells why what you are saying is important, what your data reveals is important. A lot of people confuse reporting with storytelling and they think that these both things are similar when actually they aren't. Reporting is very much focused on the historical data, like what has happened. Why storytelling tells you is like why it is important, why we should actually care about it. And storytelling essentially is a combination of three things: data visualization, narratives, and the context. Data storytelling is kind of a practice where you use visualizations effectively and you tie up with a narrative. A narrative is essentially your structured story that gives meaning to what you are trying to tell. And with that narrative, you provide a context. Context essentially, are you working in like healthcare? Are you in finance? What is the background of the data you are talking about? And context makes a lot of difference, especially when you frame any kind of story, because it helps the audience to connect all the points together. So, if you are planning to make an effective data story, you have to make sure that you combine these 3 points together: data visuals, your narrative, and your context. To make sure that happens, you have to align your story with the business and the audience. Now, there are three different level of people on the screen. There is an executive, there are analysts, and then there is operations. And in many organizations, there are way many people that are there. um, if you think about executives, they only care about the high level insight. They don't probably care about like every single tiny detail about your data. If you talk about analysts are a lot more focused on attention to detail. They want to know everything that has changed or moved. And then lastly, we have operations will care about probably more data than executives, but not as much detail as analysts. So it's important to understand when you're building your data story, who are you building it for? Are you building it for a senior level stakeholder? Are you building it for a junior analyst or a data analyst or a senior analyst? Or is it for an operations manager? Based on that, you have to decide how to cater to that particular audience and design that story. Now, for that to happen, you have to design an effective dashboard. Now, this is a wireframe of a dashboard, which is basically an executive KPI dashboard. So on the left, I have given a set of filters. A filter, as you know, are really, really powerful because they make your dashboards interactive. But please don't go overboard with them. Only pick and put the filters that are needed. Make the charts effective. Be very, very picky with the kind of charts you put because they should add to your story and they shouldn't be just pretty. They're actually here to tell some story. Then on the top part of your dashboard, put KPIs. 4 KPIs on a page are good. Please put them on the top or specify them why these KPIs are important. In the section where I've mentioned derived insights, you can add any kind of insights or presumptions that you have made. It's important to make sure that they are being called out on the top. So when somebody is going through a dashboard, they know in advance what the dashboard is about, what preconceived notions you have created already, and what assumptions you have made. You can also use AI generated insights if you know how to integrate AI into your dashboard. And then last but not the least, there is a detailed data. Every stakeholder I have worked with, they always want a chart with detailed data. But this chart should not be readily available. It should be accessible, but it should not be on the front part of your page. I've only given it on this page to make sure that you know that it is something a part of your dashboard, but not the whole of it. So designing effective dashboard is the key to giving the right story and making sure that your visuals communicate the right information in the right manner. For that to happen, next step is defining a logical layout. There are multiple ways people design dashboards, but one of the logical way out is the Z layout because it's easier to read on the eyes and it's a pattern which works very well for most of the dashboard. And it also fits nicely with the logical flow of how you want to tell a story. A lot of people design dashboards in different manner. For example, this they put certain KPIs on the top right corner, then they will certain KPIs on the bottom of the page, which is a little bit of a disorderly flow simply because it doesn't tell a story. It has to, all the visuals you put on the page have to tie up together so that you are focusing and singing the same story. Next step is to build the right chart for the right story. So if you see on the screen, there are two charts. There is a pie chart, which is marked as incorrect, and then there's a pie chart which is marked as correct. Now we'll discuss the difference between the two of them. When you design or start building a dashboard, pick the right chart or the graph which aligns with your story. So if you're using a trend line, basically you're telling something over time, which is probably like last 6 months, 10 months, 12 months or more. Use proper labels and titles. So, for example, in this one, every single slice of this pie chart is labeled as average, mediocre, excellent, depending on whatever the label is. Make the use of colors and shapes very, very wisely. Like, for example, here I've made different color gradients on the same color, whilst on this chart there are multiple colors which are really not needed. So be very, very picky and sure which kind of color gradient you are picking and you're designing the dashboard effectively. Then get rid of any unwanted element. For example, this black line outside this pie chart is really not needed. And this chart looks a lot more elegant. It fits nicely with the color scheme, for example, of a dashboard, while this one would look a lot more filled with different colors, not really telling a story. And if you observe closely, there are vertical lines as well on this green section of the chart. And last but not the least, once you have built a chart and you think something else can fit better, always feel free to assess and refine your chart and make sure you're fitting the right chart for the right kind of visuals you are trying to create. Now, once you have done all these steps, you would want to create a story, you would want to generate an insight. So, these are the four main things you should do to write a right insight. First is lead with the key message you want to tell, which means what is the main key point you are trying to make. Start strong, but be very, very concise. So, for example, if you're talking about customer churn, so let's say you are saying customer churn increased by 12%. Don't just drop it by saying customer churn was increased by 12% in quarter two. Explain why it has also happened due to delayed support responses. So give a context to it. Second, provide supporting evidence, like, for example, visuals or data. So when you are providing an insight, if you don't provide any specific evidence for it, it weakens the point. So provide a specific set of data that indicates that story. Highlight data points with your colors and annotations. Make sure they stand out and they're very, very clear and succinct. Next is add context. As I said in the start, context is really important because context tells what is a background and framing that helps the audience to understand things better. So always answer so what? Why should somebody care about that insight? What's the why involved? If you have any benchmarks in your data, for example, this is the data pattern we have observed in the last 6 months. this is the benchmarking from, for example, in the industrial standard. Provide some benchmarks or have some historical data to prove a point. For example, this is 5% higher than industry average and double the last quarter rate. So here I've given an example of like how it compares over the course of time, and for example how it compares to the last quarter. Give some comparison so that somebody who reads that insight can evaluate and understand how these points are connected. Then fourth is and with an action. So for example, you have given a bunch of insights. Now obviously there is some sort of action involved. Like if your sales have dropped by 10%, there must be some actions that stakeholders or somebody you're interacting with will want to take. So make it actionable and be very, very specific about what kind of actions you would want them to take. So for example, implement a 24-hour support response by next month. So give them some actionable steps. If you are planning for 1 month, 3 month, or 6 month, it's always advisable to give small and quick wins for the first month of the uh, analysis you have done. And then if you have 3 months, then you can give like a slightly longer pathway for like recommendations on like what things can be taken or steps that can be taken to improve the situation of the analysis you have done. So make sure you're providing some sort of action towards the end, and be very, very specific about it, or what kind of outcomes you are trying to attain through them. At the end, this is a framework you can remember. Insight is what's happening, then evidence is how do we know, which is basically your data, and then lastly is action. So okay, you have an insight, you have data that is supporting an insight. Now what action should we take? Because data sits in an organization to support decision making at the end of the day, and if it is actually valuable, then it should be able to drive decision. So make sure when you're building dashboards, when you're generating insights, when you're trying to type a story, that is able to inspire some sort of decision making and some sort of actions. And last but not the least, I would want you to take this major key takeaway. Like the one main thing from this session is, if you have the right kind of data and you process the data in the right sort of visuals, which is like either you're showing data over the course of time, if you're showing comparison, or you are showing like parts to whole using a donut chart, make sure you use a right visual. Always understand how that fits in your business elements. If you're working in a healthcare industry, if you're in financial industry, or if you are in insurance, how does that fit in the wider picture? And then lastly, that should lead to an action, which means like your data should be tied in such a way, in the story should tie in such a way that it makes sense to somebody who reads that story, and they actually end up making a decision out of it. These are some of the resources you can use to design a nice dashboard. This is a book which I recommend for learning about writing storytelling with data. It's a very good book. And these are some of the links you can use to make sure that you're also designing effective dashboards that tell a true story. And if you would want to connect with me on LinkedIn, this is my LinkedIn page. And that's it. Thank you.
So, Shubhangi, this was a great session. And if you do not mind, maybe you can share just email me your slides.
Sure.
Then we will make sure that all the attendees will find it. This might take a while, maybe 1 to probably 3 weeks until you have gathered all the slides. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
It was a very great session. And if you don't mind, I will remove you from the stage and will add John to the stage. So once again, thank you very much and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Hey, John.
Hi, Tom. Good to see you.
Same. And I can confirm your mic is working. So this is maybe I'm still under the impression from the first session in this room. I was a little bit excited and I didn't realize that the mic wasn't working. So this is the reason why I'm so let's say eager to know that your mic is working.
That's good.
So we have still.
Yeah, let's just wait a minute for people who wanted to join.
Yes, sure. But my eyes got blurry. Maybe I have to drink a little bit more alcohol or things like that. Now it's 1 minute to the hour, and I will not remove you, but I will enter your screen.
Sure. Then let me switch over here.
So I think you are talking about native write back, right? So this is matching with my agenda for this room. So I would say we are good to go almost. Sorry for that. So I'm very interested in this session, wondering what people are doing or considering to do with this new Fabric Power BI feature. With this said, still not 2. So then I have to wait a little bit. So I will not start singing. I will not start dancing, because then maybe you would be alone.
That would be a shame.
Oh, it's 2 p.m. So I vanish. The stage will be yours, but please wait until you start talking for 2 to 3 seconds. This will making the video cutting a little bit more. So, John, stage is yours.
All right, thank you for having me at DataBash this year. My name is John, and I'm here to present a session on native write-back for Fabric and Power BI with translytical task flows. Now, if some of you were at the European Fabric Community Conference in Vienna last week, this topic took up quite a bit of attention. Not only translytical task flows, but write-back as a whole. There were so many exhibitors with write-back third-party tools at the conference. I presented a session with write-back using Power Apps that I also occasionally present, and then Sujata, one of the PMs for translytical task flows, was presenting a great session together with Mark Carlo on this topic. If you were there for FabCon last week, the session that Sujata and Mike presented was quite different from what I'm going to show you. So basically, they showed a lot of different use cases and a lot of very impressive use cases for translytical task flows, whereas the session I'll give you here is a little more in depth with how do you actually create, let's call it, your first translytical task flow, and you'll get to see the details of the components that make up this functionality. So that's what I have in store for you. Very briefly about myself, my name is John, or Jon if you venture into trying to say it the native way, the Danish way. I'm a principal consultant with Inspari, a Danish-based data consultancy, a Microsoft Fabric MVP as of January, and then I write about, well, especially this topic, write back for Power BI and Fabric on my blog, downhilldata.com. But you're welcome to also, if you have questions afterwards or want to spar on a use case, find me on LinkedIn and I'll make sure to reply. So super excited to be here for DataBash this year. This is the overall agenda. I gave you kind of the general theme of the session, right? But just so you know what you can expect, we'll just spend a little bit of time in slides, just the first 5 minutes or so, talking about the solution architecture, what are translytical task flows, why should you use them. Then we will dive straight into demoing the actual solution that we'll be building today, and then you can see it's kind of live demos. We're going to take it from the top, creating the backend required for this functionality, creating a Power BI report, creating a user data function to tie everything together, and then I wrap up at the end comparing this write-back solution to Power App write-back solutions. So hopefully that'll be good. If there are questions at the end, maybe there will be time for it. Let's see how we do. So what are translytical task flows? I think in essence, translytical task flows can best be described as extensions for Power BI. The word translytical task flow doesn't actually appear anywhere inside of Microsoft Fabric in your web browser. The only place translytical task flows appear is in your Power BI settings when you enable the preview feature, and I'll show you how to do that later. But the concept as a whole describes this process of mapping buttons and slicers in your Power BI report to trigger user data functions in your Fabric backend. And those user data functions, they can perform write back, as is the case that we'll be discussing today. But they could also extend your Power BI report to interface all kinds of other things in the cloud. You could simply use them to trigger or orchestrate something, in the cloud that has an API endpoint. You can use them to interface a language model. You could use them to trigger other things in your Fabric platform. So use the UDF, the user data function, to trigger a pipeline in your Fabric environment if that's what you wanted to do. Today, the focus is on the write-back use case, and the solution architecture for that looks like this. Starting from the middle, we have a Power BI report, which is built on top of a Fabric storage item. So you could use either lakehouses, warehouses, or SQL DBs in Fabric. We will focus mostly on SQL DBs in Fabric today because I'd argue they are the best fit. But technically speaking, we can work with the other items too. And I have a little bit of a comparison a little later in the presentation, which you should choose and why. When you are in your Power BI report, you'll be creating whatever context setting that your users will navigate in, and then you will embed a button as well that will trigger a user data function that you build in Fabric, which picks up the context from the Power BI report and does some kind of logic, and then passes whatever values that you need back into your backend. And the data that is then stored in your backend will, of course, become a part of your semantic model, become visible in the Power BI report with some kind of latency, as we'll discuss later. And that's kind of the full cycle. And just before I show you the actual demo, just to give you a bit of an idea, why should you use maybe Translytical task flows over other third-party write-back tools or Power Apps for that matter? I think we'll get back to the full comparison later, but just to feed you a little bit of motivation here, we're dealing here with a solution that's fully Fabric native. Everything that I'm showing you today can be done within the scope of a Fabric capacity, even on an F2. So no additional licensing for Power Platform licenses or third-party visuals in Power BI, and no governance requirements outside of the platform. You'll of course need to deal with permissions and governance on the components that I showed you on this slide, right? You'll need to make sure that people have the proper permissions everywhere here. But all in all, it's a simple solution architecture. I also think that it's brilliant that what we really have here is full Python extensibility for our Power BI reports for users to trigger potentially crazy things with Python within whatever means that you provide them. It gives our Power BI consumers a way into the rest of the cloud world. It's like a window out into the rest of the cloud, and that's pretty damn exciting. Building that kind of capability within a Power App would be possible, but quite complex, and definitely not low code to the point where Power Apps has an advantage. More about those comparisons later, but I just thought I'd give you a little bit of that motivation. So demo time. Let's have a look at the beast, right? What does this kind of solution actually look like? So now, of course, I was on the wrong tab here. Let me just boot up the actual report here. So I'm still trying to get used to the new Fabric UI. You see, I'm in the Fabric experience, and I have the nice tabs at the top, which was announced last week. I have everything here in my new Object Explorer, super nice. But the reason I'm saying it is, if you see me clicking around a little confused, I'm still trying to get used to it. So this is a very, very simple Power BI report. You will get to see everything that's underneath at a later stage. So I'm not going to go through the full semantic model, etc. now. Just know that right here, I'm just displaying sales by product name. I actually have a little bit of a hierarchy here. I can even go into different product categories, and I can drill down into a specific product. And then the idea is that in this Power BI report, there are some sales managers who want to annotate the details of the report so they can share insights with each other. And they'll want to do that on both levels of aggregation of this visual. They'll both want to be able to comment on the overall product category, and they'll want to be able to log annotations on a specific product. They also need to assign a score, so like a performance score on this product and product category. And in this case, it's even the case that depending on which level of aggregation you're on, they need to be able to assign scores from 1 to 3 and 1 to 5 respectively. So there's a little bit of sort of dynamic or conditional logic in there. They, of course, also need to add a qualitative annotation, a comment, and then they need to shoot this data back to the backend so that when you select an item in the report, you're able to see the specific comments which were made for the selected item. So we need to pick up the context of the user selection, let the user fill in both some categorical and some numerical values, some qualitative values, and save that. Let's just have a look at what that looks like, right? So let's see if I can find an item here where I've not made a comment before. So here, Touring 1000, yellow, size 60, that's a type of touring bike that I'm selling in AdventureWorks. And if I wanted to annotate the performance of this product, I can select that I'm making an annotation for the product level, can say, well, okay, Touring 1000, yellow 60, we're doing pretty well. I'll give it the score 4. And I'd say here, this product is actually performing pretty well. And once I filled out this information, you could see that the save button got enabled, and I can click this button. And you'll notice that it's gonna spin a little while the first time you do this. We'll get back to it, but the first time you trigger UDF, a session needs to start up. And you can see I actually got now a comment logged on this product. And it's now also in my semantic model. You could see the data was reflected live back in my report in a separate table here. I could have built a task flow which was manipulating the data that was part of one of the other visuals, and it would live have changed that as well. But in this case, I'm adding it to a table here. My task flow here allows me to do upserts, so I can actually modify this. This comment was made during data bash 25. Let's see. This time it was way faster, and the data got in right away. So that was very live. Like, I think that's very impressive. That was literally less than a second from the time I clicked save until you got the confirmation and the data was back in my semantic model. I think that's awesome. The first one was a little slow, but once it's going, if you do multiple entries, when the session's already live, this thing is lightning fast. Especially when we're talking single record manipulation. We'll get back to the bulk story a little later on. Just wanted to show you that I can also log a comment for the entire touring bike category in combination with this product. I'll need to clear my slicer here and say this comment is on category level. Oh, I can't spell for the life of me. Yeah, there we go. There we go. What's the score? I think touring bikes were our best sellers. Let's give it the top score. Let's click save. Super fast, and now I can see both the annotation that was made on the product and the product category level at the same time down here. So I have appends, I have insert, so I have appends or inserts, I have update statements, and then of course I can delete these as well. So if I click delete here, I deleted the product category comment that I had selected here. If I click product and click delete, that one will disappear as well. And all of this logic is something that I've built and something that we'll have a little bit of a look at how to accomplish today. And just to, again, sort of set the scene here, I think this is the most basic way you can work with WriteBack, doing comments or annotations. And the reason why it's basic, it doesn't mean that it doesn't mean it's not popular. We're amending a very, very poor built-in comment functionality of Power BI reports, which are not very context aware, or at least not very flexible for users to use. So we can build a better solution, quite simple. But I wanted to just highlight that you can make much more complex use cases work. Sujata has some very, very excellent examples on one of her GitHub pages. I haven't found the link, but I'll make sure to dig it up a little later for you if we have time. But otherwise, if you just Google Sujata Translytical Task Flow examples or find the Translytical Task Flow documentation on Microsoft Learn, you can find some very advanced scenarios where, the task flow is allowing the user to ask a question to ChatGPT. The response gets saved into the underlying database, and both the question and the answer appears in sort of like a chat dialogue. So you can embed a chatbot in your Power BI reports if you go a little more advanced with these things. it's a little more difficult to set up and a little outside the scope of the session today. So today we'll stick with how do you build this, and then you can of course build on top of that yourself later. So that's kind of the scope for today, is how do we build this this solution here. Let me just go back to the slides for a second, because I want to just introduce you how to walk through this this process end to end. And spoiler, cooking show magic may occur. If I were to write all the Python code from scratch, it would take way too long to do this in an hour. So a little cooking show magic, but I'll try and show you as much as possible. The first thing I want to show you is just how do you actually enable translytical task flows in your tenant and in Power BI desktop. And you'll want to know that there are a number of settings that you need to enable. Now, I forgot to update the slide as of last week because there were a few preview features that went into general availability last week, or they're doing it this week. That is namely the list slicer and button slicer, but and the user data functions actually. But the SQL database and Fabric item is still in preview and will need to be enabled in your tenant settings. I'll show you where in a second. And then the translytical task flow feature, the text slicer, the connect to Fabric SQL DBs is, as far as I'm aware, also still preview features. But let's have a quick look. So in Fabric, what you'll want to do is to go into the admin portal. And now I'll need to refresh here. Something's wrong with my UI. Let's see. There we go. So if I click settings and admin portal, you can search by keyword. You'll find them in the top here, but you can see here the SQL database preview item needs to be enabled for you to create this solution that I'm showing you today. If you go with warehouses or lakehouses, you can technically still do this. It will be technically more difficult than what I'm showing you today. SQL DBs are by far the easiest to work with, but then you can avoid this preview. And then I was a little curious to see if user data functions was removed from here. Yeah, it was. So that went GA all right. That's great. So in the tenant here, all you need to enable for now is this SQL DB preview. Now in Power BI Desktop, you'll want to go into your options and settings and find that ridiculously, comically long list of preview features for Power BI Desktop, which got shortened a little last week, to be fair, but it's still scrollable. I think it's comical that you can have a scrollable list of preview features. And what you'll want to enable in here is connect to SQL DBs and Fabric, as well as the translytical task flow. And then if you want to use the new button list and text slicer visuals as contextual input for your users to your translytical task flows, you'll need to enable those as well. I was told that these were going out of preview, but I guess that might be coming with the October update of Power BI Desktop. In any case, go in and enable these, but be aware that we are talking here, well, in summary, 6 different preview features. Is this production ready? Likely not, right? This is testing grounds, playing grounds to get ahead of the curve and build write-back solutions which will be scalable and solid a year from now, maybe only half a year. I think it's a feature they're prioritizing pretty heavily here. But do be aware, you're relying on preview features for now, but I think it's safe to say that this is the future of write-back in Fabric and Power BI. So I wouldn't be afraid of experimenting with this, but I would definitely wait half a year with building any kind of production solution. All right, so those were the preview features that you need to enable in order to even get started with this. Now, what order of operations do we have then in terms of building this solution architecture? Well, I think that of course, to build a Power BI report, you need a semantic model, and to build a semantic model, you need a backend artifact. So I think we need to talk a little bit about picking your write-back storage item. As I flagged earlier, that's a little bit of a discussion point, which one you might prefer. So you have 3 options. You can pick SQL DBs and Fabric, you can pick warehouses, and you can pick lakehouses. I think technically you can also pick storage items outside of Fabric, but it won't work as easily. You won't be able to just create native connectors to those, and we'll have to do custom API interfaces. Doable, but for the simple sort of solution architecture, these are your choices. And we'll get into that, but the SQL DB is easier than the warehouse, which is easier than the lakehouse. Lakehouses only allow writing to files, And why is that important? That's important when you consider the delay or the duration it will take for your write back data to arrive back in your semantic model. Because what this means is after doing the actual write back action to the lakehouse, you will need to trigger some kind of process that takes those files and converts them to your tables or gets the data into your tables to reflect that in your semantic model. And depending on your setup, that can of course be very fast, but it can also incur a little bit of a delay. So I wanted to just flag that. Warehouses, they only allow writing to tables, and they also have some limitations in namely the T-SQL layer. It was announced a while ago that the identity columns are on the roadmap, but they're not here yet. Also, you don't have a good way of building, of defining built-in sort of enforced primary keys and stuff like that. There are some things to be desired, I think, for that item to be perfect. It's also an OLAP engine, an analytics processing engine, which means that it's better for sort of these bulk analytical workloads and not so much transactional data, but it will work, and it is very live still when you do write back solutions to warehouse. But I just wanted to plug that SQL DBs, they are transactional by nature. They are OLTP artifacts that are optimized for transactional reads and writes. They have full T-SQL support, quote unquote, right? Almost. I think there are some discrepancies with Azure SQL still, but it's way closer than the warehouse artifact, and that's exactly what we need. We want to be able to build identity columns and stuff like that to make our lives much easier in the user data function side of our solution architecture. So for me, at least, SQL DBs are the default choice for translytical task flows. Warehouses will work too, but they are less straightforward to use. I'm not going to go ahead and create the SQL DB from scratch, but I will show you what I created so you can take inspiration and do it yourself. So in my workspace here, I have a SQL DB called Translytical Demo DB, and I already opened it up in a tab here. And in this Translytical Demo DB, I went ahead and clicked the naughty sample data button when the DB was still blank and imported the sales LT schema with all the AdventureWorks data that I have in here. The AdventureWorks data has these. It's that you saw the data already. It's like an outdoor gear shop where you can buy bikes and equipment and all that kind of stuff, right? And we have some standard sales data, super boring, but easy to use for the purpose of demonstrating translytical task flows. I enriched this schema with a comment here, a comment table here, and you can create this table however you want. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Wanted to show you the create statement, but I made sure here that I was defining a identifier, a unique identifier on my comment table that was an auto-incrementing identity column. And the reason I'm doing this is because this avoids, this allows us to not deal with primary key logic inside of our user data function. And this is one of the primary reasons why the SQL DB is just a lot easier to get started with, at least when you're doing translytical task flows than, say, the warehouse. I do have an example. I can show you what it looks like in the warehouse later if we have time. But this is the true star of the show when it comes to making this simple and doable for Power BI developers. So I went ahead and created a simple comment annotation table like this. You can take a screenshot, or you can go back in the video and capture this. I also have this exact code on my blog, so you can get it there. Or you may want to create something entirely different, right? But this is what the table looks like. And just to query it, you can see that this is where all those comments that we were writing before, they end up with a level of detail, a category result, a comment. We're logging the product ID that I'm inputting this data on, and then I'm auto-generating. You can see how it's incrementing here. There are a few missing numbers because I'm sometimes deleting comments, but that's all good. All right, so that's what my SQL DB in Fabric looks like. Now, the next step is to pick a storage mode for your semantic model. And this too warrants a little bit of discussion. So there are again 3 options, of course, in Fabric: import, direct query, and direct lake. Import does work. I mean, you can write back to the data source just fine with Power BI. But if you use import, the data won't flow back into your semantic model until a refresh has been triggered and completed. And for some write-back cases, that's probably fine. Like I can definitely come up with scenarios where that is fine, and maybe where that's your only option, because you need all your tables to be in import mode for your, well, maybe you have some requirements that don't allow you to use composite models, or maybe you just in general are working with tables that are so huge that import's the only viable option. If that's the case, import does work, but know that you cannot provide live feedback in your Power BI report to your end users. Direct Lake, just to start from the other end, works better, but for Direct Lake data to get reflected in your Power BI report when new data lands in your backend artifact, a little bit of reframing process needs to take place. So a metadata refresh, you could say, of your semantic model. And I'd say that you see up to maybe a minute of delay for this data to actually arrive. So I've really tried sort of kicking off this reframing process. There is an API that you should be able to call to force a reframing, but I've never managed to make it work faster than approximately 1 minute. For some, that's fine, and you can use Direct Lake and be happy, but I prefer Direct Query. It just works out of the box, and if you ask me, it's the preferred storage mode for translytical task flows. Note here that you don't have to have your entire model be Direct Query. If you can live with composite, you can make it so that only the one table that you're writing back to is Direct Query, and it will work just fine if you can live with the composite model limitations, of course. So again, I'm not going to create the semantic model from scratch, but I just wanted to show you what it looks like. I have over here translytical demo report. There's nothing fancy in here. I just went ahead and connected with Direct Query to the entire schema. You can see advanced, all of this is in storage mode Direct Query. You can see that by the icon as well, of course. But I could have imported this data model and just made my comment table, wherever that is. Oh, it's over here. And I could have made my comment table Direct Query as the only one. I also have a parameter table in here. It's not as important for the story, but that of course is that's just a calculated table or an enter data table even. So that's not Direct Query, of course. Right. Nothing much to see here. Of course, you can write back to an existing table. I could have modified the AdventureWorks schema here, or I could have been updating product names with my translytical task flow, doing sort of a master data management solution, or what do I know? There are so many different types of write-back cases. In this case, I created a separate table, and then I, of course, need to establish a relationship between the product and comment. This should not be bidirectional, but okay, we'll live with it. Right. So that's the semantic model. There's not so much magic there. After you've created the semantic model, I would argue that you should go in and design your Power BI report. You should design your Power BI report, and you should consider what are the input options that my users will need for whatever write-back solution I'm trying to create. So even though there's going to be a little bit of back and forth here, you'll see in the next steps between Power BI and our user data function, I would start with requirement gathering for my Power BI report, figuring out what inputs do I need to make. Then I would go into my user data function, define that, set up the parameters that needs to be coming from Power BI, and then go back to Power BI and set it up. I would just recommend you that kind of workflow. But first, you then need to consider what even are the possible input options in Power BI. There are 3 options. This is getting weird. It's always 3 options. You can use list slicers, button slicers, and text slicers. And now this is, only half the truth, because in fact, you can use the classic slicer too. You'll just need, they don't integrate natively with translytical task flows. You'll need to set up a separate calculated measure to pick up the selected value of your classical slicer to pass that value to your translytical task flow. But it's easy to do still. But there are 3 sort of native options here, and it's the 3 preview slicers: list, button, and text slicer. List slicers, great for categorical dimensional values. That's what I used for that, picking between product and product category. Button slicers, a little more flexible, and I'd say you can even do everything you can with a list slicer with a button slicer, more or less. I think there's maybe some differences, but I'm actually not really aware of the differences. But they're great for doing grids or rows of categorical values, or even numerical if you have a very limited scale. And then text slicers allow you to do free text input. You don't have to create new slicers to be able to use the values in the translytical task flow. If you have a filter pane on your report and you need the context of those filters, or even user selections for that matter in visuals, you can of course integrate those in your translytical task flows. Sometimes you need to use calculated measures to pick up the values, but if you're already using list slicers, button slicers, text slicers, you'll be able to very easily point to those values when you're mapping your button to the translytical task flow user data function. But I'll show you that, don't worry. All right, so how do you go about creating this entire thing? Again, to save a little on time, let's not create it from scratch, but let's try and open up our report here in edit mode. All right, so I have here on the left-hand side, it's just a simple clustered bar chart. And on the right-hand side, I have some graphical elements that I use to just spice things up a little and make it look a little more seamless. I have some shapes. This is just, a shape with a title. And this one is then just a list slicer, which you of course cannot see when you're in the browser. I should maybe open this up in desktop. Let's see if we need to do that. This is a list slicer. This is a button slicer. And then the last one down here is a text slicer. So what you do is you configure, I'd say, the bulk of your report. Normally you'll have more than one visual. You'll maybe have some KPIs and stuff. For simplicity, I only have one here. And then you'll set up the filters, the context that the users need to be able to provide afterwards. In this case, I created that manual table that has level of detail and result score. So all that is it's a table consisting of 8 rows, 3 rows which say product category, and then 1, 2, and 3 respectively in the result score, and 5 rows for product with the values 1 through 5 respectively. And then I'm inserting a list slicer and adding level of detail as the field. And for the button slicer, I'm adding the result score as a field, and I'm creating a text slicer and adding nothing as the field, because I'm not searching within a field here. I need this for users to be able to input free text. Each of these, you will need to spend a pretty great amount of time with the formatting pane to make this look seamless. I found myself spending a lot of time tweaking everything from the what's that called? Wow. The radius of the corners on the different slicers to make them look similar. The buttons is a whole story of its own, right? You will just need to play around with this, and I would encourage you to also consider how your filters are able to filter each other. So right here, for example, I have set up my list slicer to filter my button slicer so that depending on which category I'm selecting, the user gets to choose between 2 different ranges of values, because I'm filtering this sales score table, right? So you can build in some conditional logic with a bit of foresight here. So all of this, I would do this before writing your Python script. I would go ahead and consider for my business requirement, my sales managers who need to input comments and assign scores to product and product category. I know that they will need to have a button for selecting this level of detail. I'll know they need a button to select a score. This button needs to depend on this one, and then I just have a free text field as well. Once you have all of that set up, you can create the button right away, but you will need to go and create your user data function before we can come back and map our button to pick up these values and send them to the UDF. So this is the point sort of before creating the buttons. Oh, no, I'm deleting something here. That's fine. But before creating the buttons, that's where you kind of stop in Power BI. You publish your work to the service, and then you jump into the user data function. So now it's time to talk about how to create your user data function. And I know it's a lot of information here, but try and stick with me. So there are 4 steps to setting up your user data function. I messed up the animations here, so you got to read them all at once. I hope you can still hear what I'm saying and I'm not just reading it all. The first thing you need to do is to define the actual function. You need to define which parameters will I be feeding this function from Power BI. So all of those slicers that I just showed you, you'll need to create a placeholder parameter in your user data function for each of those slicers and for any additional user context you need to pick up. You need to define in your function, is there some kind of conditional logic here? So what you saw in my flow with the save button was that had upsert logic. So if there was already an item in the underlying SQL DB, we are updating that record. And if there is no record matching the product ID, we're inserting a new record. So there's some conditional logic. You need to put in the actual write-back functionality. In our case, with the SQL DB, it's simple SQL statements for inserts and updates. You need to also define yourself in your Translytical task flow. There's nothing given to you by default here, but so you need to define any feedback or communication that you present to the user. So in terms of success or failure messages, you need to define those for the user. If you want some kind of error handling or data validation, say in your free text field is in fact allowing the users to input a date. How do you handle any misspellings when that arrives in the user data flow, user data function, sorry. That kind of stuff you need to build yourself. And any logging that you want for your own troubleshooting purposes, you'll need to define that as well. I have some examples of all of this that we can go through if we have time. But that's kind of the meat of it. And that's what takes by far the most time. The next thing you do is that you publish your function and you grant permissions to any Power BI users who need to be able to trigger this user data function to trigger the Translytical task flow. This is awesome. It gives you an extra governance step, but it allows you to segregate between Power BI users who are allowed to do write-back and users who are not allowed to do write-back. So you can separate those users even though they're using the same report. If only the managers are allowed to make inputs, you can disable the button for regular consumers by simply not granting them permission to use user data function. This, of course, warrants that you also don't grant them over-permissive workspace values in whatever workspace you're building your user data function in. But I think best practice here is just simply to, just like you're hopefully also doing with your backend items, your semantic model, and your Power BI report, split it up into different workspaces, right? So we're working with item level permissions here and granting item specific permissions to our user data functions by user or AD group. Then final step is to go back into Power BI and map this user data function to the filters and buttons that we defined initially. And here, I totally forgot I had this, but I actually have a link right here. I'll make sure to share those slides with you afterwards, Tom, so you can share it with the DataBash community. But this is a link for another tutorial for how to get started with Translytical task flows. And then there's also a link to Sujata's GitHub, which have some very crazy and cool examples. The one I talked about with the built-in chatbot functionality and all of that. So give that a look if you pass the initial test of building the comment application. All right. With that, let's jump into seeing what the actual user data function looks like. So back in Power BI or Fabric here, I also have a tab for my Translytical demo UDF. And this item is called a user data function when you create it in your workspace. But actually, it's a function set. It's like it can contain more than one function, and you'll see here I actually do have 3 different functions in my UDF defined here. I have write and update comment to SQLDB, delete comment to SQLDB, and write and update comment to warehouse. So you can have multiple functions in the same UDF if necessary, and that's a matter of personal preference, I think, how you potentially segregate those. So the way that this works is that, and it's not very clear, I think, when you open up user data functions for the first time. I'll recommend you to to definitely check out the sample code that is in the editor here. So let me just create sort of a blank slate down here. I can go to Insert Sample, find SQLDB, and there will actually be a pretty great starting point for writing data into a SQL database. Where did they put that? I'm not even sure. Let's see. Write one to SQLDB. Oh, it's here. Cool. Okay, it's all this, right? I think they actually updated this sample. There didn't used to be so many great comments. That's great news. Okay. Anyway, when you insert these samples, they don't come with the initial import statements. So while this is great inspiration, and this is really how I learned to work with it, I was just taking this and modifying, tweaking it to fit my case. You do need to know that you will need to import these two libraries. The second one's optional. That's only if you want logging, but you need to import fabric.functions, and you just write this as code, and the user data function will be able to pick up the set of functions from the internet for you to use. If you don't do this, your user data function won't work. Simple as that. All right. Once you have those import statements imported, and by the way, you can find this in the documentation, but it's a little hidden actually. So just copy it from mine or Sujata's examples if you're ever in doubt. Once you have your own, you can use your own as kind of a template, right? And once you have this import thing set up, what do we need to do? Let's look at the sample code. Well, first we're defining a connection, and then we're defining a function. The connection we need to set up needs to, of course, go to our SQLDB in the backend. And for that to work, we need to go into Manage Connections, and we get a nice graphical GUI, like almost a one-leg explorer-like, where you can add data sources that you want to be able to consume from, connect to with your user data function. So I can click Add Connection, and you just get to browse and see all the lakehouses, warehouses, and SQLDBs in your Fabric estate. So I can choose Translytical DemoDB, and it will create a connection here. What's important is that you either modify the alias to something that you that you can remember, or that you remember whatever default alias is granted, because you actually need to refer to the connection using this alias within your code. So that's what it's saying right here. When you're creating a connection to a SQLDB, it first needs to have SQLDB passed as its argument name, and then the alias, you need to replace this string with whatever alias was in your managed connections. Then you get to the fun part of defining your function. You need to modify the name of the function. This is the name by which it will be recognized when you map your Power BI button to the function, and this is also the name it will be given out in the Explorer. Then you need to again say which connection are we going to use for SQLDB, and here we need to refer to that function library that we downloaded in the beginning or imported. So you're saying when I'm using the SQLDB connection here, you should use the Fabric SQL connection function from our Fabric functions library. A little complex, but just trust the template. And then you need to modify this to fit whatever parameters that you want to pass from Power BI. So in our case, in my case, I need to create a parameter for my product ID. I need to create a parameter for my level of detail, so the product or product category selection with my list slicer. I need to create another parameter to take the value, the score that I'm assigning. That should be an integer value, of course, and the other one, the previous one should be a string. Then I need to pass it the actual text comment. That will also be a string, of course. Excuse me. And then finally, you might think, well, what about the primary key of my table, right? What about the comment ID? Well, if you're working with SQLDBs, you don't need to worry about that, because the identity column in our SQLDB will take care of that comment ID, the primary key, by itself. You'll need it, however, or at least you'll need to do something if you're working with a warehouse. Let's see if we have time to explore that later. This sample will then try and explain to you exactly what is needed, right? Also, best practice for commenting, definitely more visible here than what I've done in my function, so take inspiration from that. And then you can see down here what it does is it defines a data object consisting of those parameters that were coming in from Power BI. Then we establish a connection to our SQL DB, and we establish a cursor. So that's kind of like the cursor taking the actions in the backend. Then we create a table query simulating what if we don't have a table in our backend for this anyway. I went ahead and pre-created the table, so I've deleted this from my script. And then there's a simple insert query here. You define your SQL statement and you map sort of your parameter values by calling this function with cursor.execute, and then you map the data object with those 3 parameters to the SQL statement that you define here. There are several ways of doing this. My code has 2 different ways. We'll have a look at it in a second. But if you do it this way, pay very close attention to the order of your parameters here, because the first parameter here will be the one that maps to the first question mark here to the first column here. So make sure that that's congruent. Finally, you'll need to commit whatever transaction that you're making up here, close connections, and then do a little bit of communication with the end users at the end. Let's put this in the context of our report. So this up here is my slightly modified version of that sample. And I mean, I seriously just took that sample and modified it to fit my needs. I'm importing the libraries that I need. I'm defining a connection to the SQL DB with this alias. Then I'm creating a function called write and update comment to SQL DB, so with upsert logic. And I'm defining the connection needs to be a parameter, but then I'm having here the 4 different parameters that I want to pick up from the Power BI report. I'm creating a data object, just like we did in the sample, product ID, comment, level of detail, category result, establishing a connection to the SQL DB, and then I do something a little different from the example, right? Because I want some upsert logic. I'm first gonna try and look up, is there anything on the selected combination of product ID and input level of detail in the backend already? So I'm defining a lookup query, and then I'm executing it with cursor.execute, saying execute lookup query, and then I'm passing not the whole data element, but I'm actually referring to the parameters up here directly. So that's the other way that you can do this. Again, the order is important. Product ID comes first to match the first question mark here. And then I'm fetching the first record. If there is a record, meaning the lookup does not return empty, then I'm defining an update query, an update statement, executing that, committing, closing, and returning a message to the end user. If the lookup was empty, I'm defining an insert query instead, executing that, committing the transaction, closing the connection, and returning a different comment to the end user. So this is what I mean by communicating to the end user what you're doing, right? And once you have this whole user data function set up, you can go ahead and click publish. And then you can, let me just delete this part down here again, just so we don't get any errors. Where did that start? Oh, it's down here. Yes. Okay, delete that. Once you've defined your user data function, it's good to know that you can click the little test button here. And you can manually try to, okay, I have an update. They've modified this, I guess, since I created this. Okay, I'll need to upgrade my library before we could do this. But here you can manually input values for your parameters, test it, and get any feedback from how the write-back operation goes. And this is very handy. It's horrible to go back and forth between Power BI and your UDF. And that's because after every change you make here, before the change is reflected in Power BI, you'll need to click publish and wait, I'd say anywhere between 10 seconds and 5 minutes before the change is available in your Power BI report. So you'll want to test your function before moving to Power BI. Once you're happy with your function, you go back into Power BI, and we create that button that we didn't create before, or if you created the button, now's the time to map it. Okay, just needs to wake up here. my capacity. So on this save button, if you've enabled Translytical task flows, the preview feature in your settings, there will be a new type of action available for you to choose called data function. So at the very bottom, you select data function. It's going to ask you to point to a workspace, to a function set. That's the user data function item that you created in your workspace, and then to the specific function that you want to point to. So you could create a user data function per report page or per report, and then just have multiple functions available in here for you to map to all the different buttons that you might want to use. After selecting the data function, it will automatically populate this window with the parameters that you defined in your user data function. So if you said, well, this user data function expects to get a product ID as an integer, it will have a little section for it here. And same with comment, same with level of detail, same with category result. You can map these either to a specific slicer. The list button or text slicers are the only ones which will show up here, and they will only show up if the type, the data type of the parameter matches the data type of the slicer. So you can see here my score slicer will not appear in the dropdown matching the comment parameter because these are numerical values. So it's guiding you like that, but of course you can make mistakes anyway. The text slicer, for example, is available for all of these, right? If you don't want to use the inputs from your slicers to map to those parameters, you can also click the conditional formatting button and either select a field value directly from a column if you wanted to just grab the first city and that's available in the filter context of the report. You could do that, or you could find, if you have a calculated measure, you can navigate to that and add that. I don't have that in this report. I have another one with that, but I don't think we'll have time to show it today. But you can map these to fields and to calculated measures, meaning that you can pick up context of any other visual or classic slicer in your report. Then you will likely want to also enable refresh report and maybe also auto clear on these fields here. Auto clear here means that the slicers will reset, and refresh the report will mean that once the save action is completed, the user data function is completed, it will trigger a visual refresh of the report so that if you're using direct query, any data that you created will be reflected immediately for the users. So that's super sweet. And that's actually all there is to it. Once you've mapped it, you will have your button here. It will be disabled if you have a text slicer with no input or another slicer with no default selection. However, I've formatted my slicers here to force a selection to make this as easy as possible to use. Test comment. And when I click save now, what this does in the backend is that it triggers that user data function that you saw I created before, and it's going to start a session first. And then, if you click these details, that's where those comments that I put in the return statement of my user data function, they appear. I can embed other logging info here. I can maybe briefly show that in a second, how you do that in my advanced scenario. So there is possibility of adding a little more info here, but that window of communication is the only one that's available to you. You know what? Let's quickly have a look at the advanced example here. If you want to do logging, what you do is that you import a logging library, as I showed you before, and then I have it down here. This is my warehouse example, so almost the same kind of code, but slightly different. I'm all the time using these lg.info or lg.critical to throw errors. I'm using try and except to throw errors when the user does something that the user data function doesn't expect. And then I'm returning those exceptions in return statements. So for example, here, if something happens here, I can communicate to the user update of existing record failed, error message, and then use string interpolation to get the error message that was thrown by the database, and then I can return that message to my end user through clever use of this return statement. So you can do communication with your users that way. you can do it as part of your data validation, which I'm not doing any of right here. But that was just to show you kind of what that might look like. All right, we are running a little short on time, 6 minutes and some change left. So let's just go back to the slides for sort of a little bit of a round off here and comparison of this solution against Power Apps. So what's the verdict here? I think translytical task flows have a lot going for them. It's amazing that we can do all of this with the compute of an F2 capacity. Like, you don't need to pay for anything else, and an F2 is sufficient for most write-back scenarios. You can probably find translytical task flow scenarios which demand more than an F2, but for simple single-line data write-back manipulation, an F2 is enough, and it's more than enough. You don't need to worry about Power Apps licensing. You don't need to worry about third-party solutions. You don't need to worry about governance outside of the platform. It's great. It's simple. It's likely to be cheaper. And the Power BI integration here is very seamless. You'll need to spend some time formatting the slicers, the buttons, to make them look seamless. But when that's done, it is very seamless. And the communication with the user, even though it relies on that pop-up sort of in the top right corner, it feels Power BI, right? That's awesome. What's the con? Everything's in preview. Well, not everything anymore, but almost everything is still in preview. And then we're very limited, actually, right, in translytical task flows in terms of our input options. So, right, there's a lot of possibilities of picking up context, user selections made in visuals, user selections made in slicers, but there are not a lot of different slicer types in Power BI natively. We can see on the core visuals board that there are more things on the roadmap, but they are a while down the road, right? And I don't know how long we'll have to wait, but for now, if you wanted the user to make a date input, to actually input a date in your Power BI report and somehow save that to the backend, I'm not sure there is a good way of actually doing that, because, there's not really a date slicer that allows you to do like a calendar view, right? Selecting a date at this point. You could use a drop down and then present a list of 365 dates, right? And that's not a good solution either. You could use a text slicer and just pray that the users, they use the same date format as you expect when you pass it in your user data function. Is it day, month, year? Month, day, year, year, month, date? I don't know, right? You'll have to teach your users what format to use. Do you separate the values by dashes or backslashes or forward slashes, or what do you do? I don't know. So date inputs is a problem right now, and that's just one example. I also can't create a slider for like numerical values. I can't. I don't have a good way of creating. There are lots of limitations on sort of the input side of things. That's where Power Apps' strength lies. If you need very flexible input options, maybe you want multi-page inputs without having to rely on what feels like very hacky bookmark workarounds, and maybe you want that calendar date input, I'd say Power Apps is better. I've also listed here as a pro for Power Apps that it has better performance. I think that holds especially true for the first record that you're creating. You saw the translytical task flow was very slow for the first data point, but then it got faster. Also for bulk entries, I think Power Apps will perform better if you do it via stored procedures. But translytical task flows can, of course, be very performant as well. Just to sort of summarize limitations of translytical task flows as they stand right now, they don't only work with Fabric native storage items, but they are the ones that are easy to set up. You can build custom API integrations to other storage items as necessary, but Fabric native items are way easier. They only work natively. There's a natively that I'm missing in the line there, I can see, but they only work natively with the new preview slices in Power BI, and then you need calculated measures for the rest. If your report is using PBIR or PBIP, you're out of luck, unfortunately. Not supported for those yet, at least. And you cannot do this in embedded scenarios. So I think that's just important to mention that you cannot do this in a report that you expose publicly or via your webpage. With that, and I'm not sure if we have a good way of handling that, Tom, but I think we have time for just a single question if there is something in a chat anywhere. I'm not sure what exactly we do with questions here at DataBash.
So basically, this is something I forgot to ask you about
Yeah.
questions. So hopefully I will not forget this as well. But there are no questions.
There are no
So
questions. Okay, do you have one?
yes, can you please share the links later with me
Yeah,
that you have on
for
LinkedIn?
Sujata's GitHub. Yeah,
So then I will make sure that the attendees will get it.
that'd be awesome. Yeah. I'll make sure to share the slides and the links that I had embedded in the slides. I'll share those directly with you.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Of course.
So now I was trying to remember what you said, pronouncing your name properly.
Jon.
Jon. So I already forgot it. So thank you very much, Jon. It was a pleasure listening to you.
Awesome. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. So I will remove you immediately from the stage and
Sure.
add the next one. And thank you very much again.
Thank you for having me, Tom.
Right.
Have a great rest of the day.
Yes, thank you. So, Arthur, you are
Hey.
right now, and you are
Hello.
also your slides right now. And now that I realized your mic is working, I will
Yes,
go,
check.
and it's yours.
Yeah, thank you, Tom, for the invitation, and everyone else, feel free to ask also during the session.
Do you want me to, if there are questions, Arthur, do you want me to put them right into that?
Yeah, if
Okay.
they are on point, yes, do it.
Yeah,
because
sure. If they are on
I'm
point, so
jumping
that-
between different tools, so it's great when I'm already inside of one. Maybe I can answer the stuff then.
Okay, so then I will go and
Yeah, just feel
log
free
on.
to unmute. Yeah, so hello everyone. Yeah, today I'm talking about one of my favorite topics, some kind that developed to be one of my favorite topics, monitoring in Microsoft Fabric. Yeah, and as Tom told, you can just post your questions in the chat. I'm watching in the different screen. That's why I'm sometimes looking such upper right corner. Yeah, today I will cover different tools to monitor your Fabric tenant. But why we do monitoring actually? I think even if Peter Drucker told you can't manage what you don't measure, yes, he's right in some point. It also relates to Fabric, because you cannot manage it properly. How many CUs do you need, and who has access to which artifacts? But I think even a better definition is done by the fellow Mark Leifeld, Microsoft MVP, and he told once it's better to allow in a controlled manner than to prohibit in an uncontrolled manner. So data governance works when it has some monitoring in place and people are not restricted of doing things, but are monitored, and then you get this feedback, you have room for improvements. And I think Fabric as a kind of a business data management platform it's especially important to monitor things there, because when lots of business users are working there, it can be really wild, but you also should not lock them in, because it stops all this creativity and all the good things about self-service. Yeah, when it comes to monitoring, there are different areas of monitoring. I'm very sure it's not everything, but these are some kind of the main points. When it comes to monitoring, it's often about performance of the artifacts. It's about problems, about errors, about cost, about usage, and also access management and governance, and also dependencies between artifacts. And there are different tools in the Microsoft landscape that are already covering parts of this. So the standard solutions that Microsoft provides are the usage matrix, some kind of more front-end business-related inbuilt metrics in Fabric and in Power BI before, to be honest. then the capacity matrix for CU consumptions, and the job monitor. So as the main part of this talk will be inside of the tool, I will show all of them sooner or later. So especially the ones that I am actively using. Then there are some API-based solutions or some APIs that you should use when you take monitoring seriously. For me, it's the activity logs. It's a quite big API with where you have all the activities of users, and the scanner API, which is especially interesting in terms of which items do you have in a tenant and what are the dependencies between the items to detect such stuff. The scanner API is a very good one. Then there is also workspace monitoring, a comparably new solution, like 1 year old. Last year when I was at Data Conference Switzerland, it was like short before it was released. And I also made this talk without this solution back then. The workspace monitoring is very detailed, solutions with lots of logs, and it's inbuilt in Fabric, but you should activate it only per workspace, and it's by default it's off because it consumes some CU. And there are also accelerators, and I will spend a lot of time in FUAM in this talk. So FUAM is the Fabric Unified Admin Monitoring. It's one, I think, the most popular, or it should be at least the most popular solution by now, because it's fantastic. It brings different perspectives together, CU matrix, activities, and also the items. I also use the Measure Killer. Measure Killer, originally developed for, as it says, killing measures. It's also a good tool to detect some dependencies and to, when you want to delete a measure, you can really show what are the dependencies, what is the, what will happen if I delete this, and how are the relations between the different artifacts, especially in the enterprise version. It's a very powerful monitoring tool. And the Fabric Cost Analyzer is a comparably new accelerator that is also part of the Fabric toolbox. And as a final piece of solutions are some custom solutions. I will also show the usage matrix like from workspace streaming. So you have some real-time metrics, and to use Activator on top of the job logs can be a good idea when you want some ad hoc notifications. As you see here, lots of solutions, and when I try to show them all, it looks like this. So you can get lost in this area, and that's why I created some monitoring stack that I personally like to use, and I would also recommend to use to your needs. And this is, I think, when I could reduce this presentation to one slide, I would choose this one. So I have the FUAM. This is the backbone of my monitoring. It's a pre-built solution with some artifacts already in place, and it does the most work for analytical monitoring. And then it can be extended by several more near real-time or more detailed solutions. So the Fabric Workspace monitoring is for, at the one side, it's for some in-depth analysis, for example, to track some bad actor semantic models where the refresh takes way too long and consumes way too much CU. Then this is the former Azure Log Analytics, now Fabric Workspace Monitoring. It's the same actually, but in Fabric. And it's based on the real-time stack, so you also can build some real-time notifications on top of it. And then there are other means of Fabric Workspace streaming and job monitor. It can also be used for ad hoc notifications and analysis. And there is the inbuilt capacity matrix app, which still has some justification to be used because it's near real time, and if you really want to know why is my capacity down at this moment, then maybe you should go inside of this app and watch what's happening right now, even if it's direct query and it's very slow and I don't really enjoy to use it, but sometimes I need it. Yes, and I think for now I can switch to the live demos because it's much more fun. So when I try to put this stack together, I recommend to start with Form because it indeed it covers the most of the needs of you. And Form is part of the Fabric Toolbox, and Fabric Toolbox is something that I strongly recommend to use because it has some fantastic pieces of code here. Today I will focus on the monitoring part. So I go inside of monitoring, and here we have Form, and we have I mentioned it a little bit, the Fabric Cost Analytics that is built on top of some exports from Azure Cost Analytics, and the workspace monitoring. I also show this today, but Form is like the most interesting part of this, and as I said, it brings different perspectives together and is made for to have some capacity level and domain level, workspace level monitoring. So when you want to test Form, you just go to this page, and there are very good tutorials how to deploy Form. Basically, it's only downloading one notebook and run this notebook. It's not more than this. Besides a little bit, you need a service principal, and you need to put the service principal credentials inside of some connections. But of course, it makes sense. So Form, the today version of Form, it even creates these connections for you. The only thing you have to go inside and put in the service principal. And that's obviously a good thing because Form scans the whole tenant that you have. So I can just recommend it for not so big tenants like my own, which is basically consists of F2 and some Fabric Trial F64s. It's just a few minutes of deployment. So everyone can test this by just downloading this notebook and run this notebook. And there are very good descriptions if something goes wrong. So Form is made by two Microsoft guys, Kevin Thomas and Gillard Gintley. I want to give some credits to them because they made it in their free time. It's not an official Microsoft solution. So it's an accelerator that these two built in their spare time. And it's a lot of effort to do this. They've been at one event of me in the beginning of the year, and it was great to meet them. They presented it in detail. So they're doing lots of stuff for the community, even if they're Microsoft employees, and also, of course, have their core job as being cloud architects at Microsoft. When you finally deploy Form, here it's like the version that Form creates all these artifacts. Like you only have to download one notebook, which is basically this one, deploy Form, and then it everything is done for you. So you have a bunch of notebooks, you have lake houses, you have some reports and semantic models, and you also have some data pipelines here. The most important data pipeline, or at least not the most important, but you have an overview here, is the load Form data pipeline. It gives you a good overview what's actually happening when you're running Form. When you going here, it loads the items, the capacity, inventory, activities, everything is loaded here, even the workspaces and also the capacity matrix. And it uses different sources. So many of these are can be reached by the API, as I told before, the Scanner API or the Activity Log API. These are the main sources. So nowadays, most of the Fabric artifacts are available through the API. Besides the capacity matrix, and capacity matrix is quite a funny report. I think I decided just to show you in directly, so you can, for the case you do not know it so far. So capacity matrix is a standard report that is delivered by Microsoft. You can download it as an app in the Microsoft Store. And yes, it is slow. It's not fun to use it for analytical purpose, but you can watch in near real time that my capacity now is slightly overused today. Interesting. Maybe because I was preparing this demo and updating Forum and other sources right before the session, and you can see some peaks here, what was happening. And you also can drill down here and see the time point in detail. But you have also seen, you can see the items. So it is kind of useful, but it's when you're an admin and need to analyze then what's happening wrong, what is the general behavior of some items, then it can be really tedious to use it. Because here, okay, lots of XMLR read operations of Forum capacity matrix. It's because this matrix was read by Forum. And this is what I actually wanted to tell, because this data about CU consumption is today only available in this report. And what Forum actually does is to send some DAX queries against the semantic model of this report, because you cannot download it, you cannot really reach the data semantic model of this. So you can view it, and you can by some kind, it's direct query. So before Forum was released, I also reverse engineered some of the measures and created an own report on top of Forum, but I wouldn't recommend it today because Forum makes it so much easier to extract different data sources. And as Microsoft also tends to rename all these measures from time to time, and even if the two guys also not involved in the development of these solutions, they are still closer and they update it on a regular basis. So it saves me some stress and hassle to use Forum instead of a custom solution for monitoring. And because this CU information is still very important, as you can imagine. And this is kind of bypassed from the side by this pipeline. And inside of the pipeline, there are notebooks that actually send the DAX queries to this capacity matrix app to get some of the data. Yes, and when it runs successfully, then it looks like this. So this is the Forum core report. You can also see in this Forum workspace here. It's as I told, it's quite big, and here the Forum core report is a good starting point. Another just mention. Forum, you can also, with the same script, you can also update Forum on a regular basis. When you open this core report and says either it's Forum is up to date or you have to update Forum, as I had to do this morning. And sometimes there are new objects, and then so my old Forum workspace had also some legacy reports that are not needed anymore. The newer versions of Forum, like the recent versions, I think, or my experience was that they are much cleaner in terms of working with all these old artifacts and only overwrite the stuff that is needed. The Forum core report looks quite complex, and it also is. You have here the all the tenant and consumption side. You have the artifacts and activities. And then there are some analytical paths that are added to Form. So you can start with analyzing your capacity. And when I go inside, okay, you have some of the some diagram where I say what are the most load heavy items. Not very surprising. It's the data flows today. And you also can go inside of all these different capacities. If you want, you have this, I can switch between my F2 capacity and my trial capacity, or I can just deselect everything and have both in place. When I want to see it in a more structured way, I can go here to this capacity details, and here I have all my capacities and also the premium per user. You can also see what people are actually doing this in some premium per user workspaces. And I can go to capacity utilization. Oh, oops, the F2 was quite overloaded in this morning. Here I can see it, and it's much faster and much cleaner experience than it was in the native capacity matrix app. But be aware, it's a batch load, so I had to refresh the pipelines to have this data, so it's not real time. So there's still, as I told, justification to use the native app too. You can go to outlier analysis and see here, oh, these are my bad actors here. This lakehouse seems to take part in some of the heavy load activities, and it's not monitoring, interestingly. It's some of the normal items. And you can say if it's problematic or not, or where I have these outliers. The outliers are calculated based on a 40-day average of performance. But I think also one advantage of Form compared to the normal consumption or capacity analytics, it stores the data in a lakehouse. So if you wouldn't have like to remove all the clutter, I just removed all the old data, but the Form implementation, so some clients of myself, they also have like more than a year already of data inside of the Form lakehouse, and you can analyze how the load and activities are developing through time. So this is one of the possibility, just to see like capacity, also capacity compute. It's also kind of interesting to compare all this matrix, this CO consumption, this throttling and background and interactive rejection of jobs. Fortunately, no rejection here, but some small peaks during this morning. I also can have this workspace perspective and go deep inside of my, I think I need to zoom in a little bit. So I can go deep into my, for example, the F2 and say, okay, these are my demo workspace was load heavy this morning, and now I can also just go to this workspace characteristics or to the outlier analytics and then analyze further which objects are the most problematic one in this workspace, which is also quite useful. So when you build a report from scratch for monitoring purpose, of course, it may be more useful, maybe more on point for your needs. But for me, the advantage that Form is some out-of-the-box data load was too big to keep my own solution running. So for this kind of questions, or for as most like normal monitoring stuff as possible, I tend to use Form now, and only for some ad hoc special analytics I use on reports on top of Form, which is still possible because Form also loves your data, as they tell. So when you finally load Form, you have this Form lakehouse with lots of tables, and you can use shortcuts to use the tables also in other reports, which I also have done before. So at the moment, I don't do it more in a productive way, but because Form has just improved, and that's why I'm not doing it anymore. But it's still very useful, and you can also use just the data that is loaded by Form, and as you see here, it's a lot of data. So different items, also different capacity matrix by time point, capacity matrix by item, and all this useful stuff that you can analyze here. So the Form reports are just a suggestion that you can use, but it's you're not limited. And this is something that I've always wanted to have in this normal capacity matrix app from Microsoft, but here I need to reverse engineer it, and it was still direct query. And inside of Form, I have the data ready to use for my own reports and to link it together with some Azure Cost Analytics and other stuff. Yeah, it's very useful here. So Form is, as you see, it's a main solution for me for any monitoring stuff. But besides Form, there are other questions inside of monitoring that maybe need to be asked, especially such questions like what happened today, and this can happen, especially when you have some pipelines running this day and need to track if they are done well or not. Then you have this inbuilt monitor function here, the monitor hub inside of Fabric. It's quite useful. So it's like can be the first touch point to monitor the items, but it also has drawbacks, especially it loads only it's limited to 50 items, and you always need to filter to find the right stuff. So when you have a big tenant and not such small tenant as I have, then I tend to fix only on the failed ones, because I'm only interested in failures when I see if anything is wrong. And then I see, for example, this notebook, because I needed to fix some Form or capacity metric related stuff in the morning. This notebook was doing wrong in the first, and now I see, oh, it failed. I have to do something. But when I go into the historical runs of this, I see, oh, it wasn't actually the last run that failed, but the last run succeeded. I already fixed it. And this is something that it's not really handy, because of course I can also remove this failed filter to see everything I have, and also sort it maybe by time. But I still see like the success, and I see the failure, and I need to make this decision by myself. And of course I would prefer only to see these items there where the last status is the failed one, and so I don't need to see this notebook if it already the retry worked well and everything is fine now. So this is something that blocks the usability of this monitoring hub. So it's good. It's also good for some ad hoc. Okay, something went wrong. I need to go and I can filter it by workspace and by item type. But sometimes it's not enough. But fortunately, there are some hacks in the community. So props to Will Wright, who has created this notebook where you can extract all this data from this monitoring hub and load it into a lakehouse. It's an unofficial API, so it's not documented, and Microsoft can change it anytime. So yeah, don't use it maybe in some scenarios where it's critical, or as just Blindbake said, and at FabCon, he also wouldn't recommend it, because he did this kind of a session at FabCon Europe 2 weeks ago. So just use responsibly, but for me, I still can say it yeah, you can just use it as it is in some of the Fabric tenant. Oh, no, I'm just where I am here. Okay, when you have this here, and then you can, here I'm already done with the Fabric monitoring. So this table is created by this notebook of Will Wright, and I also can see, okay, this is this Synapse notebook that either failed or succeeded, and here I can also work with the data and create some kind of a direct lake or direct query report on top of this, and build some activator notifications if it's the last status in some period of time is failed. That's much more useful than just looking in this inbuilt job monitoring log. Fortunately, this notebook can used as it is. You just need to connect a new lakehouse or some lakehouse that has schemas in place. Then it works. You do not need to change anything. So it's not even an admin API because everyone can actually see this job monitor as long as you have access to the items. So of course, you see only the items that you see, and if you're a tenant admin and monitor this, you may not provide all these logs when you scrape them with this notebook to everyone if it's some kind of confidential. But it's more just about the status and some metadata that is quite useful. So this is also one part of my monitoring stack when it comes to notifications about failures, and this is kind of more of daily work that happens. Then what else I had in my stack here? So I had Furm, I had this ad hoc job monitor I just shown, and the one of these extensions that I use mostly, I think, it's also the Fabric Workspace monitoring, because it has really in-depth logs, and you can analyze what has gone wrong, why is my refresh so slow. To activate this, you just go to a workspace, for example, this Coffee Fabric workspace. You have this kind of monitoring here. And here it's already activated, so but if it's not activated, just set this toggle and then confirm, and what it does is creating this monitoring event house here in the monitoring event stream. The other stuff that I built on top, but these two objects are the interesting one. And when I look into this event stream, and then we see here Fabric monitoring. It's kind of also data source that cannot be like used. I cannot choose it when I just create an event stream from scratch, interestingly, but I can use it when I'm here, and here I can see some kind of preview of my data, and I also can activate OK. Then now it's already running, and yeah, good to have some trial, so I don't have to pay for the CUs, but I can also confirm that it also works on F2 if you have only one workspace, like with very important stuff or stuff you need to analyze. You can let it run. You should maybe take care about retention times and turn it off when it's not needed anymore. But it's quite a solid solution and not too costly. Yes, and it just sends all this monitoring data to this monitoring event house here. So monitoring event house, inside of this event house, you have a KQL database that is also automatically created. Unfortunately, not all items are supported. So you have like the semantic models, but unfortunately, you don't have data flows, for example. And you have event house and all the real-time objects, GraphQL and mirror database. these tables will be empty because I don't have this in my workspace, in this workspace so far, but the semantic model logs are full of logs. And even in this small, like comparably small workspace, there's not much going on. There are plenty of logs here. And as you see, it's very detailed here. So you have this on a really event basis inside of certain queries. And to really analyze and build the Custo, I recommend, for example, the blog of Chris Webb. He did a lot of stuff of this. And you also can do some ad hoc analysis here inside of this KQL database when you say, just query this with Custo. And you can create queries and query this log data here. For example, I create a new tab and I want my semantic model logs, and I want where what is it actually? I need to look up this column. So it's just like SQL here. Let it run, and for example, I can just focus on the end, like discover end, because in the end of the process, there the data operation name and discover end. It's just a trial, so and then you need this discover end, and then let this run, and I have only the discover end operations. And as you may think, it's not really insightful because it's so big. So you really need to focus on certain logs that that's really interesting when you, for example, analyzing slow refresh times. Then discover end may be interesting, or even better command end. And for this purpose, I recommend either the blog of Chris Webb or some other sources for good Custo query code. And one of the sources, again, is the Fabric Toolbox, because when I go back to monitoring and have this workspace monitoring dashboards, you can find a sample dashboard for this workspace monitoring here. It's also created by Gellert Gindley, who is also author of Forum. And this kind of workspace monitoring, it's a template. You just have to put in your like event house URI, and then you can open this. And as you can see here, it's a direct query connection to my CustoDB. Direct query on Custo should be very fast. It is, as I know that it's not 100% anymore. That's why I wanted to refresh this. And here I can, for example, go to refresh analysis and really do some in-depth analysis of this. If it will load here or not. Let's go to query analysis. Okay, so it still looks like a query, and here I have this Contoso monitoring, and I can see some CPU time, so it's not really full by now, but here I can say, okay, these are some DAX queries that the user Arthur König has done today. And now I can see, okay, it's used some CPU amount. What should I do about this? And I also can go to query details. So there are already some pre-built paths for me to analyze certain queries. And this is quite insightful because besides Chris Webb's blog, it's not very well documented, I think, how such a query runs inside of a semantic model. And here I can even see, okay, all this details of DAX and direct query, and what's really happening here. It's useful when there is one part of one query which consumes a lot of CU. It's very useful. But of course, as I shown before, you also can use just the logs here and analyze inside of Custo when you just need to find some of the anomalies here. You also can, in this template, you can also watch the Custo queries if you like, because when I go here and I want the execution matrix of my semantic model, and then I have some Custo query, and it's quite a long Custo query, so there is a lots of knowledge inside of this template that you can use, because I can imagine that, yeah, create this kind of query from scratch is not that easy, maybe even not even with Copilot or other LLMs, because it's very niche in this case here. But maybe you can try or have some agent working on top of this event house. You also can do. So I don't try it so far, but it would be an idea. And here, this coffee monitoring report I just have shown, it's also published here. So I could go also to details and check my queries and my key matrix here for this workspace. And see, okay, what's happening here, and dive deeper into the data. Yeah, this was number 3, the workspace monitoring, and I think the last component I can show now is the workspace streaming, and also some thoughts about the activator and the alerts that also may be useful, because I think for most needs to monitor, you have FURM, you have the job monitor, you have the workspace monitoring that you activate for the workspaces that you really need to troubleshoot or that are very important, because they are deactivated by default because they consume CU, it's real-time stack. And I think the last, what you may need to monitor is just when you have some self-service driven organization, and like business users are using notebooks, for example, by themselves, you cannot, of course, you can prohibit it by some organizational policy, but you cannot technically prohibit the usage of notebooks if you have Fabric items activated for your self-service users. And I deeply believe you shouldn't, but you should monitor the usage, and therefore you can also use workspace streaming. It's not that detailed as workspace monitoring, because it only tracks the events that also would be part of activity logs. But compared to activity logs, which is an API, you have to call with a notebook. Here, the workspace streaming is real-time based, and you can use it for alerts. I will show it and switch back to the Power BI and Fabric workspace here, because here, and I also have some empty workspace where I can show it from scratch. It's even better. Just create an event stream, event test, and then I can show you the relevant events here. Yeah, you should use then data sources, and then view all the sources, Fabric, and here you have this Fabric workspace item events. And this can be valuable, for example, when you need to know who has used how much notebooks, who has used some special data flows or semantic models inside of my tenant. Here are some types, so you can monitor the creation of items, you can monitor update or delete. So it's really about, it's less about usage and about details, but it's more about which item do someone use, and which self-service users create a lot of items in my tenant when I leave it on by now. And this is something that unfortunately, of course, also only by workspace, and I need to decide. I also choose Coffee Fabric. I can add some filters if I need, and then I can go for it. Of course, I already have it in place here. So I created this event stream and also have a loghouse as a KQL database, and this is how it can look on top of this. This is just a report I built myself. It helps me to identify, okay, what was going on in my tenant. Okay, this testing with API was quite busy these times, and lots of items were read there. And then I can go to my real-time page and see, okay, and there are some notebooks that have been used through the day. So of course, for demo purposes here, I can see it on a minute by minute, what was happening here. So someone was working with a notebook, and then I can go to details and I can check the logs, what was happening here. So which user, which item, and I can, decide if it was like a good idea for the self-service user to create some notebook, or have there been some load-heavy operations or redundant operations in this kind of workspace. And the good thing, because it's on top of the real-time Kusto, it's also quite easy to build some notifications on top of this. So you can use the activator and say, okay, when my lakehouse, for example, is read an unusual amount of times a day, like around 10 millions a day, I don't know what's unusual, or when some notebooks in some workspaces are used more than usual, then I can have some alert and have some activator on top of this. I will also show from scratch. And here, this is like one means to track what's going on right now. I also want to go back and show what I mentioned before, this job events. This is basically the same what you can see here, not here, but in this lots of here. And in this job monitor, you can also create an event stream on top of this. But unfortunately, it's not so useful because you don't have only a workspace, you also need to select a special item. And for me, this is like a real bottleneck. So it would be like creating an activator or an event stream for every notebook and every pipeline, every data flow. Data flows are not even supported, I think. So it's not perfect. The streaming on top of job events. I hope they will improve it some day, but so far it's not the best item. And finally, last but not least, you can also create some activator on top of the same, because an activator can also be real-time based, and it also has the same sources. So everything I have told before, the workspace items and the job events, you also can create directly an activator item for this, and especially to notify when someone has access to a very confidential item, or some very important refresh job is broken. So you can get your notification. And an activator, this is also a good thing. I think I can show it quite fast. What you also can do, I just choose some random item because I do not really care. Just want to show what the activator also can do, because so far we only have seen like some analytical report, or also real-time reports, but they're not doing anything. But when I create like a real activator object, I also can create some cool stuff like that. It can run a pipeline or something, but for some reason it's maybe it's just too new. Let me wait for this. Okay, it worked yesterday. Don't mind. Yeah. Yeah, this yes, at some point you would also see this action, and this is actually what I wanted to show. Everything is quite slow during the stream because it doesn't need to be an email. You also can have a Fabric item and also custom action. It's Power Automate behind this, but Fabric item, it's quite interesting for me because you also can start a pipeline, and this pipeline can start a notebook or the new user-defined functions, and they can do something like when you have some data quality issues, when some important pipeline is broken, and then you can start some recovery jobs or can some fallback processes. Yeah, when you have interesting or critical infrastructure inside of some pipelines, it's a very cool thing to use an activator to monitor some important jobs very close. As I told, the drawback is that you have this only item by item. So usually I would build a report on top, like a real-time activator, so a real-time event house on top of the monitoring stream, and then I would build an activator for some special events on top of the collected real-time data. But it's still, you still need to focus on certain events or certain items when you do it. Okay. Yes, and this is how it finally looks. Stream and event house, but these are not an inbuilt solution, but a custom solution I created to track some activities inside of workspaces. Yes, now I'm going back to this overview. So as I have told, and this can be a monitoring stack. I still have left out some things like the usage metrics. They are available in every report, but you also can get the usage from the activity logs. So I tend not to use them, but yeah, it really it depends decisions. I think one also important, I mentioned a lot of sources here, and I also will send you the slides. The slides are not that big because most of the demo was live in the tool, but these are very valuable resources I used. I also used for developing my own solution. Even Tom is mentioned here, who is actually running this session for the usage of Azure Key Vault to connect to stuff. Yeah, so feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn. So when you're sitting with your phone in front of a monitor, you can scan this, or can also follow our YouTube channel. It's quite new. We restarted our YouTube presence. I'm happy to have new followers and also have great guests who have been also here at Data Bash, like Valerie and Brian and many others. Yeah. So thank you for attention, and feel free to come back, Tom. You are already there.
So it's not that I'm sleeping. So thank you very much for talking about one of my favorite sessions. I will try some things out. And so if you are wondering if there are questions, no. So either this means people who attended the session only have one workspace, one semantic model. So then most likely all this monitoring stuff is probably not used. But if there are two workspaces and 3 semantic models, maybe then people are missing something, or they are already following your advice.
Or
But
maybe the users are not using the report.
Could be. So, but now,
Thanks, Yasmin.
yes, so you are already so probably
Yeah.
because of your setup, was it 7 or 11 monitors and 3 devices? I do not. I always
No, it's
get
only 3 monitors today, and the phone is a backup.
So this
for
is a
the
large
cases,
phone.
yeah.
I understand. So thank you, Arthur.
Thank you for the invitation, Tom.
My
And
pleasure.
yeah.
And also, thank you so much, Arthur, for being or having data WG. I do not know what WG is exactly meaning on.
Yeah, there is no real good translation, so I think it's
maybe it's a German thing. This WG.
Yeah.
However, thank you so much for supporting us.
Thank you, but of course the sponsoring has nothing to do with the session. It was chosen before the.
Yeah,
Sure.
The session.
Just in case if Remerit is watching.
So this must. So I rephrase it. We chose the session before we asked our sponsors. So there's no board session.
Yeah.
So Arthur, thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you, Tom. Thank you for having me. And I'm pretty looking forward to the last session right now. Yeah.
So and guess what? The speaker is already backstage. Yes.
Fantastic. Working with professionals.
So but maybe I also have added some pressure to Pragati because I said if something is not working with her session, I start dancing. So and I guess so this adds some pressure to Pragati because no one wants to see me dancing. So however,
thank you and see you next time, Tom.
Yes. Bye. Hey, Pragati.
Hey, Tom. How are you?
I'm fine. And I'm looking so much forward and keep all my fingers crossed that everything in your session is working so that I do not have to dance.
Irrespective of that, Tom, if anything goes wrong, I'm going to blame you and StreamYard.
So can you please only blame StreamYard and telling all the people that Tom tried its best, but he failed, something like that? So
No, I think I already made up my mind today because I knew you are going to host my session, and I was like, oh, if anything goes wrong, Tom is to be blamed.
So then, Pragati, thank you so much. And thank you for being our guest. Enjoy your weekend. I know it's not Avi. I have to pray for another 50 minutes or something like that.
Exactly. You can't just, check me out now because you have to bear with me for another hour.
So I can imagine 1,000, probably 1,000,000 things that would be much, much worse than hanging out with you. So for this reason, hanging out with you is not a threat. And
Thanks
especially
for that.
you're
Thanks for
welcome.
that.
Truth needs to be told. And so basically it's hanging out with you, listening to what you have to tell. So this is like a Saturday afternoon should be done.
Yeah. Let's see. We'll keep our fingers crossed, and hopefully everything goes well in the session. And
So,
whoever is attending, they learn something. Basically, that's the only motive today.
Talking about this session thingy, you need to present your screen somehow.
Yeah, let me.
Yeah, don't have to. Maybe you are a good dancer and you dance your slides.
No, I'm just going to share my screen.
Okay, so happy with that as well.
So I think you should be able to see my presentation.
And guess what? In a couple of seconds, everyone is seeing. So what's going? So now the slides. Now your slide is live. So and when I will leave the screen, then you're on your own, and I start with, let's say, some dancing moves. So just in case.
Yes, you can. I give you full permission to dance, Tom. I think my session is the last one for the day. So I hope everyone is already overwhelmed with a lot of knowledge today. Every speaker is sharing. So yeah, maybe it's time to dance.
Yeah. So, okay, I will leave the stage. It's up to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Tom. Okay. So welcome, everyone. I hope you guys are having an amazing Data Bash conference since morning. And I hope you all learned a lot, because I saw the list of the sessions and the speakers. They all are experts. And I hope all of you learned something new today, and you're going to take away something really great from the Data Bash conference. Now, before I start anything, first of all, thank you to all the organizers for organizing such an amazing conference. I love Data Bash because Data Bash is one of the very early conference I started my speaking journey with. So I always love speaking at Data Bash, and touch wood, from last few years since I started speaking, I'm always delivering a session on the conference. So thank you so much, organizers, for pulling this conference together. And thank you so much, Tom, for hosting my session today as well. So let's just get started. And I know this is the last session and everyone must be tired, but still, let's hang out for another hour and see if we can learn something from this last session for the day. So today I'm going to talk about who's in, who's out, which is about controlling access in Microsoft Fabric. So today I'll be talking more into like how we can, cover the permissions in Microsoft Fabric, governance, security, and auditing. So we'll see how we can secure the Microsoft Fabric environment. Now, before I start the session, I would like to give a very quick introduction about myself. Won't take much time. So I'm a Matu, a little boy. He just turned 1 year last month. So yeah, everything is going crazy, but yeah, still enjoying my motherhood life. I'm a Microsoft Data Platform MVP. I'm a super user at Microsoft Fabric Community. If you don't know Fabric Community, or you know it but haven't joined it yet, definitely go and join the Microsoft Fabric Community, because this is an amazing community where people like Tom and other experts come and help you with all the issues related to Microsoft Fabric, and you always have people helping you there. So just go and join the community. I've got nearly more than a decade experience within the industry, and currently I'm working as analytics manager at Avanade here in London, United Kingdom. Outside Avanade, I'm also organizer at Data Weekender Conference. That's again a virtual conference, a day-long virtual conference like Data Bash, where we bring speakers from global level, and there we have all the sessions related to data platform. And it's a free conference, so you are free to attend from anywhere. And yeah, keep an eye on a LinkedIn page for announcement for the new version of the Data Weekender conference that's going to happen soon. Apart from that, I also manage Microsoft Fabric UK user group, which is again a virtual user group that I run alongside Leon Gordon. And we bring speakers from around the world sharing their knowledge around Microsoft Fabric. Okay, so this was a quick introduction about myself. So let's just go to today's agenda. So today's agenda is very simple. We are going to start with a little bit of introduction around the session and laying out the foundation and context what this session is about. Then we will move to, Fabric permission model overview, like how this permission model looks like, what are the different options we can use to, secure our Fabric assets within the environment. Then we'll move to workspace roles, which is one of the way you can secure your Fabric items. Then we'll look at some of the governance principles, which are like some of the mostly used best practices, I would say. And some of them are like rule of thumb for me. So whenever I design an environment within Fabric, then it's like those are the key things I start with when implementing governance in the environment. Then we will also look at item level security, because we are talking about Microsoft Fabric, and Microsoft Fabric gives us that capability to, implement permissions at the item level as well, whether it is data flows or notebooks or your semantic model or your reports. So we'll look into that as well. Then further going down, we'll also look at external access, especially we'll talk about how we can give access to guest users, but keeping in mind some of the best practices as well. And then in the end, we'll look at auditing and monitoring within Microsoft Fabric environment, how this can really help you, especially to understand who has got access to what assets, what they're doing within the environment, what's really happening in the environment. So if you're an admin of an environment, it's really helpful to understand these kind of activities within the environment. And then we'll jump to some of the best practices, and these will be more like overview of what we did in the whole of the session. So I will be pointing out some of the key takeaways, and that should be taken as best practices, especially when coming to governance and implementing permission model in Fabric environment. And then in the end, we'll wrap up the session. And if there are any questions, I would love to take those questions. So let's just start with the introduction. So when we talk about Microsoft Fabric, now Microsoft Fabric has been there for some time, right? And when everyone is working within the environment, there are scenarios where, our data can get mishandled, or we have said put the wrong permissions in the environment, which is actually creating a lot of mess. And sometimes there are certain compliance policies because of the wrong permission delegation. These compliance policies are broken as well. So we are going to look at, how poor governance can really mess with your Fabric environment and how we can actually sort that in the right way from the first day of your development. The next today, we are also going to talk about why this access control really matter, because once multiple users start working within the environment, within a workspace, things can go really out of hand. You really don't know after certain age or certain time who's really owning what item, because say you have got 20 developers working in the same Fabric workspace, and then you really don't know what's really happening, who's creating what items, what items are really going through successfully, what are failing, or what permissions are set up so the end users are accessing the items correctly or not. So we will be talking more around how that matters, and because we need a security, we need compliance in place, we need it so that our productivity is great. So we will talk about why access control really matters. Some things when we work with an environment where things are really going out of hand is there are certain risks involved, especially data leaks, compliance breaches, and productivity issues. Data leaks because if we haven't put in the right permissions, like say if a consumer has got access to your semantic model for building reports, which is actually not the right thing, only the developer should have that access. So that kind of leaks the data, right? You're exposing the wrong information to your consumers who should only be able to access the end product, which is like your reports. Then compliance breaches, if your permissions are not set in the right order or in the right way, then it breaches your compliance policies. And also, if you don't have the right permissions in place, it can actually affect the productivity of your team. So in the end, one critical question comes into our mind whenever we are designing a Fabric platform or workspaces within the environment. Who has really got access to what and why they have got access to that certain item? So we will try to answer this question today. And this is just a simple diagram like how the Fabric ecosystem works. We have like data set here, or you can say your semantic models, you have got reports, you have got access to users, but make sure you have the right permissions built into these users so they have access to only what they need. We really don't have to give them the extra permissions, because I have seen in certain projects where I work with, sometimes we think, okay, let's give this permission, let's give this user some extra permissions so he or she can really go and look into additional things. But in the end, the question comes down to only one thing, like, does this user really need this permission? If they don't need this permission, why we are really giving them, right? So in the end, we have to keep in mind who has got access to what, and if they have got access to a certain item, why they have got access. Because if we start asking these two questions, like who and why, then we will be building the right permission model in our Fabric ecosystem. So let's come to the next topic, which is a Fabric permission model. Now, when we talk about Fabric permission models, sometimes people think it could be tricky. And this is something I also thought when I didn't know much about Microsoft Fabric environment. But once I started working into it, I said, oh, few things I already know, because I know why they should be built in certain way, why certain permissions should be given to my users. So this permission model is actually not that critical. It's very simple if we follow the right process and right best practices while implementing this model in Fabric environment. So one thing what we talk about is permissions are hierarchical in Fabric environment. And when I say hierarchical, it's basically like it is a multi-layer security. It starts from your tenant itself, goes further down to capacity, goes further down to workspace, and goes at the bottom to your item. So within a tenant, you can end up having multiple capacities. But here I'm just talking about one capacity. And within a single capacity, you can end up with multiple workspaces, and every workspace will have multiple items. So our permissions follow top to bottom. Now, workspaces, if you have worked with Fabric, I'm sure everyone here has worked with Fabric. Workspaces are more like, logical collaboration containers where you have got different items developed. Different users are accessing the same workspace for collaboration, and they are creating different items. Then there are different items that we can think of in Microsoft Fabric environment, like your models, your reports, your notebooks, pipelines, and so on. And as we said, permissions flow top, bottom. But one thing that we need to understand here is item level permissions always override what you have done at the top. That's one of the main things we need to make sure that we understand it right. I said permissions flow top to bottom, but still item level will override any permission that you have set at workspace level or capacity level or tenant level. And then the second thing that we need to keep in mind is that workspace access just doesn't mean full data access. Because say if a user has got a viewer right at workspace, it doesn't mean he has got access to all the data or the semantic model or the notebooks that you have created. Because you can further down the line give item level permission that can actually override your workspace access. So we are going to see this further down the line when I'll show you things in the Microsoft Fabric, how these permissions can be, overriding each other. The next thing we are going to, at this stage, I want to show you a few things. Let me switch back to my Fabric environment and I'll put the screen. I hope everyone can see it. Tom, let me know if you guys can see the Fabric environment. If not, just give me a shout. So here what I did, let me just do one quick thing, just pin one of the workspaces that I'm trying to use here. So I created a different workspace for today's demo, and here we are going to focus on the items that are created within this workspace, and not many items, just some basic item that I wanted to talk about for creating certain permissions. Now, this is the Fabric environment. I've got my workspace. I've created few items in there, like I've got a lake house. From the name itself, you can know this lake house has got Contoso sales data, which is like a freely available data that you can load into your Fabric environment. And that's what I did for creating this demo. And within this lake house, I've got certain tables. I'll quickly show it to you. So I've got like sales information, product information, let it load. Yeah. So basically this has got Contoso sales information, and then I've got few dimension tables like date, geography, products information, store information, promotion information, date. So it's a classic information that someone will have to create a proper model. And on top of this, I created a semantic model, just showing you the model as well quickly. This is the very simple model that I created, nothing fancy in it. So this is my fact table. I've got few dimension table going on, and then I've got few other tables related to the other dimensions. So very simple model. I've also created some measures within this model, very simple measures, nothing fancy like total revenue generated, number of products ordered, or revenue generated in certain year, total discount we can see against products, or number of products written. So there are very, 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 very simple measures that I've created, but we are not going into that because that's not something we are looking into today. So when I go at a workspace level, the first thing what I see after creating the items is I can manage access. Now, first thing, if I go into manage access, I mean, obviously I created everything and I'm the admin of the workspace. So I can manage access to this workspace. And what I can do here is I can actually give access to different users. Like, for example, I've got another user under my name. Just for sake of this demo, I can give them different kind of permissions, like whether they can be admin of workspace who have got like complete rights, then they can be member or contributor, whether they can be developer or manage the access of the workspace. We'll see the difference in these access as well, and all. Or they can be a viewer. So basically being a viewer, they can just access the report, but they can't use any of the items to further reshare or create anything on top of that. So these are the different kind of, accesses we can start with when we are developing, developing items within a workspace. And this is like a very simple level of, access that we can put at a workspace level. So let's go to the another topic now. So as I go through the session, I will just swapping the window between my Fabric environment and the PowerPoint just to make sure we look at the different ways of, setting up these permissions. Now, the next things, as I was showing you, are the workspace roles. I just showed you that there are 4 different workspace roles we can set up, like admin and, member, contributor, viewer. When it is admin, so admin has got full control. They can manage all the permissions. They can even delete the workspaces. When you give certain user a member role, they can add or edit the content, and they can also share the content. And they can manage permissions on the workspace as well. But the other role, which is contributor, which is very similar to member, that is they can add and edit items, but the only difference is they can't manage permissions. I'll show you this difference by assigning different roles to a user. And viewer, they just have the read-only access. So let's just quickly go and see how this user difference takes place. So again, coming back to my workspace, say if I go and give access to a certain user, and let's see if I give them a member role, okay? And I'll add them as a member to this workspace. Now, what I'm going to do, now this user is a member of this workspace. I'll just go and log in as this user in a different window, and I'll bring that window here. Now, this is this certain user, which I just gave access to, okay? And this user has just got free Power BI account, nothing else. And I'm just going to refresh this window because I gave this user a member role on Data Bash demo workspace. The moment I do that, I can see this user has got access to this workspace. Earlier, it was only showing my workspace. Now, if I go to the workspace, this user has got access to this workspace as a member. And as a member, they have got access to everything, because as a member, they can basically read the items, create items, reshare items, and write the items, right? And they can also manage access. So if I go there, as a member, they can actually give access to other people if they have got a member role. But what say if I give this user a contributor role? So let's talk back to my main window where I am actually the admin. So this is my user as an admin. And say if I change them to a contributor role, okay? Now I have given this contributor permission to this certain user. I go back to that user, login. And what I'm just going to do, I'm just going to refresh this window so that that updated role comes into picture or becomes active. And if I come back, yes, this user can use it. They can create items, they can build items, they can read items, they can write items. But if I go to manage access, they don't have access to change permissions or give some user a certain access or share item with them. So this is the difference between member and contributor, which should not be, missed, because sometimes it is very confusing. And if I change this user to a viewer role, I just came back to my old window. And if I just change this to viewer role, okay, and I'll go back to the user, just refresh the window so that the new viewer role becomes active against this user. And now what I see is this user hasn't got manage access, because as a viewer, they can only read item. They can't build, reshare, or write. Because if I click on this semantic model, they can actually, obviously, I'm sharing this report with them. They can see the report. So they can see the report, everything is fine. And if I go back to my workspace, then I can see that they can't share anything. So they have just got viewer permission. They can just view items. Like, for example, if I open one of my notebook that I use for transformation, so as a viewer, they can just see my notebook. They don't have run option or execute option to execute this notebook, because they have just got viewer permission. They can just view. So viewer is basically the least privileged workspace role we can talk about. Okay, so this was like a quick view around what are the 4 different workspace level roles that we can give to different users. And yeah, and I'll make sure this user has got viewer role, because this will be used just in the next demo as well. So I'll go back to my PowerPoint, and we just went to these 4 different roles. I'm just checking my time as well. Okay, now we talk about governance principles. Now, governance actually sounds like a very big word. I mean, at least it sounded like a very tough thing to me like 5 years or 4 years back. When someone talked about governance, I was like, what is this? Is this something really tough? Or is this something really tricky that not everyone does? But when we talk about governance, I mean, it's not about just talking about, different things like talking about Microsoft Purview or audit logs or Fabric capacity metrics. Governance actually starts from very basic thing like assigning the right access to the users at workspace level. It's not just about directly going through something new which you're not aware of. It actually starts with something very basic. And when we talk about governance, it's more of around assigning the right roles in the right discipline. And when you assign the right access rights or right roles to the users, as part of governance, the one thing what we should always keep in mind is principle of least privilege. So I said the same thing a few seconds back, that we should only give a user the necessary permissions that they need to do that they require to do a certain task. We should not give them extra permissions which they are not going to use. So like, for example, my consumer, they would just like to access my report and view the numbers on weekly basis. They're not going to build new reports on top of the semantic model, or they're not going to update my notebooks or my data flows with the logic, right? So that's why they only need viewer permission, because they just want to see the Power BI report on daily basis or weekly basis. So principle of least privilege, give only what they need. Don't give them anything on top of it. The second thing is clear ownership of workspaces. Now, there are environments where sometimes you see like 1,000 workspaces. And trust me, I've seen an environment with 1,000 workspaces. And I don't know why people just go and create that, because when you give everyone all the rights, they keep on doing that. Like create workspaces in the environment. They should not everyone should be having that kind of, privilege that they just go and create workspaces. And within the workspaces also, sometimes you don't know how the ownership is really happening, because sometimes I see there are 5 admins to one workspace, which is really not right. I mean, only the right person should have admin ownership within a workspace. The developers who are doing things within the workspace or creating items, they really don't need admin rights. They can work with contributor or member access, right? They really don't need. So we should have that kind of differentiation on who is owning what in the workspace, like what they're really doing. We should be very wary about giving them the right, permissions on the workspace. And then one thing what I really take as a rule of thumb, we should always use security groups instead of individual emails to give access within the workspace, because security groups are easy to manage. And when you have individuals, like say 10 different emails on the workspace, sometimes they are not easy to manage. Like say when someone leaves your team or leaves the organization, then you'll have to remove them from all the different workspaces. But if you know that a certain individual has left an organization, you can directly go to the security group and delete it at one place. And then at every other place, that security group gets updated by itself. You really don't have to go to 10 places removing access right for that individual. So usage of security group is a big rule of thumb that everyone should be following. Then regularly review permissions. Again, this is necessary because sometimes in a project life cycle, there are developers who keep on changing the roles. Like someone who was a developer earlier now is not there anymore, or they are shifted to a different team working as a developer. So make sure you review that permission. Those permissions are reviewed so that you can update them based on what's really required on the workspace. So that's why it is really, has to be something like assign the permissions, monitor them, make sure you review them and adjust them accordingly, because sometimes a developer might move to the testing team, right? Due to certain reasons, I don't know, but you need to, then adjust their permissions, maybe from member to, they need to go to like, say, just contributor. So make sure we are reviewing them. And that reviewing could be like, say, quarterly or monthly, depending on how frequently those changes happen within your organization. So the next thing now we come to is item level security. Now, this is one of the things I really like in Microsoft Fabric environment, because this was something not possible before Fabric happened. We were not able to work with item level security within, I would say, the Power BI service, which we had before Fabric. It always used to work from workspace level. And this sometimes, ended us doing like creating multiple workspaces, because we wanted to make sure that users don't have access to the right those items within the developer workspace. So this item level security actually solves a lot of issues, which we used to do earlier by creating multiple workspaces. And within Fabric, this is one of the wow feature, I would say. Like, for example, if I've got like, say, finance data set within my workspace, then I can actually, distribute that access based on what level of data they should be seeing. And there are a few more things we can do. So let's just see what is item level security here. So when it comes to item level security, we can actually secure any item that we have created within our workspace with different permissions. Like, say, I can give semantic model permissions for some users in a different way and reports, and say pipelines, notebooks, and lake houses have permissions built in different way. So I can secure any item that I have got within my workspace, and they can have independent permissions. So like, for example, say pipelines and notebooks have different permissions, lake houses have different permission, and semantic model has different permissions. So I can distribute them accordingly within the same workspace. Then the second thing, row level security. I mean, come on, we have been doing this like for 10 years now, since Power BI came into picture, right? I mean, row level security is definitely, it is part of item level security. That's why I was saying building this permission model is not like a wow thing. It is something we have been already doing at a basic level from last few years. It's just that bringing those things together to create a complete Fabric permission model. So again, using row level security, we can filter data by user or group. And then object level security, where we can actually hide specific tables and columns with certain users if we really don't want to see them. So as we talk about RLS and OLS here, I mean, row level security and object level security, let's quickly see how we can do this in our environment, within the Fabric environment. Okay, so I'm going to switch back to my Fabric window. I'm just going to refresh this a little bit. So what I did was, now when we create row level security, it is created at a model level. I'll quickly show it to you. So I'm not creating this row level security from scratch because I've already created it, but I'll show you object level security. So I'm just opening this model, this data, this semantic model that I created, and I'm in viewing permission. This is something, again, I love about Fabric. When you open a semantic model, it directly doesn't go into edit view. It's actually into view mode. And if you want to edit anything, you have to really change it to edit mode. So what I have done here is I have to go into edit mode to show you my roles that I've created. So on this model, what I really did was I created a country level role that if certain user is assigned that role, they will only see the data from a certain country. So what I did was now we can actually create roles within Fabric here itself. So I ended up creating something here. So I created a country role. And what I did here was I created this country role for a certain country. Actually, I should have renamed it as country role UK, because what I did was these are the geographical IDs for my UK country. So if anyone who has got access to this certain role will only see data for UK country. And once I created this role, I assigned it to my other user, which I was showing you some time back, to show different kind of workspace permissions. So what I've given is I've given this certain user to see, basically restricted them to see the data only coming from the UK. So how we test this row level security in Fabric environment? Again, it is very easy. What we do is, again, I'll go to my workspace, and this is again something we have been doing before. The only difference was we were building roles within Power BI Desktop earlier, but now we can do them here as well. Now within the semantic model, if I go to the security, and now I already built a country role for UK for this particular user. I can just go and test the role. The moment I click on test as role, now this map doesn't show me anything except for UK. You can see that's very little blue happening in there. And this user can only see data for UK, United Kingdom, like the revenues coming from United Kingdom. And you can see the revenues generated in United Kingdom are only coming through stores. And these are the top 3 products with most revenue within the UK. And also there is some revenue tracking, discount tracking, and margin tracking happening for that particular country, the UK country. And if I go anywhere, I don't see anything. I only see data for United Kingdom as this certain user. So this is how we can implement row level security, basically restricting the rows of data that the certain user will see. And we can add more users to it. But as part of this demo, I have just created one user, so I can just go and give them certain rights. So this is how we can quickly build row level security. And the thing is, it's pretty good now because we can build everything here. One thing I want to show here, one thing I want to mention here. Yeah. Let me open my data model. When we create row level security, when your model is in direct lake mode, okay, it only works when you don't have single sign-on enabled, okay? So what I had to do was to make this work. So when I was implementing this row level security, it didn't work for this user because this user had single sign-on enabled on this semantic model. So what I had to literally do, I'm just pointing this out because this is something, one of the limitation of using row level, creating roles within the Fabric environment. So what I did was I went to my semantic model, went to its settings, and what I did was I actually, now there is a default single sign-on method here. I actually changed it to a new connection, which is basically not a single sign-on. And what it does is it actually disables the single sign-on. So make sure when you're creating roles within the Fabric environment, and especially when you're working with direct lake semantic models, you need to make sure single sign-on is not enabled for the data sources used for the semantic model. Otherwise, you won't be able to test your roles after creating those roles within on the model. Okay. The next thing we can come up with is now object level security. So object level security is the next thing we have been doing for a few years. I mean, it's basically hiding your columns or tables with the users. So let's quickly do that. Now, obviously, we can't do that currently in Fabric environment. So what I'm using is I'm using Tabular Editor. And I'm hoping people who are coming from different, say Power BI background, they know how to do this. So let's just Tabular Editor open. I hope it is opening somewhere. Somewhere it is opening. Okay, let me open that again. Yeah, something is happening. Yeah, it opened. So what I'm going to do is, I will download it later. I'm going to connect this particular semantic model from this workspace. So what I'll do is I'll just go to my workspace settings, and I'm going to go to license info, and I'm just going to copy this connection link. Okay. For doing this, make sure your XMLA read and write is enabled within your Fabric environment. And that is something you need to do from the admin portal. I can quickly show that, because when you're trying to connect to a third-party tool from Microsoft Fabric environment, this particular setting should be enabled at your capacity. So if you go to your capacity, and I have a trial one, which is going to expire soon, and if I go there, and if I go under Power BI workloads, because I want to access the semantic model from a third-party tool. So what I have got is, I have got this XMLA endpoint read-write enabled here. So make sure you do this, otherwise you won't be able to connect your semantic model to your third-party tools like Tabular Editor or any other third-party tool you're working with. I don't remember if I copied this, but yeah, I'm going to copy this connection link. And I'm going to Tabular Editor. Okay, I opened it twice. Let me close one of them. I don't want my demo to crash. Okay, so I've got one window open. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to open this from DB because I connected this earlier as well. So it is showing me that link. But what we do is we just paste that connection link here. And if I hit OK, I'll see my data model. Yeah, it will ask me to just not sharing that window. It is just asking me to authenticate my credentials. And it just does that. And yeah, I am connecting to my certain semantic model. So I go there. And yeah, it is loading my metadata. And what it does is I can see my model tables here and everything what's been happening in my model. And I can also see this particular country role that I have got. Now, what I'm going to do is for this particular user who's assigned this country role, just before I do anything, I want to open my report here. Now, within this report, I've got certain information like revenues by channel, top 3 products, some tracking going on here, and overall revenue by different country. Now, the user, what we saw, have only access to UK. Okay, so what I'm going to limit now is I'm going to limit this user from seeing any channel level information. So to do that, what I would do is I'll go to Tabular Editor. I'll go to my table permissions here, and under channel, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to do it to none. The moment I do that, object level security is enabled for this particular country role for the channel table. And if I save this here, my model is getting saved, and it is actually getting saved directly in my environment as well. So I really don't have to do anything. So what happens is, oh, sorry, my bad. So what happens is if I go back to the workspace and if I go and check that user again, who was assigned this country role, and if I test them as a role, I would see they don't have access to that particular visual because that visual was displaying information against the revenues by different channels. And I have actually disabled access to this channel table for this certain user, so they don't see it. They only see the data for UK because that was the row level security I did for them. But because of object level security, they don't have permissions to see that particular channel table. So that's how quickly you can, build that object level security into your model and, test that for that certain user. Now let's go back to, if there are any questions, we can take them maybe in the end, because there are a few more things I want to show you guys as well. So these were the different kinds of item level security we looked at, like how we can secure. I also wanted to show you one more thing. Sorry, guys. I missed that. Yeah. So when I talked about item level security, the other thing what we can do is we can give permissions at item level. Like, for example, if this lake house, I have an option to manage permissions at my lake house level as well. So like currently, these 2 users have been given access. I can add more users to it. Now this user can only read. That's the access they have got. I can change their access right at, or maybe add different users. So we can also add permissions at different different item level as well. Like, for example, if there are data engineers, if I want them to work with only notebooks, so I can give those permissions at notebook level as well. So for every other, item within your workspace, you can play around with permission. And any permission that you apply at the item level will get overridden by the permissions that you have given at the workspace level or anything above workspace like a tenant or capacity level. So those are the other things that you can do. And this is really a strong feature here, the item level security, because within the same workspace, you can manage different groups of users using those items in a different way. Like your developers can be separated by testers, or your testers can be separated by viewers within the same workspace. And that is something really strong within Fabric environment, which was not possible earlier. Now, the next thing we are going to look at after item level security is external access as well. Now in Power BI, in Fabric environment, sorry, I have a habit of saying Power BI because I come from Power BI. I've been using this environment as Power BI. But yeah, so the external access is something, again, that we, do on daily basis, right? Like, for example, our customers and clients who are not within our organization, but we still want to send them report, or we want to share the outcome or the output reports with them. And they are mostly, the guest accounts, because they are not within our tenant or within our organization. So yes, that is possible within Fabric. We can share those reports securely with them. And we can make sure that control sharing is done based on our tenant policies. And also when we share certain external data with them, we need to make sure that that link expires after a certain time, or we need to share the limited amount of information as well. And also the publish to web option, that's the most dangerous option if you're trying to share your report to a guest user, because once you publish to web, your report is available online. So anyone can see it, not just that external guest user. Anyone can see that. So publish to web is actual, not secure sharing. That's why I wanted to highlight this in little bit red, like avoid oversharing, because publish to web can just be a data breach. And yeah, so let's just quickly see, like, for example, if I share a report with an external user. So how we can do that is, I can just go to my report and then say manage permission. I want to share it with an external user. And what I would do is, like, say, I want to share with a person, I've got another account outside my domain, basically. And what I do is I just want to share this with them. And what happens is, the moment I do that, I can see that that report has been shared by that particular person. And I already shared this with them. That's why I don't see it here. But once I share them, they should be able to see the report, and they have got just read permission on it. So we know that they can only read the report that I've shared with them. So external sharing is allowed, but you should always keep in mind who you are sharing to and how you are sharing to, and make sure you are reviewing that permission on, say, quarterly basis or monthly basis, because sometimes you might need to remove those guest accounts from here, and they might just not be feasible to still be there in your permission model. So make sure you're doing that in the right way. And I won't be able to show you that from the guest user point of view, because that's a different organizational account. But yeah, that's how you can create guest user access as well. And then the next thing what we're going to look at is auditing and monitoring. Now, after assigning all these permissions, the another thing that we have in mind is, okay, how do I audit these permissions, or how do I monitor them? Like, what's really happening in the workspace, who is creating what, and how they are creating it, how they're using it. So the other thing what we can do is, like, auditing and monitoring, because it actually ensures compliance and accountability. And admins should actually regularly review, especially the sensitive semantic model accesses, because if your data is sensitive, you need to make sure the right people have got its access, not like people have got access to it, like say for ages, and they're really not using it, or they should not be part of it. So auditing and monitoring is really important. So some tools that you can use to audit and monitor is, like, obviously Microsoft Purview, that gives you audit logs against your Fabric environment, and also within admin monitoring workspace, which you can see how the things are happening within your workspace and what items are created. And you can also track the content within your workspaces, like, for example, who accessed what, when they accessed it, and from where they accessed it. So auditing and monitoring gives you that kind of information as well. Then you can also see some risky behaviors, like what kind of downloads have been happening, what kind of external shares have been happening within your tenant, like who's sharing what, which reports they have downloaded, all that kind of information. So whenever a user does something, auditing helps you monitor that as an admin. And that admin review is one of the key things that you should be doing as an admin of your workspace as well. Now, one thing what I can show you here is, like, for example, in Microsoft Fabric environment, there is a monitor hub. You can just go to monitor, and you can see what's really happening in your environment, what models are doing, what user is doing what models they have submitted, what notebooks they have created, what data flows they have created, in what workspace they have been doing. So you can monitor all that directly going to this monitor. You can also filter it by, like, say, different type of item. Like, for example, if I want to see how the data flows activity has been in my different workspaces, so I can see all the data flows that certain user has created and in what workspace they have created. I can also see whether they have failed or succeeded. So this is really important. Like, see, I've got, like, very weird names going on in my some workspace, and test. So see, it kind of tells you what's really happening in this particular workspace, what they're trying to do. So as an admin, it kind of gives you an overview of what's really happening, what's really going right in the environment, and what's going wrong in the environment as well. Then the other thing, what is good in Fabric, Microsoft Fabric environment, is OneLake catalog. Now, OneLake catalog again gives you an overview of what's really happening in your whole tenant. And you can actually see it at a workspace level. Okay, what all things I have been doing, or what the user have been doing. There is a govern option there, which kind of gives you an overview again of your environment. Okay, how many domains you have got, how many subdomains you have got, how many workspaces you have got. And then again, at workspace level, or item level, you can view the activities as well. Let it quickly load. So for example, it shows you your data estate. Now I haven't got any domains and subdomains created, so it doesn't show me anything here. But when I do that, it kind of shows me all the workspaces. Now I've got 13 workspaces. And let's see this demo workspace that we have been looking at, Data Bash 2025 demo. The moment I select that, my report will get filtered for it. And then I can see within this workspace what all items I have created. So it kind of gives me like, an overview of what's really happening with the workspace. I haven't got any domains. So yeah, let's not look at that. Then yeah, I haven't labeled any items. So yeah, again, it's giving us an overview. Then the other thing, what we can see here is, like, for example, if we want to secure and see what kind of access rights we have given, so we can see users here. We can see security rules if we have created. What I have filtered here is, yeah, this is the workspace I'm looking at. Like, for example, if I select this Data Bash demo workspace, I can see I have given access to another user on this workspace, and that user has only viewer permission. So I can see that viewer permission here. And obviously I'm admin, so it shows me admin. And yeah, so that kind of, access level information also you can see, like what user has been given what access, what kind of access as well. And this is kind of, pretty good. I mean, everything is like kind of built in for you in the environment. You really don't have to create anything from scratch for yourself. And it's like very quick. Okay, so this was the monitoring and auditing. Where is my presentation gone? Let me go back to the presentation. Okay, so we looked at auditing and monitoring, and now we come to some of the best practices that we should follow. And obviously, I'm going to be reiterating everything that I have been saying for last more than half an hour or so. But let's just rewind that and summarize that. What are the best practices? One thing is apply least privilege. As I said earlier, a user should be given permission what is required for them to do the task, not something on top of it. So apply least privilege principle. Then use security groups, not individual email addresses. Go and create security groups using Entra ID, and then use them to give access on the workspaces or items. And review permissions. Now quarterly, it could be monthly as well, based on how frequently your permissions change within your organization. You can review them accordingly. And define the data owners. If there are certain data owners within your organization or team, make sure you define them, or create a different security group for them, so it's easy to change their permissions as it is required. And then audit external sharing regularly as well, especially when you're sharing the content with the guest users. Make sure you are auditing them and reviewing them regularly, because guest users are sometimes, you give them access, but maybe after a month, they really don't need that access. And especially when anything is going outside your organization, you should really keep an eye on it, because only the relevant information should be going outside. Because if you end up giving a user the permission they don't require, then it could be a data breach or compliance issue as well. So that's the kind of best practices that we should be following. And now we will be doing a quick wrap up. So we have come to the end of the session. So we talked about the Fabric permission model, which is multi-layered and hierarchical. It starts from your tenant, goes to capacity, workspaces, and flows completely down to item level. Then workspace is not same as the item security, because at item level, you can change security or permissions different to what you have given at the workspace level. And make sure you're following the governance best practices and principles, because if you have the right governance in place from the day one of your development, then it's going to prevent all the different kind of data risks that you might end up having, later. Then external sharing, again, it requires a careful consideration, like you really need to monitor them or review your external sharing permissions regularly if those guest users should be there or they should be removed. Then audit and monitor continuously, because it is built in product for you within Microsoft Fabric for us. So it's very easy to do that. We really don't have to go somewhere else to do audit and monitor. So make sure as an admin, you're reviewing what's really happening within the tenant. Then the last question in the end comes to you guys, like what's your biggest access challenge in Fabric? I mean, I hope you got answer to it from today's session, but yeah, I would love to hear any thoughts you guys have. And yeah, we are to the end of the presentation, I think just before time. And thank you, everyone. And I'm happy to take any questions if there are any questions. And in case you guys want to connect with me on any social platform, then I'm on LinkedIn, Twitter, which is X now. I'm on Fabric Community, and I've also got my own blog. So thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much.
Let me bring
Pragati.
the sharing screen. Oh, where is the screen? Yeah, StreamYard gone. Okay, I think I can stop presenting now.
You can. Thank you so much. This was very, very.
Oh, I like the comment from Arthur. The biggest challenge is waiting for one security. Definitely,
Good.
Arthur.
This is something we most likely we all wait for. But besides that, I guess there are no questions so far. And Pragati, it was a pleasure. Thank you so much. And now go and annoy your husband and your little one.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I don't think I'm going to annoy them. They're going to annoy me. My baby will not be happy.
Okay.
But yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much for hosting me, Tom. I really enjoyed the
It was a pleasure.
And hope everyone learned something from it. At least one thing. If you have learned one thing from today's session, my job is done for today. So thank you, everyone. And I think this was the last session, right?
It was.
So yeah, I hope you have an amazing rest of the weekend. And, just enjoy.
Thank you so much, Pragati. Enjoy the weekend.
Thanks, Tom. Same to you. Bye.
Bye. With this said, we are done in room 1 for today. So there's just one thing I want to share with you. A second. So thank you so much for all our speakers, for our attendees. It was a great learning experience. So once again, thank you very much and enjoy your weekend.